Must must kalandar must kalandar must kalandar must Kabir de adam adam ali ali kabir de adam adam ali ali Sathilal kalandar mast Sathilal kalandar mast Jhulelal kalandar mast kalandar mast kalandar mast kalandar mast kalandar mast kabir de adam adam ali ali kabir de adam adam ali ali Sathilal kalandar mast Sathilal kalandar mast Jhulelal kalandar mast kalandar mast kalandar mast Akina malanga tu ali 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 akina malanga akina malanga tu ali 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 akina malanga sajiya paman narge akina malanga sajiya paman narge ajni takal sare ali ali gange mast kalandar mast kalandar mast kalandar mast daga bani daga ni daga bani daga
What do you think, Big Z?
I kind of like it, but I was also getting tired of it by the time you.
Yeah.
So it's not really in my zone, but I'm not critical of it at all. Maybe if I knew the language.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're singing about, eh?
No.
But
I know it's only like 3 or 4 words long. So the
yeah,
maybe it's
doesn't
one of
work.
those things like Vishnu is great and he's a pretty good cook. I
Yeah.
don't know. Oh, that's
Have you,
offensive, isn't it?
oh, is it? I didn't even
Well,
notice.
I mean, speaking so casually of Vishnu might enrage.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
But it's what I do. You know. Here we go.
Have
How are
you?
you?
I'm well, thank you.
I'm glad to hear it.
So what we were actually looking at there, you've probably seen the guy before, not the singer, but the actual guitarist. He's pretty famous on YouTube.
Oh, not
He,
me. So tell me who he is.
so his name's Nusrat Fateh. Uh,
I'm
oh
sure it
no,
is.
sorry, try again. He is Andre Antunes or Antunes. Um, Irregardless of how you say his name, what he does is take popular stuff from the internet and
Hmm.
turns it into metal.
Oh, okay.
Um, so I'll just play a few seconds of what we were just listening to,
Mm.
minus the heavy metal.
Well, good for
Just to
him
see
for
what
doing
we can.
something original. I mean, transformative.
Yeah, and original at the same time, which is
Yeah.
really cool. Okay. Oops. No, that wasn't it. Never mind. But yeah, so I think he was most famous for this one. You should enjoy this one, I think.
I will.
Big Z presenting. Here we are. So this is the very elite sport, American sport of. Skip the boring guy. Pig calling.
Pig calling. Yes, I've heard of that. Is that where they say suey?
Come here,
Yeah.
come here. Hey, piggy, 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 pig, pig. Hey, piggy, 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 pig, pig. Now, when I say hey, I want you to say pig.
Hey, pig. Hey,
When
pig.
I say hey, I want you to say pig.
Hey, pig.
Hey.
Pig.
All right, thank y'all so much.
Freddy.
I think I see it right over here.
Oh my God.
Come on, pig. Piggy. Oh, piggy.
You know, this could be like,
Oh, hang on, I'll turn it down.
yeah. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to interrupt. I thought it was finished. But it reminds me of found art, where artists find ordinary things and turn them into art. Picasso did a bit of that.
Ah,
And here's this guy taking stuff that isn't musical, adding
yeah,
accompaniment, and making the whole thing musical, which is really great.
yeah.
I
There's a fair bit of musical talent involved in doing that.
yes,
This chick, man, she's awesome.
wow.
I hope she won. Fuck you, bitch.
Is that what she said?
I think so. And I don't think she meant it.
Maybe fuck me, piggies. Fuck me harder. Ooh, that's awful.
Oh, she likes to get dirty. Maybe it was.
Wow.
So there you go. You should feel proud, America.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody calls pigs like Americans. But they have a wonderful thing of creating things like that, like little traditions where at the such and such county fair, there's a cherry spitting contest. And the world record was set there for 32 feet 8 inches or something like that.
What?
Yeah.
Is that a what spitting?
Cherry spitting. You spit out the cherry pit.
Yeah. Yep.
And I just made up that statistic, but somehow everybody in the in the local area gets involved because they love it. It doesn't make any goddamn sense, which is part of its appeal.
Yeah.
Like that thing in rolling down a hill, where you run down a hill in the UK.
Oh, yeah.
And like people break their legs and things every time, but they still goddamn do it.
Yeah, that's insane. I think they're not actually just running, they're chasing a cheese wheel.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I'm gonna look that up.
Yes, we need the detail. What is that? That looks like an H.R. Geiger background behind you.
Oh, the artist's name is down the bottom. Desktopbackground.org. Oh.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's just a Snapchat background.
Okay.
I love it though. I wish I had some claim to it or.
Oh, there's the Baphomet at the center.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hang on, I'll make it large. It's quite an interesting picture. It's a little suggestive when you look closer.
Yes.
You realize that the top of his head is pleasuring.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm going to say pleasuring.
Mm-hmm. Let's hope
we're going to imply consent in that picture.
Well, it looks like her arms and legs are tied down, so maybe not.
It is, but bondage is a thing.
Yes, you're right. That would make a great title for a book. Bondage is a thing.
That is a great title, actually.
Yes.
Here we go.
I always think like that because of all the years of publishing and working in a bookstore, and it all added up. Yeah, I just think
it just fell into place.
Yeah, I don't know if it would work, but okay, here we are with cheese. We saw the cheese.
Whoa! I'm gonna go back to the start there, and now there's an almost naked guy over to the side. Let's see if you can keep your eye on him.
I don't know if I want to, but keep going.
Well, no, he does. He is clothed. He's almost naked. I think he's like in his underwear or something. But dude, this guy goes down hard and fast. There he is. See?
I see the cheese, and there he is. Oh my God! Yeah, we're not. That is pretty steep. We can't really tell how steep.
No, but what I could tell in that first roll down, if you can catch the naked guy on the very right hand side of all the people, his roll is that fast, and he almost launches into the air. But when he hits the ground and rolls again, you realize the momentum this dude has.
Yes. Okay, there's one.
Ready?
There. Oh my God. Jesus.
I mean, Look, see, he's still going. This is going to be good. I'm
And they have
excited.
cheese.
Here we go. What did that say? Cheese roll. Cheese rolling is a dangerous activity. You attend entirely at your own risk.
Right.
On a laminated piece of paper.
Yes.
I wonder
In my mind's eye, I'm thinking, if you're really a big asshole, after the people start running down the hill, you roll a concrete plant holder down after them. But that would kill people, so maybe not.
Oh,
There's a woman in there. Good for her.
yeah. Oh, she was got. Oh,
Oh, Jesus. You could snap your neck.
oh, shit. She's took it. Fuck. Oh
There's
my
another one.
god. Oh, I could watch this all day. You know.
Mm.
I don't care about the cheese.
Yeah, I don't think it's about the cheese, really.
Oh, guess what the prize is?
Cheese?
The cheese.
I
It's not even like it's a lose-lose situation, really.
Jesus. Oh my God. Some of the people are actually pretty good at instead of running down the hill, they're sort of jumping in segments. So they stay up in the air rather than
Than just rolling the whole time. I love it. And did you see that little fun bit that said the police tried to put a stop to it?
Really?
They warned the cheesemakers, but the people just made a fake one, so no cheese shops could get in trouble.
Were they worried that the cheese would hit somebody and like in the waiting?
No, well, so the event was organised by the cheese shop,
Okay.
as an advertisement, and it just become a thing. But I imagine 2013, that was probably the very beginning of wokeness, and people probably wanted to put a stop to it because people will hurt themselves even though they're choosing to do it.
Yeah.
And so it was probably like, look, cheese people, if you put this event on and people get hurt, you know, you're going to be in big trouble. And so they've used a fake cheese. So no, the cheese shop is not responsible, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I would have called it the police wheel and just make it out of,
Yes.
We're now using an officially sanctioned police wheel.
Yeah, and on the cheese wheel, paint a little pig in a policeman's uniform.
Oh, wow. Yes, that would give it a lovely finish quality that the competition demands. Oh my God.
Yeah. Chris King of the Hill Anderson.
Oh God.
Oh, that dude in the yellow is going well. Here he goes.
Yeah, he's managing.
Depends on it, but a bit more pressure on this year.
This is a day-long competition? Oh my God.
Oh. Hey, she got the chase.
She did?
It's all worth it. The broken arm, cracked ribs, smashed face. Well worth it.
I wonder if it's pretty good cheese, you know?
It is. It's very quality cheese.
Mm.
They did try and talk about it, but I skipped over it because my ADD didn't want to wait.
Look at that. Jesus.
That was a phenomenal experience, I must say. I'm going to go back for a little bit more.
Sure. There's a famous Canadian poem about a wheel of cheese. It's like Ode to a Wheel of Cheese or something. And it's famous for being a lame poem. It's not very good at
Really?
all. It's kind of
I,
embarrassing, and people read it to get laughs.
yeah,
There
right.
we go. Oh my God.
Now, just imagine, Big Z, you have no concept of humans. You're an alien from a different galaxy, and you
Mm.
pull up to Earth in this field in the midst of this. What
Well,
would you think?
I know something of this because not because I know aliens. Oh, lovely pig costume. The there was a do you know Dr. Joshua Bowen and his wife
Yes.
Megan Lewis?
Yeah.
Well,
Hammurabi. Yeah.
yes, digital Hammurabi. Um, there's sort of an expression that's really familiar to Assyriologists and others in that sort of study because they come across things all the time that, it doesn't make any sense. What the hell is this? Because it's from some society 5,000 years ago or what have you. And they often just say, well, it's ritual. And yes, I'd run. Take me with you, aliens. Well, so this, to them, it could be some ritual that started in a religious festival 18,000 years ago, and they're still doing it today because it's a ritual.
Yeah.
It's like there's no
Yeah.
reason to make cranberry sauce. I don't know if it actually goes with turkey or not. I don't think it does. But
Yeah.
you put cranberry
Well,
sauce on turkey.
so that idea about the aliens and that reminds me of something I recently learned, and it may be a commonly known fact, but the majority of the laws in the Old Testament
Hmm.
come about rather than part of the Jewish religion.
Mm.
It was actually as a result of the cultural position and separating yourself from your heathen neighbors.
Yes,
So those horrible Philistines over there, they wear cotton, and those ones over there mix their dirty fabrics. So we'll have
right.
ours pure, and those ones eat lobster. Um,
Yes,
And so
and
these
yeah,
ridiculous laws that they couldn't find any real meaning to, we now understand had no meaning in the rule itself other than to separate you from your
yeah,
surrounding neighbors.
yeah. I think I've heard it described as in-group and out-group behavior, and I know a good
Yeah.
example. You know how Jews are not allowed to cook meat with milk, so you wouldn't take a lamb chop and put it
Yes.
in a meat. Oh, well, anyway, the next
So
thing
they
about
don't get to eat Indian food?
I guess
Damn.
unless they cook it themselves, and uh,
Yeah.
there's a
Substitute.
thing though that their local enemies would do this ritual where they would take a mother's milk and cook the young in the mother's milk, which of course is really strange to outsiders. So
Yeah.
the Jews passed a rule that you were never to cook meat in milk ever, and
Right. But
and
isn't the Bible just say a lamb in its mother's milk? And then
oh,
the Jewish have expounded, have they?
you know, I could be in the wrong here. Maybe it's practice, not law, that you don't cook meat in milk. Because, for example, you don't have cheeseburgers.
Well, that is a law in
Yeah,
the
Old
Old
Testament.
Testament. So
Yeah,
that would be the Torah, wouldn't it? So they probably do observe that as a law.
I
But
think
yeah,
that was my
specifically
understanding.
just lambs and in the mother's milk. But thinking about what I said and what you're saying now. Imagine coming into a new land and seeing a mother goat and its baby, and
Mm,
they take the mother and they slaughter they take the mother's milk. Sorry, they don't kill
mm.
the mother because she'll have more babies, and then
Yes.
they slaughter the baby and cook it in its mother's milk.
Yes.
That would look barbaric. Like, what are you doing to that poor
Mm.
goat? You know.
Yes. Yes.
Whereas they're just cooking up a feed,
And there's
and
also this
then
thing. Oh, sorry. Keep going. You're
two
doing your
thousand
thing.
years later, we have a whole religion abstaining from certain types of food because of this one bizarre instance of someone not recognizing or understanding what they were seeing.
Yeah, and it may have had some extremely important meaning early on. Maybe it was a sacrifice in
Mm,
acknowledgement of the lamb god that provided us with all the milk, all the goat's milk we needed, and it was significant in some religious sense. But that's where the Assyriologists learned from them. When it's inexplicable, you just say, "Well, it's ritual." But there was something else. Oh yeah, something that I didn't really realize, but the Bible is filled with incidents where the local Jews started adopting some of the habits of other people and doing things like marrying out. So having all these rules are um, a really great way to keep your society insular and consistent. And
yeah,
and that way you don't become this amorphous blob that does
yeah,
that has one god, but also worships Hathor on the side. And the
yeah.
you know, but
And
I
that fits perfectly. No, it fits perfectly with this idea that all of these bizarre laws were about separating you from your neighbors.
could be.
That it fits perfectly, doesn't it?
Oh, and Jews, of course, were surrounded by neighbors, and so
Yes,
613 laws.
exactly.
I think it's
Yep.
613, but I don't know. I've never counted them. I've just heard the number.
I think someone. Nope. I thought I had a ding.
There was an incoming from Silverwolf. She said hi.
Uh, Hello, Silver. I'm trying to give you the link. I'm not putting the link out in the chat tonight because it's not a come in and talk about God episode. I've had enough
Mm,
God for a few days. I got me
yes.
some Allah the other night.
You did?
Um, I did. I went on EA Dawa channel.
Oh, okay. Oh, are
Um,
they all about the Allah?
yeah. So, do you know? I mean, unless you live under a rock, because everyone in the atheist YouTube community knows about Justin, the friendly atheist, or something atheist, who
Oh, the
becomes
friendly atheist.
Khalil.
Oh,
Not
okay.
the friendly atheist, the
The other
empathetic
is
atheist.
right, and he
Empathetic
became
atheist.
Islam. He switched it.
Khalil, yeah.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
and he started this Muslim channel because there was none out there.
Mm,
And it went big straight away. He's got thousands of subscribers and
mm.
um,
And no pork rinds because he's
no,
Muslim.
and no music.
No music?
Yeah, Islam music is
Oh,
banned.
really? S-
Yeah, that was a
So
big surprise for me
why
too.
why would he ban music? Uh, or is it
Um,
considered idolatry by some Muslims?
do you know? To me, that is fascinating enough to actually Google.
Go for it,
I
man.
want to know. Um, so what was
I'm
it again? What? Um, my brain
uh,
just instantly forgot the question.
why how about do some Muslims ban music? Obviously they would
Ah,
ban sexual music, but this is um in this case they're even banning
okay.
religious music. I don't know much about this guy. I
Oh,
just know
so
his name.
here's the weird thing about Islam too. I'm learning that it is so different. Obviously, it's very different to Christianity. But what I mean is they take a very different approach to the idea of faith, for example.
Hmm.
Um, Christians will claim that their faith is based on evidence, but when you ask about that evidence, their evidence will be personal revelation, the Bible, things like that. Where philosophy is hugely based, Islam is
Mm.
hugely on an individual level. The individual Muslim uses a lot of philosophy and
Hmm.
logic. Um, And I'm not saying that that means they got anything right. I'm just saying
No.
it's such a very different way of approaching it. Um, and having talked to the YouTube Christians that we know, the Jules and P Town and
Hmm.
Praise I Am and all of those guys, I go into this group of Muslims, like 420 anti-theist,
Mm.
and they were the politest, nicest, genuine. Um, in all my questions and discussions, not once could I find them that I thought they were being dishonest in their
Right.
positions, or it was such a refreshing conversation. And at the end, I said, I'm obviously very, very atheist, but congratulations for giving your belief a good name, because
Mm.
it's a bit of a rare thing on the old YouTubes.
Oh, you mean
And
because Islam means submission?
does it?
Yeah,
Well, this
I
is
thought it did. I'm going to
wow.
have to check that now. Things are complicated here because for some reason the cover of my wireless mouse disappeared, and now the battery just fell out, and I can't find it. Does Islam mean submission? And it means submission to
Right.
God, of course.
Yeah,
Islam
of
means submission to
course.
God.
Yes. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's right. Oh, Sandy,
Okay.
you're leaving. I hope you're not leaving for any other reason than that you have shit to do. Hope nothing's happened in the side chat. Don't think so. Is Will still a bigot? You would have to ask Will. But apparently, religious music is allowed. So there you go. But see, Khalil, I was talking to him after the show, just me and him, and he was like, "I'm guessing by your background and your clothes and that you like heavy music." And I was like, "Yeah, man." And it's like, "What do you like?" And I was telling him bands, and he was telling me bands, and man, he likes some dark shit, but and heavy music too. Um, but
Mm.
he goes, "Yeah, well, not allowed music, but." He goes like this and reaches out and pulls his acoustic guitar on
Mm.
screen, puts it back off screen.
Right.
And so,
I did a quick Google search, and apparently, the only time music is banned is for obvious reasons, like encouraging you to drink, like a drinking song, or songs about sexual activity.
so, um, hang on, let's try this. See, this is the difference between. I have a feeling that there's. I don't want to be simplistic and just make a dichotomy, but because it's probably a spectrum, obviously, but
Yes.
it's like Islam is doing the Christian thing, and you're going to have your fundamentalists, which
Mm.
we at the moment we have extremists and all that. But I mean
Yeah.
on the less extreme side, you're going to have your fundamentalists and you're going to have your New Age Muslims, like I consider Khalil to be, who will show you how, you know, the Bible says to, if your wife cheats on you, you know, tell her not to. If she does it again, sleep on the lounge. If she does it again, discipline her gently, right? When that's one interpretation of the word, and that word can be used that way, but that same word can be used to mean beat with a stick.
Oh,
So you will have the ones that say, you know, we're allowed to beat with a stick, and then the more liberal modern ones that are like, no, Allah doesn't want you to beat your wife. So I don't get clear answers always, but I think the term we're looking for is haram. So define
yeah, haram.
haram.
I think I don't know what the translation.
Forbidden.
Yeah.
Now, if I actually search, is music haram in
That's the right
Islam?
question. I hope not. I hope it is.
So if you go to islamquestionsandanswers.info, musical instruments and singing are haram in Islam.
What?
This prohibition is supported with evidence from the Quran and the Sunnah. So that's from an Islamic organization. Now, if you go to Google, Wikipedia says Imam al-Ghazali reported, so that's probably some current prophet or something, reported several hadith and came to the conclusion that music in and of itself is permitted, saying all of these hadith are reported by al-Bukhari and singing and playing are not haram. He also
Oh.
references a narration from Qudiyah wherein a favorable opinion of music is expressed. So, because they have the Quran, which is Muhammad, peace be upon him. Oh God, that was fun. I've never done that before. But then they also use all these other texts from other prophets, and so they, like Christians do, you'll say, "Oh, you know, what do you say about this where it says slavery is okay?" They'll go, "Yes, but this verse," and instead of realizing that their book contradicts itself, they ignore your verse and just go with theirs, sort of thing. And that's what is happening here. See how he references a narration from Qudiyah, who I have no idea who that is, but he mentions music favorably. So,
Okay.
Muslims that want music will say this dude's right, and the Muslims, yeah.
You know, there's that weird thing in religion where you're minding your own business. You're a perfectly reasonable Muslim, and then some preacher somewhere who has some authority says that women's breasts being displayed causes earthquakes. And that was years ago that one came out. And you know what? Maybe they do. I'd love to see the science on that. But and then you have the same thing where a hurricane hit Florida, and a preacher says it's God's punishment for the Disney Corporation for providing same-sex benefits.
Well, and I'm guessing by the quality of the footage alone, or actually, and the clothing of the person in the video, that this is the early 80s, quite early 80s. And it's a Christian preacher, woman, older lady, lots of makeup, you know, disheveled. Well, why do they always look like demons? Like
Maybe
that Kenneth Copeland. I don't know, he looks like I don't know. He has that look like you wouldn't leave your kids around him. You know what I mean? But
Eh.
but anyway, it's just this little clip of her going. And the girls at night, we used to tie their hands up. Tie their hands up. They need it because when they're mucking around with themselves at night, where do you think all those pimples on their face come from? That
Oh my
acting.
God.
Tie
Oh.
their hands up. That mucking around at night, the pimples. I didn't even laugh, because I was like frozen for a minute, and then I had a good laugh. But that was the 80s. This isn't the 50s or 200 years ago.
Mhm.
You know, this isn't a developing country. This is the most modern country, the freest country, all that crap. And,
Mhm.
you know, the 80s, and people are still tying their daughters' hands up at night so they couldn't play with themselves. Like,
Right. But which is important for one's development and eye-hand coordination. But
it,
but strictly speaking, that development, understanding how your own body works, is very important, and punishing people for it is monstrous. Um,
yeah.
and then there was that Surgeon General of the United States who mentioned in passing that girls should be encouraged and educated about masturbation because otherwise it will lead to sexual dysfunction and dissatisfaction in later life. And she was absolutely correct, but Bill Clinton showed her the door almost instantly because she talked about masturbation. That's a no-no. And
Bill Clinton
yeah.
removed her for talking about masturbation.
Yeah, I can't remember her name now. I want to say like Jocelyn Elders. Um,
Okay.
but I'll look that up while I'm here, despite the fact that I have to use my mouse pad. Here we go. Okay, that was her name, Jocelyn Elders. Okay.
Well
It's
done, brain.
yes, my brain still works after all these years. I wonder if it has the controversy on the Wikipedia page. Yeah, it mentions drug legalization, masturbation, and contraception. Do. Yes, she managed to reduce when she reduced teen pregnancy rate by increasing the availability of birth control, counseling, and sex education at school-based clinics, and a 10-fold increase in early childhood screenings and 24% in immunization. But I wonder if it tells us the details. Sex education.
Yeah. Oh, that is brilliant, Virillion. It's not masturbation if Monica is doing it.
Who's Monica? Oh, right. Yes, yes.
Lewinsky. See, isn't that like just the perfect hypocrisy?
Mm,
While he's sacking the woman that wants to try and educate the American kids about
yeah.
sex, give them protection, make them safe, he's getting gobby under the fucking podium while he's signing it out of existence.
Yes, and apparently she even performed analingus on the president, which is fine with.
Lucky president.
Yeah, I don't. The
Did she do that from under the podium? That must have been
no,
awkward.
probably in the Oval Office, which
Uh,
apparently his back passage is rather oval. No, I just made that up. But the
only she would know.
yeah, the thing is that I don't object. Do what you want to do, but just the. Oh, did I ever tell you about the book I wrote on the subject? I wrote.
Which subject?
Oh, well, this business with Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky. I came up with an idea for a book. I should say it's a manuscript, not a book. It got circulated, but no one bit. And the manuscript was titled "In Quotation Marks," and the
Mm-hmm.
and the title was "So You Want to Sleep with President Clinton?" And uh, it was basically about 150 jokes about having sex with the president, going down on the president, and just one thing after another. And unfortunately, it didn't get published. But what?
Was this soon after Clinton, or?
Not exactly. What happened was you never get the truth from publishers. But what they said was, well, it's been too long for this book to come out now. And the reasoning
Uh,
was that, well, suppose it takes 6 months. So we have the book
mm,
now. We design a cover. It gets put on the sales list, like in catalogs. And then people go out to bookstores and sell it. And it would take too long. And then the subject would
yeah,
be over. But
yeah,
it was a full year after the incident broke, the news broke, and Monica Lewinsky jokes were still on late night television every night. And the
yeah.
publisher in particular that said it was too late in coming was planning on releasing Monica Lewinsky's biography
This is what. See,
in
there's no
January.
way that they can release yours and then hers.
Mm.
Rojo, check your private chat, brother.
Well, actually, it's Random House. It was Random House, so they're so huge. They just have another imprint to it. It doesn't matter.
So, are you telling me, Big Z?
Hmm.
Because what I'm inferring from that, inferring, or am I deducing from what
Oh,
you?
oh, either
I
or.
always struggle. It is either or. Um, is that they otherwise would have went with it? Is that what
Well,
I'm
no,
hearing?
what
Or
it
was
is.
that just a gentle way of saying no?
That's usually what they're doing. When they, for example, when you get a rejection letter from a publisher, it might say, "Thank you, but this does not meet our needs at this time," right?
See,
Or
now
they'll,
that I would take as we think this is a piece of shit.
or they
But
just don't like it.
if they're like a legitimate reason, like, look, this is because I kind of see what they're saying. Now, if you had some connection to either of those people,
Mm.
they would have done it. Or because it was parody, if it was close to the time. See what I mean? Like, you'll
And you know what?
find
Maybe,
years later people write
yeah.
books about that stuff, but they had a connection. So they were blowing the lid off something. And
Could be, and maybe if they did publish it, no one would have bought it. Maybe they're right. Or maybe if they did publish it, it would have been a huge success. I don't know.
that's the
Um,
thing, you'll never know, will you?
no, the one time I did get a book published, legitimately, I mean, I don't mean I just published it myself. When that happened, the sales were so bad that I don't think sales could have, technically, book sales can't go into the negative, but if it were possible, my book would have achieved that.
Yeah,
And that's
because
how, you know,
they
it's,
say that the record industries, and they are, I've seen a lot of only bigger artists talk about it. I guess the little ones can't really, but really big rappers and things who have
hmm
just gone and started their own record labels
hmm
have come out and said most artists, like Michael Jackson,
hmm
when he sold the most records, I think it was his Bad album, was it?
I guess, yeah.
Most records ever. Now he got very rich around that time, but do you know how much, like what percentage? So say I think the record company sold his albums for $9.99 each, right?
Okay.
What percentage of that do you think Michael got?
Well, knowing the record industry, he might have gotten near zero, but maybe 5%.
Dude, you were
What?
on the right track at first. He
Oh,
got no money.
no
He
money.
got none of the money from the sales. They took the
Yeah.
lot.
If you're an artist, an artist, if you're a musician, you make your money through concerts. You don't
Hmm.
make it through it's
Selling it.
absurd. There's a story about John Gotti, the mobster, who was trying to do some work in the music business somehow, and he had a meeting with he had a meeting with Sony or something like that, and he left complaining about how they were a bunch of fucking crooks.
Yeah.
And in a sense, they
Yeah.
are.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
For example, what if you say, well, we have to subtract costs from the artist's royalties? So then there's the cost of all the free samples of the record they send out
Yeah.
to the radio stations, say, and they charge that to the artist directly, not to themselves.
Mm.
Now, I just made that up, right? But it wouldn't, but I think it would probably ring
See
true.
how believable that is. I'm just nodding along because it was in no way ridiculous.
Well, I
You know.
think that's how
Yeah.
it works. Not that I have, great knowledge of the record
Yeah.
industry, but
Okay. But
the
it, but see what I think. I don't know if the money can equate, but I feel that publishing companies are an even bigger rort because their overheads are so massively lower. How much can it really cost to print a book?
the paper can be a surprising cost, but it's something that's
If
brilliantly stupid,
yeah,
that's beyond stupid, is that when digital ebooks came out, so suppose the hardcover cost $32.95, the ebook was priced at $32.95 as well, and their
yeah,
reasoning was it was the same book,
yeah.
but
You're
from the
paying for the intellectual property, not a physical thing.
yes,
Yeah.
but for the customer, they have a digital copy that could be lost, that they can't put on a shelf, that they can't really give as a gift. They can't re-gift it. And the notion of lowering the price and selling more product was just beyond them. And
Mm,
they couldn't, and from their perspective, if you say sell a new political book about Insider Washington, well, people aren't going to buy more books about Insider Washington if the product is digital because it takes time to read. So
mm,
every time they sold a digital book, by their estimate, they lost a physical sale. And, I just don't know what to make of this. I just sort of, at the time, I thought, this is madness. And
yeah.
we have to rethink this. And it was clear that no one was going to rethink it. I mean, maybe they have now. I
Well, I think now it is a bit different. I've found the digital version of most things that I look at are considerably cheaper than a hard copy.
Okay, well, that's
Um,
good. That's good.
and because the way I see it, I know you've got the convenience factor that would have impacted sales, but if you're going to charge me the same money for both,
Mm,
my brain feels like a physical book has more value. So I'm going to
yes.
order the book and wait a week for it to arrive and have it forever, then pay the same ridiculous price for a digital thing that I'm never
And
going to sit at a computer and read
yeah,
as
or
well.
use a Kindle or There's this
Yeah.
thing that we often talked about in the industry, and that was perceived value, not the value,
Yeah.
but perceived value. So, for example, suppose you've got a guy who is a good self-help author and gets on shows like the Today Show, or maybe would have been on Oprah when she was still on. Now, then there's something called the meditation book format. It's smaller
Yep.
than a paperback, but a mass market paperback has this sort of brown, muddy paper, and it's very cheap to make. A meditation
Okay.
paperback, a meditation format book, has bright white stock paper, and it's a little more substantial when you feel it. And you can have thoughts on that might be a paragraph or even only a single sentence. And it makes everything seem more profound and has a better perceived value. And that's why, so you might have a book that, if you had a book called um, Meditations, and it was just by you, I don't mean famous books called Meditations like Marcus Aurelius, then you
Hmm.
might have another book called um, Meditations on Meditations. I don't know. But there is, for example, there's one called Lessons from. Sorry, I just realized my mic wasn't adjusted properly. There
That's
was a
okay.
book called Lessons for the CEO from Genghis Khan. And it was just quotes or supposed quotes from Genghis Khan. And
Wow.
uh, and this sort of thing is going on all the time, and there are a million variations on them. And some of it could be really good uh, publishing. There was a sales rep at Simon and Schuster who published a book with Random House called "Find a Quiet Corner," and it was about finding a moment in the day so that you could meditate and just think upon things.
Yeah.
And it did rather well.
Yeah.
Sorry, that
So
I don't know if that interests you, but that's just publishing.
no, it is the perceived value thing.
Hmm.
Um, I've always been fascinated by that idea, and I've seen how powerful it is. Um, it it really is a thing, like a big thing in advertising and marketing, and um, used all the time, everywhere. Um, and I wonder, right? I've always seen it. Like I've always seen the scam,
Mm,
if you know what I mean. I've never seen that perceived value that people see.
mm.
And I was thinking about what's going on there, what's different in my brain, and then I realized it's simpler than that. I'm just a cheap bastard.
Well,
And
good
it's
for
like
you.
I think that's not worth that. You know, how much did that cost to manufacture? And I'm working it out in me head, and yeah,
Yeah.
just a cheap bastard.
Well, another example that's very weird uh, is that a while back somebody came up with a device you could buy, and if you put it on your wall, it looked like a wall-mounted fish that you had had stuffed. Okay, but if you pressed a sort of button or a hidden button, the fish's head would pop out, and it was turning out that it was actually flexible fish, and it would play a recording as if the fish was singing, and it would
Yep,
be a
yep.
song like "Take Me to the River."
Uh,
And when it was
the
new,
one I've seen sang "Don't worry, be happy."
oh, that okay, that's another one.
Yep.
Well, these things are wonderfully silly, but the split second you come to expect them, the humor is lost. And maybe people
Yeah,
don't know that, or maybe they're just caught up in the moment.
yeah,
Like, this is fantastic. I'm going to buy one, and
yeah.
we'll all have a good laugh. And as long as it's not too expensive, it is worth it. If
Yes.
but it's a very strange way to value something.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's exactly the sort of thing that I guess I never fell for. And I think part of it, from what you were just saying, then made me think it has a lot to do with impulse, right? And
Mhm,
we are impulsive creatures, and we all know impulse shopping's a thing. And so
mhm.
they'll put the milk at the furthest point from the entry of the store, so you have to walk past everything to get your milk,
Sure.
so that you buy 10 things that you didn't want on the way through. Um, I wonder, because it seems to me like that idea of you, as long as people think it's valuable,
Mhm.
as soon as they've handed their money over, it doesn't matter if the thing is a piece of shit or it breaks straight away. And I feel like that there's been more effort putting into making things attractive than to
Yes.
make things quality, so that you know it gets a good name and gets word of mouth and all those old fashioned things. It's like, just just buy it,
Mm.
just buy it, just buy it.
Yes. Well, we as sales reps, we were often focused on, is there a counter display for this book? So could you put the book in, could you get the bookseller to take a counter display and put it next to the cash register? So, for example, a book like mine, which was
Mm.
not published, um, you you would so you want to sleep with President Clinton. That would be a counter sale book
Yeah.
if it were published. By the way, can I tell you a joke I just remembered from that book?
Yes, please do.
If you are the president and you wish to delay your climax, simply repeat over and over again, Madeleine Albright, Madeleine Albright.
Oh,
Okay, do you know Madeleine Albright? Because the joke doesn't
yes,
work.
I do. I do.
Now that's really evil, and I would be horrified if Madeleine Albright heard about that joke. But the joke's funny, so
Well,
it
if
so
she
it goes.
has any self worth and self confidence and fortitude, she would laugh at it.
Maybe she would, or maybe she would talk to her friends in the CIA about offing me. I don't know. Hillary
Yes.
Clinton would certainly have me killed. There's no question. But Hillary Clinton
Yeah, dude.
actually always
If it
kind of
was
stands.
Hillary Clinton, you probably never would have got the book printed.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Well, I didn't get it printed, so there you go.
Yeah,
Um,
but at
the
least you're alive.
yes, I am. I wonder if I have the manuscript anywhere. God. But
Mm.
it was so many years ago, you
Well,
know.
this talking about publishing and record companies and that, um, and not getting your things published and stuff like
Mm,
that. There is this guy who he's an American musician.
mhm.
I think he writes his songs and raps them. He doesn't sing, he raps. You may have seen him. He's pretty noticeable. He's a white
Sorry,
white. That's all right. What's Spooky
Spooky.
doing?
Spooky said I would cook Big Zebra in a
Ah,
movie. Oh God. Now I understand why that prohibition exists. And apparently Albright is dead, so she doesn't care, according to Pope Socks.
well,
I interrupted you
then
there for that bon mot.
no, that's all right. Make as many jokes as you want. Yeah, this American dude, anyway. Um, he raps about anti woke stuff.
Oh,
So I don't really get into what he sings about, but he it was completely independent artist, right? And his songs were really popular. And he didn't sign with anyone. He still just a dude and he's still living at home with mum and dad on his computer sort of thing.
Okay.
And his shit just got more and more popular, to the point where he was having more plays of his song than the songs that were at the top of the charts and
Oh
at
my
the top of the
God.
Spotify lists and that. Yeah, they would just, because he wasn't affiliated with anyone, um, they just wouldn't do it.
What do you mean?
And so what he ended
Yeah.
up doing was
Yeah.
he did a bit of a campaign and, just to get people to realize that he exists. And
Hmm.
he showed that, look, these are the numbers. This is what the big companies like Spotify and that are doing to independent artists. And within a week, he was number one everywhere. The Arias, Spotify charts, and he's still,
Wow.
even though he's gone number one now. So he's number one, and he's selling millions of albums. And do you know who publish or create the CDs, the covers, mail it out to you when you've ordered it? Is him, his
Oh,
mum, his dad, and his wife.
oh, that's great. Wow. You know what?
Yeah.
It's funny that technology allows for cottage industries that we never had before.
It. I don't know how the logistics work. They must, like, as he got bigger and bigger. They must have hired help.
Hmm.
Thomas McDonald. There you go, bro. Joe. He knows who I'm talking about.
Okay, I'm going to
Uh,
click on that and then save it for later because the thing is that I don't know uh, what an anti-woke song is. We're probably all
I'll
against
give you an
some.
example of a few. Yeah. So he'll say, I, you know, I'm just a white dude, but that doesn't make me racist. Um, my black friends aren't more oppressed than me. Um,
Oh, demonstrably
y-
not true.
well, there you go.
Anyway, keep going.
And
Yeah.
that's the argument. Um, and sorry, I nearly went off on a tangent then.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
we won't go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, so this guy, he's just as an ultimate stuff you. It's like, look
Mhm.
what you can do, people.
Yes.
Even as an independent artist, if you give a shit and you fight for it. So I have to give kudos to the guy, even if I don't agree with whatever he's, you know,
Sure.
singing about.
Regardless, he, if anyone thinks it's easy, they're free to try. But good for him.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, as we were saying at the start of the stream, Michael Jackson didn't get a cent from the sales of his Bad album, which sold the most copies of all time.
You know who sued almost every record company he had to deal with? David Bowie.
Is it? Oh, okay.
It was David
I
Bowie,
was
and he would often sue
I
them
was going to
because
guess
they
that
would.
the Beatle that's still alive,
Oh, I don't know.
McCartney.
Well, maybe he should. In Bowie's case, they would promise him all sorts of marketing and then wouldn't do it. And the thing is, marketing is really important because
Mm,
if they do an album and market it appropriately and it becomes this big hit, that makes his follow-up tour a big hit.
yeah,
And so
and that's where the money is for them.
yeah, so if they just say, hey, we'll just print this plastic record and throw it out there and hope it does well, um, well, no, that's not good enough. Even if you're famous, you
Yeah,
still need to proactively go out there and say to a record store, what do we have to do to get a window display of our new album? We have posters, We have this display that you could use, and we'll pay you because we have a marketing budget.
Have
And
you heard? Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. I was done.
You took a breath.
Yeah, yeah.
um, it's a bit of a tangent, but because I thought of Paul McCartney,
Hmm.
and we're talking about Michael Jackson.
Yes.
You know
Uh,
about how Michael Jackson purchased the rights to all those Beatles songs. It was
I do
either
know, and it's shocking.
160 or 600 or something, some ridiculous amount of songs.
Yes.
And then the bastard died, so now they belong to the estate of Michael Jackson, whoever that is.
Well, you know
Imagine
where.
his kids, his.
Yes.
Mm,
Well, you know where Michael Jackson got the idea to do that? Michael
no.
Jackson did a couple of songs with Paul McCartney, and Paul McCartney told Michael Jackson that his biggest regret was not owning the rights to his music, like to the lyrics, to the ability to sell it to a movie, or there were certain rights
Who
that,
owned the rights then?
well, the record company does, right? Because you sign them
Oh,
away.
of course.
And I
Yeah.
can't remember what it's called, but there's like another layer of rights management. And Paul McCartney explained to Michael Jackson how he always hated how he didn't have any control over it, that he didn't make money from it, and how it really bothered him. But he had a chance to buy the rights to his music back, and he was going to do it. And Michael Jackson said, "Wow, that's a great idea," inside. So when the auction sort of came up, he outbid McCartney for McCartney's music. And and Paul McCartney said, Michael phoned him and said, "Michael, what are you doing? You knew how I really suffered from not owning my own stuff, and I told you about it, and I shared it with you in a heart to heart. And then you go around my back and then buy them, and then Mike and outbid me." And Michael Jackson said, "It's just business, Paul." And it's just business.
No.
And like what? That is absolutely savage, you know. Um,
Um, my levels of respect for Michael just dropped remarkably.
mm. Oh, I accidentally shut the window to the regular chat. I always open up two windows, the
Yeah.
backstage one that we have, and then another one so I can see the live chat. And what do you know? It's not working. Okay, here we go.
Hmm.
So there you go. Would you mind if I took a break and got a cup of coffee?
No, go for it. I'm going to. Oops, someone's just popped in. PJ, that's perfect timing. Go for your coffee, Big
Thanks,
Z.
man. Bye now.
I'll
Howdy,
see you
howdy.
soon. Bye. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. We been talking about how artists don't get any money from their album sales.
Oh, I heard you guys talking about Michael
And
Jackson
when,
and Paul McCartney's little fiasco there.
yeah,
I remember as a kid when that went down. It was in
hey
the
Jeff,
it was the talk of the town for a bit.
yeah,
Mhm.
it's just it's funny. Because I'm quite a visual person. I was obviously playing it out in my head as he's telling me the story, and
Mhm.
I just seen little Michael in his little girly voice, just like,
All right.
it's just business. It's just business.
Oh, come on, Paul.
Paul.
You know it's just business. We're just
Yeah.
it's just all about money. Don't worry about it. It's
Th-
okay.
think think of the
I let you play the
children.
Ringo songs. You can have the Ringo songs.
Think of the children, Paul.
Look all the money I can make off a Nike commercial. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
It's always a soft spoken one you gotta watch out for.
Yes.
Tyson too. He'll knock you out. Don't know it's
Yeah.
coming. Who's that soft-spoken sweet guy over there?
with the ear hanging out of his teeth.
All right. Yeah, I mean Michael Jackson. Yeah, that was pretty like underhanded backstabbing in a way. Because I remember I was watching a documentary on it. It was
Fuck yeah.
And Paul was even. I think maybe that's what Big Z was referencing that when Paul seemed like broken hearted when he was talking about it. He was like, Michael, how can you do this to me? You know, it's like, I don't understand. We just made some music, you know. We just got grooving out and we're hanging out. And he was talking about how much fun they had, and then boom, it kind of shows like, I don't know, just what money can do to somebody. I guess it's almost all
Well,
that time they were having fun and making that music. I mean, they had those 2 songs that were big hits, "Say Say," and "The Doggone Girl Is Mine." Good songs too. Sad that they, went that far over money.
how's this for a out there theory that I'm going to pull out of my ass? So I found that being raised as a Jehovah's Witness and in this weird bubble where it's so insular, right? And anything that's not part of Jehovah's organization is satanic and not just part of Satan's world. I mean, actively controlled by demons and shit.
Yeah.
Demons are everywhere. And what it does is make you hate the world. You think what they call worldly people or non-Jehovah's Witnesses are disgusting, evil, broken, sinful. Like, there's no difference, no matter how good a person they are. They are pure evil. They are as evil as the most evil person and deserve to die. So even when I left, I had this almost artificial, is it psychopathy or sociopathy, where you don't.
Is it disdain for people, or you want to just murder all the people?
No, I don't want to. I don't
probably
consider anyone's feelings.
Like, don't want to be around.
There's
people,
no empathy. No, there's just no empathy. It's like a pure narcissism. Like, but it's not narcissism because you don't actually put yourself on a pedestal. You still think you're lowly shit because you're broken. But you think these people are even lower than you.
Right, like you're better than everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't trust anyone.
Oh, and they hide each other's secrets, too, in a weird way. It's almost...
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. So the way you're talking,
end up able
to
do things to people, right?
Yeah.
That now that I have morals that I had to find myself as an adult, that I look back and think, holy shit. Like, if I knew what I was doing, that is evil shit, man. I was a bad motherfucker. I didn't know that it was bad what I was doing, using people, stealing. I didn't give a... I would steal off your nana, her last dollar.
Oh, wow.
And not feel a shred of guilt.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah. And I wasn't a bad person, but I was a very loving person. This way that I treated people, I had no idea that I guess I knew it was wrong, but if you think that all of these people are doomed, they're about to die, the most horrific death you could imagine too, and you're going to join them. So everything's pointless. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that.
And I wonder how fucked up he was. Crazy as a fuck. Because he was raised as a witness as well. And as an adult, I knew he was badly indoctrinated because he kept going back. And then he'd leave. And then even when he never went back, he would still pronounce publicly, I believe in Jehovah. And some of his last interviews, he said, yeah, I still believe in Jehovah. I just don't practice because I can't do what God expects of me. In other words, I can't be a Jehovah's Witness because then you're not allowed to be famous. But I reckon he was so messed up, and part of that is to him. He's like, "We're evil. We're all dying at Armageddon, Paul. Like, you shouldn't care about your money or your songs. Go steal off someone else. Like, what does it matter?"
Oh, I see.
And I know it's pretty out there if you've never sort of been in that weird position.
No, I know the business environment and the business world it's cutthroat. It's all about undercutting and making the most money. So I definitely see the business world of it, but the business world itself in that aspect is what I would consider evil if I were to look at it in the biblical sense.
Yeah,
I see
and the only
stealing
reason
and
we
manipulation.
don't
It's not
see it,
good.
yeah, and the only reason we don't see it as evil is because it's business. You go to a school or in university and learn to be evil.
Yeah, it's business-minded
So
people.
it's acceptable.
It's business-minded people though. It's like some people look at it and be like I couldn't be partaking part of a corporation I was in because of all the manipulation that was going on. It was like I'm out of here. But some people love it. They're like, what can I get to? Because I saw there's a lot of opportunities where I could get so much more than the others because I was in control of the money. But I wouldn't do it and I wouldn't be part of it. So I could see where the business mind takes over, where it's all about how much can I accumulate and how much more can I get than you and how much better can I be than you. I see that all the time in business. That's what it's mainly about.
Who's speaking right now? I recognize the voice. And
have you met before? PJ, Big Z, PJ.
Okay, I know PJ. Yeah. Who's the other folk?
Oh, that's Silva. She hasn't spoken yet.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Silva.
Okay.
Hey, Silva.
Sorry, I interrupted the train of thought. Please keep going. You were talking about business.
Silva's here for the eye candy. She's just here to look.
I don't know what to say about
that. Say thank you.
Oh, and I see.
Sorry, I killed the conversation.
I'm sorry. I think I did that.
Good to see Jeff. I haven't seen Jeff around for a while. Get a degree in evil. Yeah, exactly. Yes. No, actually, that would be politics, I believe. Hey, John. Hey, John. Good news, brother. I haven't shared the link today, so no Jill.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen much of him in a while either, I don't think. But I've been sort of... that
means you must be hanging around high-quality chats. Not like me and...
I don't know if I think we're very high quality, sir.
Well, thank you,
I do miss
sir.
Andy's room where we could talk about the news and...
yes. And we could express our leftness.
Yeah.
Dude,
if I wasn't... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just going to say, but Big Z, I don't know how much you're watching what's going on out there now, but the extreme end of our side has caused me to make slight shifts in my position on that old political spectrum.
Well,
and where a few months ago I was like fiercely and without thought, I was in defense of the left, no matter what. If the position was on the left, I was in defense of it.
So something made you put that blue hair dye up, huh?
Yeah, bro. It was the blue hairs that did it.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, wait a minute.
Big Z. Okay. And now, if you're like me,
I want to pretend I'm Midnight. I want to pretend I'm Midnight Sparkle. Hi, I'm here. Hi, everybody.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Midnight. Whoa, I need
to see Zebra. Haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, here he is. Sorry, you were. We sort of spoke over 420, both of us.
Oh, that's all right.
420, you were talking about something that happened on the far left that really irritated you.
Yeah, Sandy's right. Stay in the middle and do your own thing. These, I'll just call them blue hairs because literally she had blue hair. Was having a party, okay, cake and everything, and everyone's cheering, and the camera comes into the cake, and it says "Happy Abortion," and has
Oh,
an edible fetus and
Holy crap!
Oh, gross! They went all
yeah. And she
This is
looks at the
trolling.
camera.
Hollywood
She
with
looks
it.
at the no. She looks at the camera and goes, "Yeah, I will celebrate my rights."
Okay.
And I get it. You know, that's the extreme end. But
Well, I think it's more about trolling the right. If you
no,
uh,
but this wasn't at that level of intellect, Big Z. This wasn't
no,
that kind of
okay,
no, no. This, I'm. You know, I'm going to judge from how they looked and the clothes they were wearing. Sue me.
Mhm.
This was not a thought out satire. This was a legitimate, like, really woke, non binary. Um, I'm going to celebrate my right to have an abortion by putting a dead fetus on a cake and making a celebration.
well, I hope it was some sort
Everything
of
is
hoax.
all good until the cake with the fetus and then posting on social medias and that's where you've crossed the fucking line
let's hope she
in
doesn't use
my
abortion as a birth
opinion.
control.
But, whoa,
Should be having
Yes,
a
but it
party every other
doesn't
month.
make you change your political positions.
no, it doesn't. No, but why I said that is like it makes me a little bit of ashamed or
Oh, I
embarrassed
see.
to say that supposedly we're on the same side of the political spectrum.
Mm,
It's like, well, if that's the left, then where do I belong?
right.
Maybe in the
Right.
middle.
Well, I don't think that they're necessarily on the left. I think they're just being kind of silly and
Well,
over the
yeah,
top.
you're right. Those kind of people probably don't even like have that level of political understanding.
They might not even vote,
Yeah, they probably don't.
but they know how to make a cake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, John. Maybe I'm being a bit of a snowflake, but
Mm.
it's a crude attempt at being edgy or funny. I don't know. See, now that Big Z's talking about it, I'm like, yeah, am I just being like those people do to the right? Am I just now doing that to the left?
No, I think it's a good human reaction, you know. But I think John Hudson is right. It is a crude attempt at being edgy or funny. How many times have I uh, misstepped and said something that made people angry? I remember I made a
Well,
joke in front
you
of
wouldn't
John
be
Hudson.
Big Z if you didn't.
That's true. But I made a joke in front of John Hudson that had something to do with the Kennedy assassination or the Lincoln assassination. And John Hudson was very gentle, but he said, "Hey, that's enough,"
Yeah,
something to that effect. And I listened
yeah,
to that sort of stuff because if people, if you don't listen, then you're not learning, you know.
yeah. Well,
But
that's a good point, my friend, because that's the stance I've started to take. Um, I want to stop trying to be so um, dogmatic and hard headed in my views, whilst proclaiming that I am so fluid and open minded. Yet, you know, I will jump to the defense of something because of its supposed political leaning. Like, what is going on there? At that point, I'm just engaging in tribalism and not thinking for myself at all.
I would never think of you as someone who engaged in tribalism there, 420. but I guess we all need to be our own watchdogs.
Yeah.
What is? Oh, I'm being
John-
cancelled. Thank you, Spooks.
John says it best. Baby on cake is disgusting. They should be roasted or deep fried.
I like that.
And
the meat
but
just falls off the bone.
It does. I do like some baby back ribs.
Mm, mm.
So I have a video here. If you are interested, guys, it is, I guess, the title of tonight's show. I've been seeing a bit popping up lately, and anyone who watches Joe Rogan would have probably seen. There's two guys that he's had on a couple of times that have been developing this theory about.
Let me guess, Graham Hancock.
Possibly. Have you
me had to go to college.
seen any of that shit?
Oh yeah, I saw
Oh,
that. That
yeah.
was a couple years ago, right?
Is that the we're getting the
Species.
dating wrong and shit's older than we think?
Species with Amnesia is one of
Yeah.
his, something like that.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, that's Hancock's pretty close. His stuff's pretty close. That's but he
So
always
that
turns
was
it
a
around
couple
and
of
goes to
years
Aries,
ago. Interesting, because there's been some recent stuff with that.
Oh,
Unless
he did another interview. I haven't watched Rogan in a while.
Did you ever look into any of what he talks about, or you just seen him in passing, sort of thing?
Yeah, passing. Yeah.
Well, if you're talking like about the species,
And
with
Randall Carlson,
Yeah,
that's
quite
the
a
other
bit.
one. Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson.
Yes, it was a good interview. It was interesting.
Yeah. Well, this isn't them, but this guy, his channel's called the Y Files. WHY. Yes.
You pronounce
the Y
H as
Files.
H. That's interesting. Is that an Australian thing?
Yes.
Okay,
We're not
sorry,
supposed
keep going.
to.
Right.
Technically, Australian H doesn't have the her, but for some reason we do it.
It sounds good. So you were saying about the show. I interrupted
Yes,
you.
so the channel is the Y Show, and I will share it. And he's sort of compiled the theory into one video, so it's pretty decent. But I'm not going to say, whether I put much stock in it or anything at this point. That's why I thought if we have a look, I'd be interested to see what everyone else thinks. I might just speed it up one little bit. And let me know if you can't hear it.
In 1966, a well-known scientist released a book of information that could impact everyone on Earth. But before anyone could read it, it was classified by the CIA. We only learned about it a few years ago when it was declassified. But the CIA only released 57 pages of the original 284-page manuscript. And those pages have been, in the CIA's own words, sanitized. And why does the CIA think this book is so dangerous that they had to hide it from the public for 60 years and continue to hide most of it? Well, it's because the man who wrote it describes the end of the world.
So, right there,
sounds like bullshit.
I don't believe. Exactly. But that's his opinion. So ignore that sentence. The government would not fucking hide a book because it's about the end of the world, right? And that's not why they would have done it at all. And I don't think it is. But I'm interested to see what reasons you guys could think of that's not nefarious, or that they're not trying to hide, when only 50 pages of over 200-page document get released, and what does get released is sanitized.
Well, what's the book about, really? Is it about military? If it were about, for example, that aircraft carriers are going to ultimately drop their reactors in the sea and kill all the fish, um, if he knew something about U.S. military reactors, each aircraft carrier has two, as I recall. Um, if he knew something about them and he was revealing a state secret, then I could see um, an attempt to stop it. But aside
Yeah.
from that,
So basically, it's the evidence for a series of catastrophic events that have happened to the globe um, every roughly between 9 and 15,000 years. Sometimes it's 9, sometimes it's 20,000, but somewhere in there, every so often there's um, a specific catastrophe, which I'll let the video describe. But that the archaeology that we've discovered that either we can't explain or seems to be out of time, as they say, points towards us having evolved civilizations, then being almost wiped out, be it asteroid or whatever, or this specific one that he talks about, which is involved with global flooding. And that, yeah, then the few survivors have essentially start civilization again, develop technologies different to the last people, which is why we find things alongside each other, not alongside each other, on top of each other, but don't seem to fit together. And that basically, rather than our civilization being just under 9 or maybe 9,000 years old since the first known civilization, that is just the beginning of this last iteration of our civilization. And the fact that we've had more catastrophes than we realize and more often than we realize is, I think, the thing that he's implying they don't want to let out. They don't want people to know that, that thing we talk about, the dinosaur extinction, and most people kind of think that's it, and there's a few other big events about, but I always wondered, like, how are we not getting hit by shit more often? And I
Oh, you
think
mean like
this
asteroids and
theory,
comets?
yeah, asteroids and comets and stuff like that. And I think this is sort of pointing towards that. So
well, I think statistically, isn't it like every 20 something million years we're due to have a very large asteroid hit us or something like that? I can't
see,
remember now.
20 million years. That's
We just had
nothing.
the green comet pass us that passes every 50,000 years. You saw that? But even though it's 20 million miles away, I think. So,
And to cause if you had an asteroid that was half a kilometer wide, I don't think it'd destroy all life on Earth. But if it landed somewhere or in the water, it's certainly going to disrupt the living F out of everything. So, yeah, but I don't hold anything with this guy's notion that humanity's been restarted several times, or I just think it's something that has a lot of appeal. There was a science fiction book called Nightfall by Isaac Asimov that was built on this principle, where a society would collapse because of the strange orbit of this particular planet, and every so many thousand years, it wouldn't be able to see the sun, so to speak, and it would. But that was, I can't remember the logic behind it, but I remember the book. And I think these sort of stories have a lot of appeal in the same way religions do. They come up with a meme that sort of rings true.
Yeah.
Well, that's just what based on no evidence on my part. That's my instinctive response. But you know what? You only just started playing the videos.
Well, yeah. I'll press play again. But just to answer John, I actually found an interesting video, just a short one that I thought we might, if we have time, look at after this. That is the latest explanation for what was that place we were talking about, Bro Joe, where those big H-shaped stones are cut really precisely?
It had a name like Puntaka or something.
Yeah, is it Pumapunktu or something like that?
Machu Picchu. I don't know.
Pangua, something like that.
The big H blocks.
Oh no, that was the temples. 3 levels of temples, and the further they dug down, the archaeology was more advanced. The further they went back in time, rather than less advanced, which points towards this idea of civilizations rising and disappearing a lot longer as well as items being dug up in layers that firstly they shouldn't be in, but then contain, for example, aluminium alloys, which you can think, okay, and it's formed in an asteroid or something, but these things have been worked and have perfectly circular holes cut right through them, implying that they were attached to something and they're a piece of a tool or machinery or something, and they're down with plesiosaur bones and things. It's like something's not right. Something's not adding up there. But yeah, I don't know where I was going with that one, so let's just play the video.
There's a lot of different explanations for a lot of different things, even when it comes to the buildings themselves, where there's I forgot what it is, but there's illustrations drawn in the old Masonic Bible where it shows the forming of like old structures, and it actually looks like the process of creating and making forms for pouring concrete. So it makes a lot of sense, especially when you see forms that are identical, like the H blocks you have there, and wherever that place is, and also it explains a lot.
You've spoiled me video, PJ.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
You ruined everything.
So that's what they've discovered, but don't worry, they're still. Just raised.
See you later.
Yeah, show's over. No,
sorry.
It all it did is we now know how. We know what they did, right? We still don't know how the fuck they did it. So these massive stones that we could not figure, because they're rock, right? How the hell they cut them? Well, it took them years and years and just every kind of test they could come up with, but they finally discovered that there was biological matter in it. Not biological, organic, sorry.
Oh, okay,
yes, in the stone. And that is an impossibility.
Well, like tree sap or something, right? Because trees could grow
no
stone.
Animal and human.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, humans have been sacrificed. Sorry.
But how do they get inside solid stone, right? Then what they've discovered is that it isn't stone. It's this ancient form of concrete where they use molds and they set these things like big formed statues. We have not figured out the technology of how they did it. and we can't make anything like it. It's a polymer. What do they call it? A polymer something or other, that you would, for all intents and purposes, identify as actual, not igneous rock.
I was going to say basalt, volcanic rock.
Maybe it is igneous, because yeah.
Well, that has something to do with the age and the time too, doesn't it? Because if you take a certain ingredient, put into the mix over time and age, will draw out naturally. It will bring it back to its natural form of identified as a rock rather than something more
Oh, I see
constructed.
what you're saying, but that
Can you
we're
somehow?
talking big amounts of time for that.
That's why they say they have to be like 12,000 to 25,000 years old, because the time it
Yeah,
would take for the
okay.
rocks to extrude that. I don't know what they add to it, some type of lye or something that can be that naturally gets drawn out over time to make it more natural stone than it would have been
Uh,
before.
can we make sure
So,
that we're not being punked by ancient aliens type guys? Where would we read about this concrete type of
uh,
um,
do
substance?
do we just want to go straight to that video?
Yeah,
Maybe.
okay.
Um, that makes sense. Actually, I'll play this while I find it. I didn't have it ready. So.
In 1966, former McDonnell Douglas engineer Dr. Chan Thomas released a book called The Adam and Eve Story. Now, that title might sound like he's being cute, but he's actually being literal. This book is about the end of the world as we know it.
Hey,
What's up?
is this one of those stories where you scare the hell out of us? Didn't you wrap it up with a happy ending?
Well, you're half right.
No, no. If I soil my bowl again, you gotta remember to edit that out.
They didn't know you had an accident. You just told them.
Well,
Thomas presents evidence of a coming shift in the Earth's poles that creates a cataclysm. And Thomas says these pole shifts are cyclical, that on regular intervals, a disaster wipes out almost all human life, and we start over again in the Stone Age. He says we're actually the sixth advanced civilization to evolve on Earth. There may have been even more civilizations that have been here, but the further back you go, the harder it is to know for sure, because some of these civilizations occupied continents that no longer exist. Now, Thomas isn't the first scientist to publish this theory. In 1958, almost 10 years before the Adam and Eve story, Charles Hapgood published The Earth's Shifting Crust, which discussed the Earth crustal displacement hypothesis. This theory says that sometimes the Earth spins really fast and the continents are rearranged. When Hapgood proposed the idea of continental drift, it was called pseudoscience. But Hapgood had his supporters. In fact, Albert Einstein wrote the forewords for 2 of his books. Now, of course, we know that Hapgood was right. The continents do move. They drift apart and collide together over and over again, and have done so for almost 4 billion years. Pangea was the supercontinent.
So there's for me another aspect of this that I think I had ignored. We know that nearly every major discovery, like, things from the shape of the Earth, our position in the solar system, things like gravity, and always opposed the powers at the time, or the belief at the time, the churches at the time, and they were thought of as you're crazy, you're a loon, you're possessed by the devil. And then they ended up being right, as we know.
Mm.
And are we ignorant to be always dismissing things just because it doesn't agree with what we think we know? It's like that supporting the left because it's on the left.
Mm.
I just don't know if we're honest with ourselves about that.
Well, you certainly make a point, but the fact that we can be wrong doesn't mean that this guy
Doesn't
is
mean we
right.
are. That's
Yeah,
right.
it doesn't
That's
mean that
right.
we're always wrong, and it doesn't mean that,
No.
for example, this guy said in here, because we know continental drift happens, but he inserted in there a bit about continental drift happening very, very fast. And I don't know what he means by very fast?
By very, very fast. No.
Does he mean that the continents, for example, today, the continents could drift back together in the space of 10 years? Does he mean that? I don't know.
So it's to do. He mentioned the magnetic shift, didn't he?
Yeah, the poles
So-
shift.
So that part starts to get pretty full out, but really, because it's he. So this magnetic shift is meant to happen very quickly, and by very quickly, essentially instantly. But what that means is, hang on, someone's at the back.
Tell them I said
Who is
hi.
out the back? Nope, whoever it was, it must have been Silver. Let themselves in.
Did you see the recent story? The thing with because the Earth's core came to a stop like 2009 or something that was slowing down, and now it
Yes, it's
might be in
slowing
a pause
down.
and going in the opposite direction.
I
And this
saw
happened-
that.
Which?
So.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's as a scientist, I appreciate sort of debunked it. It's sort of half exaggeration, half bullshit. But keep going.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So this pole shift is going to happen quite fast, and it's going to stop the Earth spinning. Apparently.
No.
Very suddenly. Yeah. So it
How
is going
could-
to wipe out most of the Earth, and the oceans, as we all know, if the Earth stopped, the oceans won't. So the Earth is going to be inundated. We will then hit an instant ice age, and within 4 hours, the Earth would be in an ice age. And because we've stopped spinning, the sun will stop moving in the sky, and half of us will be cooking, and the other half will be frozen.
Sounds like this stoner surfer belief, like, well, think about the waves, man.
It does.
Catching
It
them
does,
waves,
yeah.
bro.
I'd like to know where all the Earth's momentum is supposed to go if it suddenly disappears.
Yeah.
Is it going to go vacation on Mars?
It's like a Duncan
I
yo-yo. You just have to wait.
don't know, but I'm pretty sure he will possibly answer
Centrifugal
that
forces
question.
have to reach around and pull
Okay.
back upon itself, right? To have some type of there's always a opposite or an action for every reaction for every action.
Yeah. At this point, am I to assume that because the magnetic poles flipped, that stopped the Earth spinning? That means that the magnetic poles are causing the Earth spin?
Well, I'm thinking of
No.
think of like a centrifugal force clutch, almost like it's spinning in the center and it has to have weight to it to pull on the outside to pull the Earth with it. So what's stopping
Okay,
that grab and just causing the center to slop and slow down that loses its grip on that Earth that's supposedly supposed to be having the momentum to move. So the Earth eventually is going to have to slow down, and if it has to go the other way, it's going to have to come back around with it, almost like a winding wheel type deal, toy.
Okay.
A continent that broke apart to form the land masses.
Grasp, I guess.
Hey?
It's easy for me to imagine, but hard to grasp. The work.
Yeah.
Actually, the workings of it to stop that pull that it always has when you have all the magma and connections of volcanoes and rock and all that connected to itself. That's obviously,
Well, he reads. So he's referring to this document, and a book written by the guy, and so he does read a portion, explaining all of that, what happens when they shift, and then the resulting catastrophe that happens to the Earth.
The only thing that could really happen naturally, I think, for it to lose its grip, if you think about all the veins and all that travel through the Earth to its surface for these volcanic, islands and what we have, dormant or not, they're still under there. So it would have to be a loss of pressure, right? There's had to be like some kind of big volcanic event where it would lose all that pressure on itself to lose that grasp on the veins it has on a planet that's turning. So then it would be something.
Do you know? I can't grasp any of what you're saying, but it is lining up with what he says.
Right on.
something about like half of the Earth's going to be basically molten.
It would have to
Not
be because you have to lose the pressure for that force of that wheel to stop to lose its spokes. So it just spin on its own hub. And that's the only way I would see it stopping itself if that's what's the momentum of turning it is itself.
yeah,
So I can
and
see how it
that's
would work
going to
in
like
physics.
that force is just going to like brute force move all of the plates.
So that would explain like the movement would come from an internal rather than some external planet coming in and spinning us halfway around or switching our poles. It would be an internal thing. Kind of makes a weird sense if you get fun
I
with
know a
it.
little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I don't want to interrupt the video. Keep going.
No.
Well, I know a little bit about why planets become tidally locked. Not a physicist, but essentially, if you were to take a snapshot of planet Earth right now, you would notice that uh, the water that's pointed towards the sun tends to be pointed towards the water that faces the sun is bulging out towards the sun.
Yeah.
And paradoxically, it's somewhat bulging out away on the opposite side as well because of physics. But and we're all familiar with the tides, and we have the moon also pulling on our surface as well. But what is, if you go just a little bit farther, in a sense, the whole planet is being stretched by the gravitational pull of the sun right now. So imagine that you took a rubber ball and kind of squeezed it so it pointed a bit towards the sun and was a bit narrow on the sides. And now imagine that this thing that's pointed towards the sun starts to rotate. Well, it's still always rotating, but it's starting to rotate away from the sun. Well, the sun is still pulling on that protrusion, even though it's moving away from the sun. And the fact that the sun is pulling on that gradually slows our rotation. And that's why planets that are, for example, there are so many tidally locked planets in our lovely little universe. And the closer you are to your own sun, the more likely you are to be tidally locked. And a good example is the moon. The moon is tidally locked to Earth. It used to rotate, doesn't anymore. And even though there's no water on it, of course, but even the moon is, in a sense, stretched towards the Earth. And that fact leads to tidal locking. I hope I explained that properly. But
Yeah.
it was really
Yeah.
weird when I learned about it.
The way I heard it, and you may have said it like this, was that essentially the bulge sits there. It does go forwards a bit with the rotation of the Earth, but the gravity
Yeah.
of the sun pulls it back. So it essentially sits in one spot, and the Earth moves under that bulge. And that drag on the Earth is slowing the spin down. Is that what you said?
Yeah, a little. It's right now, for example,
So it's a
the gravity is trying to stretch our planet towards the sun,
Yeah.
and that stretch doesn't vanish instantly as the Earth rotates. So there's always going to be some
Yeah.
drag, and of course it's always happening because there's always a part facing towards the sun, and that part is always moving a bit. If now a physicist might say, "Well, that my explanation is clumsy," and he'd probably be right, but that's how it was explained to me. And I
Well, you did
attended
well
to
enough to get me
university.
to understand it, so
Mm.
you didn't do
There you
too
go.
bad.
Masses
Yeah,
that
it's like
exist
there's
today. But before
Sorry.
No, it's almost like settling. When things settle, they succumb to the object that it'll succumb to the object that has more mass to it. It'll, like you're talking about, the moon stops spinning to face itself. Eventually, everything's going to come to some type of I don't want to say equilibrium, but a standstill.
Yeah.
Mm.
Before Pangaea, there was the supercontinent Gondwana, which existed for 400 million years. Before Gondwana, there was Pannotia. Before that, Rodinia, Columbia, Atlantica, Arctica, Kennerland, Ur, and Valbara. These were all supercontinents that eventually broke apart and reformed. After working with Einstein and a few other scientists, Charles Hapgood released the book The Path of the Pole as an update to his previous theories. In this book, Hapgood suggested that the Earth's poles are constantly moving. Again, this piece of pseudoscience was eventually proven true. Hapgood believed that a pole shift between 15 and 40 degrees occurred around 9600 BC, or 11,600 years ago. Younger Dryas. Now, the Piri-Reis map is something that has baffled scientists for hundreds of years. On the Piri-Reis map is the continent of Antarctica, but Antarctica wasn't discovered until 1820, and Piri-Reis claimed the information on his map came from much older maps. If Charles Hapgood was right and the Earth's axis was shifted 15 degrees from where it is now, Antarctica wouldn't be completely covered in ice. Hapgood believed an Ice Age civilization, long forgotten, mapped the coast thousands of years ago. Though many of Hapgood's theories have proven to be true, the Ice Age pole shift is still controversial. We do know the poles shift over time. We also know the continents drift over a very long period of time. But Dr. Chan Thomas, in his book The Adam and Eve Story, says the shift happens in less than a day. Chan Thomas describes in detail what this will be like, and it's worse than any Hollywood disaster movie ever conceived. Far worse.
The biggest game of musical chairs you ever done.
Chan Thomas begins his book with a chapter that describes exactly what we'll experience during this pole shift event. But before we get into it, now might be a good time to hit pause and grab fresh underwear.
I've learned to listen to him when he says that.
With a rumble so low.
Did you say the world's biggest game of musical chairs?
Yeah.
Yes. I rather like that.
That's good.
Was to be inaudible, then fueling into a thundering roar, the earthquake starts. Only it's not like any earthquake in history. In California, mountains shake like ferns in a breeze. A mighty Pacific rears back and piles up into a mountain of seawater more than 2 miles high, then starts its race eastward. The wind attacks, shredding everything in supersonic bombardment. The mountain of Pacific seawater follows the wind eastward, burying Los Angeles and San Francisco as if they were but grains of sand. Across the continent, the 1,000-mile-per-hour wind wreaks unholy vengeance everywhere, mercilessly.
Here's why there's such violent wind. The Earth spins about 1,000 miles per hour. We don't feel this because everything is spinning together. The land, the water, the atmosphere. And Thomas says that when the pole shift happens, the Earth's air and water...
What was that?
I said, I can't imagine why the government wouldn't want to tell you if any of this was going to happen.
This is the point I was trying to get at. And now it sounds conspiratorial when I say, well, the dude was talking about the end of the earth, and so the government's trying to hide it. Yeah, of course you're going to get a conspiracy, but I wouldn't be presenting this. I'm a pretty skeptical person, as you all know, and the first one to cry woo. But I don't know. It's just I haven't found too much wrong with this. Yes, there's some speculation in it, but
no, I'm just saying if the government didn't know that something big might happen, they
there's no way they would know.
Just to prevent.
Yeah, they wouldn't want.
Right?
Yeah,
you don't want to panic.
What would be happening is they would be getting their top people to figure out. We need to make sure that we are the few that survive.
Right. Walmart Mountain.
Yeah. Right. Mac, there's a link in your chat if you want.
Continue to spin, but the land masses stop.
In many places, the Earth's molten sublayer breaks through and spreads a sea of white, hot liquid fire. In a fraction of a day, all vestiges of civilization are gone, and the great cities, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Dallas, New York, Boston, are nothing but legends. Barely a stone is left where millions walked just a few hours ago.
Now think of what would happen if you were in a car going 1,000 miles per hour that suddenly stopped. Now think of what would happen if a large city going 1,000 miles per hour suddenly stopped. Skyscrapers would collapse. Millions of people would be thrown around like they were in a food processor. Very few people would survive that. But survivors are the unlucky ones, because moving across the country at the speed of sound is a 2-mile-high wall of water, mud, and debris.
South America finds the Andes not high enough to stop the violence. In less than a day, the entire continent is burned by molten earth fire, buried under miles of violent seas, then turned into a frozen hell. Everything freezes. Man, beast, plant, and...
Big Z laughing at the
Atlas shrug.
What a lot of shit. Just fuck off. You know, who is this guy? Like, I understand, I like his goldfish, and I like what he's doing, but...
Oh, no, this dude's just a YouTuber. Like, he talks about any random thing. Like,
sure, but this isn't true. And like, oh, like
Yeah,
so
he's
the
not
Earth.
saying it is. He's presenting it.
He's presenting the argument in favor of this.
Yeah.
Well, okay. It's
Yeah.
still
If you think it's bullshit, the people that you would say are bullshit is Russell and the other dude that Brojo said that I keep forgetting.
Graham Hancock. They mentioned
Hancock, that's the one. Yeah, and they're not like they're proper scientists too, Big Z. Like I looked into them a bit, and they're not like just fringe kind of dudes.
Lab coats
Well,
and safety
remember,
glasses and everything.
they could be. You can be a scientist and still be schizotypal.
Oh yes,
You have strange ideas, and for example, why would the Earth stop spinning and then start spinning again, and then stop and then start? Oh, come on, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
there would have
just
to be some other
explained
force
the
pulling on it, like a
stopping
yo-yo.
Did
You
we
can't have a
miss
push without a pull.
like why has the Earth stopped?
He's tired of his shit.
He hasn't. He said it's because the poles would shift, and I don't know why a magnetic change would eliminate conservation of momentum like that. I think it's just these are just interesting ideas. We saw
Yeah.
people freeze solid within seconds, and it was fun. I like these disaster movies. I've seen some of the disaster movies on this clip he's showing.
Yeah.
But at least one of them was real. If you have a comet or an asteroid hit in the middle of the ocean, there are going to be 100-foot, more than 100-foot tall waves. They could be a mile or something.
Tsunami time.
Yeah,
Catch some
like
good
ultimate
waves.
tsunami.
Right on.
Oh, well.
Mud in less than 4 hours.
When the shift happens, the land on Earth stops moving, so the sun stops moving in the sky. That means one side of the Earth is going to get really hot and the other side really cold. A temperature drop of 180 degrees. That means even the warmest parts of the planet are going to be 80 degrees below zero. Everything is frozen solid within 4 hours.
Europe cannot escape.
No.
The Alps, Pyrenees, Urals are.
Yeah. An objection?
Well, the moment the sun goes down, yes, the temperature falls, but if you take the amount of time between sunset and sunrise, it doesn't fall below zero in most parts of the world, certainly not in the Amazon. Jesus Christ. Anyway, sorry, I should shut up because I'm...
No, you shouldn't. That's the point of doing this, is to debunk it.
All right, far away.
Yeah. So the idea is that because the Earth stops spinning, the backside will go to minus so many 100 degrees Celsius, right?
It would certainly
be like the moon.
That's
Be like
so
the moon.
cold. Huh?
Yeah. But not in 4 hours. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, no.
Right, yeah. Because
where did that snap freeze come from? I don't think that's to do with the sun. It can't be.
It just
have to
takes
watch
longer
this
to
again.
dissipate heat. You could look at the Earth as the Earth's weather is basically a heat exchange system, where heat hits at the equator and moves up towards the poles. And because hot air rises, cold air comes underneath the hot air, and flows its way back to the equator, and air circulates that way, and same for water. Well, anyway, you get the idea.
Yeah, okay.
Are shrunken, then heaved even higher when the wall of seawater strikes. Western Africa and the sands of the Sahara vanish. The fury marches on for 6 days. During the 6th day, the ocean starts to settle. The Bay of Bengal Basin just east of India is now at the North Pole. The Pacific Ocean just west of Peru is at the South Pole. New ice caps begin to form in the new polar areas. Greenland and Antarctica, now rotating equatorially, emerge with verdant tropical foliage.
Thomas is predicting a 90-degree shift to the Earth's axis, basically turning the planet on its side. The poles move to the equator, and the equator moves to the poles.
New York lies at the bottom of the Atlantic, covered by unbelievable amounts of mud. Of San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, and Boston, not a trace is left. The cataclysm has done its work and drives the pitiful few who survive into a new Stone Age. We join Noah, Adam and Eve, Atlantis, Mu, and Olympus. And Jesus joins Osiris, Tahora, Zeus, and Vishnu.
In the first chapter of his book, Dr. Thomas paints a terrifying future. But how likely is it? In the next few chapters, Thomas goes on to not only prove his pole shift is possible, that it's happened before and will happen again very soon. In fact, there are signs that it may have already begun. Every culture has a flood myth. Abrahamic religions have Noah's
I feel
flood.
like there should have been a T in the middle of that.
Yes. I was thinking the same thing.
You were?
Yeah.
Very soon. In fact, there are signs that it may have already begun.
What?
By the way, it looks like the goldfish is
Every
watching
culture has a
TV.
flood myth.
It's got a floating TV screen in front of it. It just looks like that, but you see? There's
it does too.
yeah, I think it's.
And he's
I don't
even
think it's-
looking at it.
Yeah,
I do like his goldfish. I've never seen this guy before. This is the first video I've seen of his, and I looked at other stuff, and yeah, there's no rhyme or reason to his channel. He reports on anything and everything.
entertainment.
Yeah,
This is like
exactly.
Ancient Aliens. We're not supposed to take it seriously. We're just supposed to have a laugh and enjoy it.
Exactly. And he talks this seriously, like about everything he talks about. So it's not because he's, trying to sell it. He's just trying to make the video sound good.
Every culture has a flood myth. Abrahamic religions have Noah's flood. The Mayans have the Huracan flood, where the word hurricane comes from. Ancient Hawaiians have the Nu'u flood. The Sumerians wrote about a flood in Gilgamesh. Europe, Asia, Pacific Islanders, and native tribes from all over America. They all talk about a great flood that cleansed the earth so civilization could start again. Now, one myth is just folklore. Two myths are a coincidence. 40 flood myths? This starts to look less like a myth and more like actual history. Now, on this channel, we typically associate great floods with the end of the last ice age, the Younger Dryas. And core samples provide solid evidence that this happened. But what's interesting is, Thomas said the last great flood wasn't 11,500 years ago, but 6,500 years ago. Now, in the 1960s, there was very little, if any, proof of this. But a few years ago, archaeologists found evidence of the Gunyu flood myth in China. Evidence of a great flood has been found in the Mediterranean and in the Black Sea. These discoveries put the flood between 6,500 and 7,000 years ago, more recent than the Younger Dryas, and right when Thomas says it happened. Chan Thomas provides the dates of other floods. The Younger Dryas is about 11,500 years ago. Before that, a flood 18,500 years ago. And this is exactly the time when the Bering Land Bridge went underwater. Before that, 29,000 years ago, which was the end of the Wisconsin glacial period. And before that, 43,800 years ago. But global floods aren't controversial. We know they happened. What is controversial is the claim that advanced civilizations existed before each of the floods. Mainstream archaeology and paleontology say the first civilization emerged in Mesopotamia 6,500 years ago. But what if that was just the last reboot?
Ooh, like the Batman movies?
Exactly.
The Dark Knight Rises is the best one.
Can we discuss Batman later? I'm trying to talk about the end of the world here.
Ooh, that's why I keep interrupting.
Coward. When we look at the erosion around the base of the Great Sphinx, we see patterns that were formed by running water. Vast amounts of water moving at tremendous speeds. But if this is water erosion, that means the Sphinx was created before the last flood 6,500 years ago, which is before the emergence of the Egyptian civilization. Archaeologists hate that idea. And they really hate the idea that the Sphinx was built over 10,000 years ago. But there's other evidence of a cataclysmic pole shift, specifically of a great mud flood and a sunken continent.
Do you mean?
I mean Atlantis.
It's Jemima!
Chan Thomas makes some pretty extreme claims in the Adam and Eve story. Extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. In his dialogues, Plato famously introduced the world to Atlantis, the advanced utopian society that was destroyed in a cataclysm. Now, until definitive proof of Atlantis is found, it will continue to be considered a mythical land. But that won't and shouldn't stop people from looking for it. There is a geological feature in Northwest Africa called the Roo Chat structure, also called the Eye of the Sahara. It's about the right size and shape for Atlantis. Plato described the city as concentric rings with a waterway flowing out. But even among Atlantis believers, there's debate about whether this is a man-made structure or a natural one. But what I find fascinating is near the Eye of the Sahara and all over the planet, you'll see large ripples in the landscape. Now, on the ground, these look like rolling hills, but they're actually about 50 feet high, the size of a 5-story building. And they were caused by water, a lot of water.
This is one of the craziest things you'll ever see.
These ripples, repeated ripples in an area where there's nothing else like it.
This is the fingerprints of the flood. That's what it is.
Actually, I think that's the cause.
The water
That's
here,
the result
Joe,
of an ice
the
dam.
way to visualize.
I was gonna pause and go, Big Zit.
Yeah, there's a thing that can happen where you have an ice dam, where you have an enormous amount of ice that's holding back an enormous amount of water.
Oh, yes.
And when it finally breaks and it flows over the ground in a sudden deluge, it causes ripples in the ground. And you notice how they look like ripples in sand
Yeah.
near the shore. If you've ever been to the beach, they kind of look like that. Of course, these
Yeah.
are enormous. And these are in the U.S. plains, I think, as I recall. And it sounds weird, but if you have an enormous amount of, like if you have an ice age, and then it starts to warm up again, you can end up with a lot of ice holding back a lot of water, and then it finally breaks, and when it breaks, it goes whole hog. So, anyway.
God, you're good
This,
do what I
just
can.
again begin to.
It's because you know stuff. See, I don't know that sort of stuff. But I would assume that for an ice dam to work, the ice would need to be essentially a plug in the middle of, say, two big land masses. Like, because if these things are as big as I'm thinking they are, how big is the glacier got to be, and how?
Well, how much water is held back and then flows over land? I don't know. I can't remember. But if you, of course, but people, if you have an ice age, and say in Canada compared to the U.S., snow keeps falling and falling until there's so much snow that it's all compressed, rock solid, literally, and
Yeah.
and then the temperature change and the whole area is becoming warm. Well, the water would tend to sort of collect, but still be held back by enormous amounts of ice, even at the edge. And when that finally cracks, it's good luck to you.
Which I completely get that. Just meaning specific to this picture that we're looking at. I wish we could get like a 360-degree view, because I'm wondering, is it a big flat expanse? That's when I wouldn't understand the plug idea. You would need, I can see some mountains, obviously, off to the right top corner in the distance there. Maybe we're in the middle of a bowl or something, but there needs to be mountains for a plug to work. You can't just have like a glacier sitting on a big flat expanse. No water's going to dam behind it.
You know, you need someone smarter and more knowledgeable than me to explain it. But in a sense, when you look at areas, for example, not all of these perpetual hills are 5 stories high. There are plenty of them that are sort of rolling, and they're evidence that there was an ice dam and that there was water held behind it. But you need maybe you can look around.
Well, actually, let's be specific. What we are looking at is only evidence of water.
Mm-hmm.
The glacier bit, we don't. I mean, there may be evidence for a glacier, but those are not evidence of the glacier. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm listening.
We have to presuppose the glacier.
You know, I guess we'd have to interrupt ourselves and do Google searches and hope that the results we got were good.
Does anyone else know what I mean? Like, we say that that these are formed when that happens, but have we witnessed that occur?
You can do an experiment with, if you wanted to, you could have.
Oh yes, no, I agree absolutely. The physics of what you describe is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Have we witnessed that? Have we seen glaciers bust and this sort of thing happening? You know,
Yeah, well, it is counterintuitive. You would imagine that bits of water, like when glaciers are melting now, um, we have a lot of water flow underneath the glacier and sort of seeping underneath it. The idea of an ice dam seems extraordinary, but maybe there are reasons for that to be the case, and that I just don't know enough.
yeah. It's not. It doesn't seem like the idea of an ice dam makes sense to me, because when you've seen like big, massive chunks of a glacier fall off,
Mm.
it's not a slow process. So I could imagine a glacier with a weakness in it that's been worked at by water. At some point, it's going to go catastrophic, and that's not going to be a slow process. So I completely understand the physics of that, and that's a thing. What
Oh,
I'm
here
trying
it is.
we have this tendency, right, to go, we've learnt this thing that water does this, makes these ripples.
Hmm.
And then we say, but how did these ripples get there? Well, it must have been a glacier.
Mm.
Have we ever seen it? Or is that just, we're just inferring?
I have some. If you want to check this out later, there's it's called the Missoula floods, and it's in a very specific part of the U.S. and it's Missoula. So Missoula, if you were to pronounce it like that, Missoula floods. And I think what happens is you suppose you get a bottleneck in just from natural geography, and a glacier is coming down. It can easily sort of plug up, and you can have a lake behind it. And it went down apparently the Columbia River Gorge at the last ice age, and you ended up having sudden ruptures of an ice dam. But so I was leaving an enormous part of this out, that this wasn't just any glacier coming down a hill or something. This was a really weird particular thing in a part of the world that lends itself to creation of an ice dam. And
Yeah.
where
Sorry,
is
Pixie, I saw that.
So, anyway, I will shut up now.
Oh, no. So, yeah.
The Columbia
Well,
River
I
is
think,
an absolutely
I think,
enormous
am I sounding like I'm asking for evidence that an ice dam exists? Because that's not what I'm asking.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, no. What
Maybe
I
I'm
mean is in your mind, could there be another explanation for a large amount of water to go through an area?
Sure, we have that, well, through an area. Like we can see that now in a place like Niagara Falls. You just see, holy shit, that's an enormous amount of water going
No, I
over.
mean an area that it's not normally in, very
Oh,
suddenly, and lots of it, and then it's gone again.
yeah, it happened in the Black Sea because that
Oh,
area
good,
where
yes.
Turkey cuts off the Black Sea from the Mediterranean. That was normally previously a land bridge that blocked off the two areas, and there's evidence for those two levels, the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, were at two different levels. The Black Sea was much lower. And when that earth dam finally collapsed, there was incredible flooding all around the Black Sea. So if you were living near the shore, you were in fucking trouble because you had to pick up and move, and it was slow enough for you to move. But every time you moved, you'd have to get up and then move again because there was more and more water. It's crazy.
Yeah. So what I'm very poorly trying to get at is, so let's say we say, all right, those very specific ones we're looking at right there were caused by a glacier dam breakage.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 20 years' time, we discover some more evidence, and it was caused by a flood caused by something completely different, right?
Okay.
And we go, okay, and we start saying that. The problem I have is that we're not here saying this could have been caused by a glacier. We say it was, and that's where I take issue. When in reality we go, but that's our best option and the most likely. I agree, but we're not saying that. We're saying we talk like it is. And when we talk like it is, we start to think that's how it is. And we close our mind to the option that it was something else. Do you see what I'm saying? When, if those ripples are the only evidence, there's no physical evidence of the glacier. There's only the physical evidence of the resulting water from the supposed breakage of this glacier. Then we are presupposing the existence of that glacier and that those were caused by that process, by their own existence. That's, do you know what I mean?
Sure. In other words, we naturally look at the evidence and wonder what might have caused it, and we could be wrong. Like I
think we go a little further than that. I think we like to think we know when we actually don't.
Well, we
I
have.
could be wrong. No one else is piping in.
Maybe they're waiting for me to shut
up. What do you
up.
think, Rojo? Do you understand what I'm getting at?
I don't know if you saw, I was BRB. I had to step away.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
I just got back, and I think Pixie wants a link.
Oh, sorry, Pixie.
And Matson is out there wants a link.
God. Bro, he's not even here and he's doing my job for me.
Can you fit 10 or only 6?
10.
Oh.
There you go, Pixie. Does Richard
keeping Jill out today, guys?
Hey?
I'm telling them you're keeping Jill out today.
Yeah, that's why I haven't posted it. If anyone has a way to give Richard the link, I suppose I'll just not let Jill in.
Well, yeah, you can just the link and just not let him in.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Aren't we mean?
Well, sometimes
can someone post a link for me?
Sometimes it ain't.
No worries.
I don't make the rules.
To think of tsunami. Here, what you have to.
Oh yes, Pixie would be dying to get in. She would have a million opinions about this stuff.
Visualize is a tsunami.
Yeah, PJ, you there?
Oh yeah, man.
Did you hear what I was rambling on about very poorly?
Well, I was keeping up with you guys talking about the glacier and the bottlenecking of the possibility of the Americas on that one, and then you're talking about kind of got lost a little bit.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. That's my fault.
Well, I
have this idea in my head. I'm just expressing it very poorly.
Remind me of a really
Richard. Good to see you. Hi, Pixie.
So I'll see if I can do it this way. Oh, hi, Pixie.
Hey, Pixie.
So I'll use archaeology as an example, and I'm
I know
not
where
saying
you're
this is
going,
the case.
Sammy.
Oh, thank you, Pixie.
So
Go, take it.
while it would make sense, right, that it was caused by glaciers because of the ice age and all of that,
Yep.
it actually doesn't take a lot of ice to create something like this. You can have a thin layer, thin sheet of ice, and it will cause something like this, right? Also, you can just have objects that get icy that create patterns like this. For example, the moving rocks in the desert, right? Nobody could figure out how these rocks were moving. Come to find out, when it gets cold overnight, they're gathering these thin layers of ice. And as that ice melts, it's pushing the rocks across the desert and making these trails because the surface is uneven, right? So while we can look at it and say, yeah, we had an ice age, this is probably glacial. The thing is, we don't know it's glacial.
Yeah, okay. That's what I wanted someone to say.
There you go. Well, it might be a reasonable conclusion to say that an ice dam broke and a huge amount of water was released. And it might be
without a doubt. And in all honesty,
it might be
the
the
most
best.
likely.
Yeah, it might be the best conclusion to draw given the evidence we have. But evidence is always the evidence for it might even improve, or it might lessen because
yeah, that's true. Good lesson.
And when I
it
say
usually
improve, I mean
improves.
someone else will learn for me, and then I'll pretend to be really smart by just repeating what other people say.
Yeah. Oh, and let me peace and respect, Richard.
Peace and
Is
respect.
Richard coming in? There he
Is
is.
it?
Or he's already here. Whichever.
Also, Sammy, a very thin layer of ice can hold back a lot of water, provided that water melted slowly and wasn't rushing at that thin barrier. So it wouldn't take a big barrier to hold back water.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
provided that water was melting slowly and not rushing at that ice barrier.
If you were to look at above ground swimming pools, an enormous amount of water that's extremely heavy pushing against plastic fabric or whatever it is, and it's held back. And if you've ever seen one of those things split open, it's quite amazing.
Exactly. So the barrier, like if we're assuming like glacial, and that barrier is melting slowly melting, and it's holding back water from ice that has slowly melted, it would take quite a long time to break that barrier in a way that the water's going to flood, right? For a long time, that thin ice could hold back a lot of water.
Well, and the evidence, I think those are called the scablands. I think they mentioned that in the video. And so, because they're like little scabs all over the landscape.
Sweeping over the land that's over 1,000 feet deep. And it's sweeping down over this land at probably 200 or 300 million cubic feet per second, which is an inconceivable amount of water.
But Atlantis isn't the only place lost to this disaster. On the other side of the world, we have another lost continent. This is called the Land of Mu. Mu is described by Augustus Le Plongeon and later by James Churchward, both of whom translated very old texts from the Maya and India. Both of these cultures, on opposite sides of the world, describe a vast continent in the Pacific that reached Hawaii in the north, and as far south as Easter Island, and as far west that it almost reached the islands of Japan. James Bramwell and William Scott Elliott, both proponents of this theory, claim the continent was destroyed in a cataclysm 11,500 years ago. There's that date again. The Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan is said to be...
Hey?
Well, I mean, if a continent sank below the surface of the sea, I'm sure that can happen. It can happen during earthquakes. But, I mean, wouldn't there be evidence of this enormous continent below the surface of the Pacific Ocean?
We have mapped the physical shape of our ocean. I believe last time I looked, it was at 3 or 4%. So, yeah.
I think over long
the world's
periods,
bigger than we think, unfortunately. But yeah,
I think over long periods of time, the shape of land masses and what we perceive as land masses has to change.
Sure.
And not just because of rising sea levels or sometimes even lowering sea levels, right? If the sea level drops, we gain land. If the sea level rises, we lose land. But even beyond that, right? You look at what's happening with like the indigenous people in Alaska, right? They are slowly losing their land. Their island is going to be gone, and they are going to have to go to mainland Alaska at some point, unfortunately, right? And that's because it's getting too warm. And their island works the way it works because it's always been protected by these big layers of permafrost. But as it's getting warmer and this permafrost is melting, the water and the wind is taking chunks and chunks out of this island. I mean, it's just claiming more and more land, and the island is getting smaller and smaller, right? At some point, if they lose their permafrost, that island is gone. And it's not like you can look at the ocean floor and see that island because it's being eaten slowly, right? It's just taking off chunks of the exterior of the island, little bits at a time as that permafrost is gone. So once that island's gone, I don't know that I can look at the ocean floor and be like, oh, there was an island here, right? And so I think in much the same way, we can lose evidence of previously existing land masses.
Depending on how it sank.
Yeah,
The underwater ruins.
So I might go back 10 seconds so we get context.
It's so funny. I happened to have watched this video about a week ago. I don't know why.
I didn't, but I watched a similar one that went over the same thing, same kinds of things.
I probably sent those to you guys. Sorry, I've kind of been on this recurring civilizations rabbit hole for a little while.
You didn't hear me complaining, so I don't think any sorries are in order. But
I just thought it was a weird coincidence.
It's not mud flood or giants walking the earth crazy shit, at least. So.
Vast continent in the Pacific that reached Hawaii in the north and as far south as Easter Island.
What I find absolutely fascinating is that two ancient cultures, and I know we have trade and global trade and all that sort of stuff, but both talked about, if you want to call it a mythical land, that's pretty strange.
I don't know. Were they trading with each other?
Well, should we be surprised that there are mythical places in different cultures?
No.
Can I ask
they're both supposedly referring to the same place.
Yeah.
I was going to say, can I ask if we're calling the same place different things? But I think we can't. And the reason I think we can't be calling the same place different things is because the way Mu is drawn on this map compared to the way Atlantis is described, it's not consistent at all.
We've passed Atlantis. This is actually a whole different
time period. Okay.
Yeah. This is a different, I will say mythical because it hasn't been discovered.
My problem is where
it's other mythical island.
My problem is where it's located, right? Like, okay, so okay, because to not have that if it's a tsunami, we should see a landmass sticking up above the ocean floor. Underneath, like it should be there, right? Like we should be able to see it. If our ocean receded this much, there would be this island, right? Like this continent, we should see that. On top of that, like it's located in the southern hemisphere, right? So it's not the northern hemisphere. It's not something that's going to be eaten as it loses permafrost. So how? I mean, unless you think that thing is riddled with fault lines and it just split apart and crumbled as it fell. Then how did that whole continent disappear?
What I can say about this part of the earth is that it is riddled with volcanoes and tectonic lines.
But volcanoes
And-
build up. They don't.
And this
heat
is
it.
also where the most amount of islands in the world are. The Philippines, Fiji, Singapore, Samoa.
Right. So we're saying a lot of it's underwater. Do we know if there's like a lot of like is the water more shallow between these islands than it is further out?
Yes.
Because the volcano
And
would be constantly building.
think-
It wouldn't be eating them.
No, tectonic lines. They have volcanoes on them. It's not like it's all volcanoes constantly creating new land.
Right, but I'm saying even if there
lines-
was an eruption, I wouldn't expect it to eat the continent.
No, I don't think volcanoes have anything to do with it. I just simply said there's lots of volcanoes there because
Right.
there is a tech. Oh yeah, I shouldn't have mentioned volcanoes.
Because
at
of the
all.
tectonic plates, because there's that creates fault lines. I got it.
Yes, and hence volcanoes.
Okay, so do we? It is more shallow between these islands than it is surrounding it. Okay, I'm gonna look into that. Thank you.
Yeah, go and have a look on like even just Google Maps and zoom out. You see the water's like light blue in between them.
Far west that it almost reached the islands of Japan. James Bramwell and William Scott Elliott, both proponents of this theory, claim the continent was destroyed in a cataclysm 11,500 years ago. There's that date again. The Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan is said to be the underwater ruins of Mu. Nam Adal in Micronesia is considered to be the southern part of Mu. The site is full of structures made of enormous logs of volcanic rock. Nobody knows who built this or how, but their society was advanced. Just recently, LiDAR imaging from the air shows that at one time, Nam Adal had an artificial irrigation system.
Is that Berger?
Could you share my screen just real quick?
Oh,
this is on topic. It's the floor of that part of the ocean. There you go. It's pretty crazy, actually.
Ooh, thank you. That
okay.
That is not what I was. Thank you,
picture, Richard.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, isn't that part of the world, part of the Ring of Fire, where
yes,
there are all sorts of volcanoes and earthquakes?
Yeah,
there's a lot of there's a lot of action there. Yeah.
Does Australia though get earthquakes and tsunamis?
No, not generally.
I don't think so.
We get smaller ones and not tectonic ones.
You know, because I wanted to live in Cozumel after I visited there. I still kind of do, actually. I never thought I'd find somewhere I like more than the Redwood Forest, but I do. I love Cozumel. Anyway.
Where is Cozumel?
It's an island off of Mexico, but it's considered part of Mexico. Like if you've ever been to like Cancun or Playa del Carmen and you've seen lights across the water, that's the island of Cozumel.
Okay, no, I'd never heard of it, but keep going.
Yes, it's beautiful, and it's the safest place you can go in Mexico, actually, because their entire island depends on tourism, and it is super safe and super gorgeous and just kind of really laid back, and the locals are wonderful. Anyway, yeah, so I was looking into like weather and stuff because it's an island, right? And I'm thinking they have to get hurricanes, they have to get all this crazy stuff I'd have to worry about. I went and looked. Do you know how many hurricanes have hit Cozumel in the last 15 years?
2.
1.
One.
I was close.
You were
1.
close.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, maybe not so bad.
Yeah, that's good. Must be just in the right spot in that local weather.
That could bring fresh water to residents all over the area. The eastern part of Mu is Easter Island, and there could be evidence of a cataclysm there. On Easter Island are the Moai statues, and you've seen these. It's lots of heads, about 1,000 actually. And most people don't realize that these statues have bodies buried deep underground. So there are 2 options. One, whoever built the statues first dug holes, then buried 30-foot tall, 80-ton statues up to their necks, then filled in the holes. Or 2, the statues were completely above ground, but at some point were buried by something. And look at Easter Island. It's a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. At one point, 12,000 people lived there. Where did they come from? Mainstream anthropology says that people from Polynesia took a canoe out thousands of miles in the middle of the Pacific and hoped for the best. But if the continent of Mu was real, then they could have just walked there. This could also explain why Polynesian languages share similarities to Greek, and maybe why on Easter Island they worshipped a sun god called Ra, which is awfully close to the Egyptian sun god Ra. And the connections don't stop there. There are similarities between Greek, Egyptian, and even Indian gods, as if all these cultures intermingled or came from a single source. Chan Thomas lays out some good evidence for the cyclical cataclysm theory. But the big questions are how and when will it happen? Well, you're not going to like the answer.
Hey guys,
Dr.
I'm
Chan
gonna
Thomas
sign
lays out a
off.
compelling argument
So,
of 180 degrees.
I just
Love
wanted to
you.
say I had a great time, and hope to do this again. But I
No,
am.
thanks for coming, Big Z.
Oh, no, thank you for having me.
Big love.
Richard, Pixie, Plastic Jesus, and anyone I've forgotten. It's been real.
Right on. Take care, man.
Dixie.
Bye.
Bye. Where were we? About there.
Miles in the middle of the Pacific and hope for the best. But if the continent of Niue was real, then they could have just walked there. This could also explain why Polynesian languages share similarities to Greek, and maybe why on Easter Island they worshipped a sun god called Ra'ah, which is awfully close to the Egyptian sun god Ra, and the connections don't stop there. There are similarities between Greek, Egyptian, and even Indian gods, as if all these cultures intermingled or came from a single source. Chan Thomas lays out some good evidence for the cyclical cataclysm theory. But the big questions are how and when will it happen? Well, you're not going to like the answer. Dr. Chan Thomas lays out a compelling argument for a coming global cataclysm. But when? Well, to answer that, we have to understand how it happens. In the story of Adam and Eve, Thomas includes a diagram showing the cross-section of the Earth and a description of the process.
The process.
Oh yeah, the book he wrote is called Adam and Eve. Richard, do you like that?
Actually, I'm fairly familiar with all this information.
Oh yeah, you watched it last week, didn't you?
No, not just that.
Oh, okay. You've looked into it a bit, have you?
For a lot of different reasons, yeah.
Of a cataclysm is known now. Look at the cross-section of the Earth inside the front cover. You'll see two molten layers, the orange ones. The important one is the thin molten layer starting 60 miles down, extending 60 miles deeper to 120 miles below the surface of the Earth. The thick, deep molten layer starting 1,800 miles down at the bottom of the mantle and extending 1,300 miles deeper is the outer core. Seismology has proven these two orange layers to be molten, and they are white hot, over 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit.
Now, Dr. Thomas was able to predict seismic activity all over the world.
Inside the Earth, the electrical and magnetic structure of the interior makes the layers act as if they were near solid. As long as the magnetic and electrical structure of the Earth maintains its orderliness, it keeps rotating on axis in a normal manner.
Okay, hang on. Let's process that. So the magnetic and electrical structure of the interior of the Earth keeps it in an almost solid state. Gotcha.
It acts somewhat like a solid, but you know there's a lubricant somewhere, or there couldn't be tectonic plate shift.
Well, wouldn't that be the molten?
Yes, that's the 60 to 120 mile down semi-solid rock layer. They call it the shadow zone. In geology, they call it the shadow zone because it causes a time shadow for reading earthquakes through the planet, and then in the other sciences they call it the plastic zone because it acts as a semi-solid. It's a plastic.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And magnetic structure of the interior makes the layers act as if they were near solid. As long as the magnetic and electrical structure of the Earth maintains its orderliness, it keeps rotating on axis in a normal manner. Every few thousand years, the magnetic and electrical orderliness in the shallow molten layer is disorganized, to the extent that the shallow molten layer is allowed to act as a free liquid, which then serves as a lubricant for...
It's not just disorganized magnetosphere. It's not just, I mean, he said that that's true, but the fact of the matter is that our magnetosphere is our shield against space radiation, including from our star. Okay? And when that's disorganized, more energy can come into our closed system and energize these layers and make them less viscous, make them thinner, and a better lubricant. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but obviously I'm not a physicist, so I don't know if this is even a good question to ask. But wouldn't, by energy coming in, you would have to mean the sun?
Yes, mostly.
And wouldn't that be have to be quite a large amount of energy.
What do you mean a
wouldn't
large
we
amount of
like?
energy?
Beg
The
pardon?
sun pours a huge amount of energy into this
Oh
planet
yeah,
when
no,
everything
I
is
don't
stable.
doubt that the sun is capable, but
Yeah, okay.
Does he mention the sun in this?
I can't recall everything that he says. I just wanted to throw that in there in case he didn't.
Oh, so I guess now I know what I'm asking. Does the sun already, do you think, throw enough energy at us to do what you're describing if the magnetic?
Well, I spoiler alert, I want him to say what he says.
Thank you. No worries. Carry on.
For the ice caps to pull the shell around the Earth's interior so as to have the ice caps shift about 90 degrees into the torrid zone.
When this event occurs, the layer beneath the Earth's crust turns from solid to liquid. Then the land masses can slide around freely, and the weight of the ice caps then yanks the Earth off axis.
In 1/4 to 1/2 a day, the geographic poles move to the torrid zone, and all hell lets loose.
Well, that's an understatement.
The atmosphere and the Earth's oceans don't shift with the shell. They just keep on rotating west to east, and at the equator, that speed is about 1,037 miles per hour. So while the shell shifts with the poles going to the equator, the winds and oceans continue eastward, blowing and flooding across the Earth at supersonic speeds, inundating continents with water miles deep, destroying everything with which man has ever dealt, including himself. That's a summary of the...
Okay, that's too much. And here's why it's too much. First of all, water does not act like a solid. Okay? And because certain parts of the shell of the crust would be almost standing still, while other parts are moving comparatively fast, you don't get the same effect everywhere. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
I
Okay,
agree
great.
with that mostly. It doesn't act as a solid, but it can, how do I say that? It can present the effects of a solid, right? Much like glass doesn't act like a liquid, but because of the composition of glass, it moves and settles in a way over time that it slightly loses its shape, right? For the same reason you have to replace windows in a house, right? Because the glass slowly loses its shape and integrity, right? Because even though it's not a liquid, it can present some of the symptoms of a liquid, I guess you'd say. So even though water is not a solid and does not act as a solid, it can present the repercussions of a solid, which is why if you hit it from a certain height, it's like hitting concrete.
Right, it resists movement, which
right.
is kind of
Now, if a wall of water is coming at you, the water is not acting like a solid, but the repercussions of that hitting you is going to be like hitting a solid.
Yes, it would. But what I'm saying is, let's say, try to imagine a ball of yarn, right? And you're adding yarn to it. In order to keep it a nice spherical shape, there's a pattern that you have to follow. You can't just make a singular ring going a singular direction constantly and maintain a spherical shape. So imagine that pattern that your hand has to trace, putting a yarn onto a ball, right? They're always circles that you're putting on, but the circles have to change direction slightly. So you're going first more around the equator, then you're working your way up to the east, the north-south poles, and you're rotating that around. And those are the kinds of actions that the water would be making if the crust suddenly slip.
That makes sense. Less shower, more splash pad. Got it.
Right. So comparatively, some parts of the ocean would be maintaining their relationship to the landmass, whereas other parts of the ocean would be trying to hold still while the landmass shifts under it. So what you'd get rising waters over the landmass because the ocean's trying to hold still. The landmass would actually be moving under the ocean, right? And you'd have water levels rising. So it wouldn't come as a wave like that, first of all. And then the wave would come when the water tried to settle back down to the low-lying areas. That's when the real damage would happen. It wouldn't happen in this order most places.
That makes more sense. Got it. Thank you. But yes, I agree with the comments. As soon as I saw that picture, I was like, oh, okay, I see it now. These islands were probably more like mountains on that continent.
Right.
Right.
Process.
When is all this supposed to happen? I need time to get a steel reinforced bow.
Well, Chan Thomas updated his prediction in 1993 and said the shift would happen in 7 years, around the year 2000. He mentioned that Nostradamus and Edgar Cayce made the same prediction.
Yeah, but that's over 20 years ago.
I remember that. The talk about the pole shift back then.
Me too.
Big.
That and Y2K was all the rage that year. Oh, also, that was the year that a bunch of my Christian friends at school were all talking about Armageddon and shit. And so me and another friend thought it would be hilarious to like go to the thrift store and buy a bunch of clothes and shoes and shit and just like randomly lay them in yards like the person disappeared.
Oh, that is brilliant.
Did you actually do it?
We did.
That's funny.
Well done.
Anyway, it was pretty funny.
Which means we're due.
There's a lot more to the Adam and Eve story, but those are the updated his.
When is all this supposed to happen? I need time to get a steel reinforced bow.
Well, Chan Thomas updated his prediction in 1993 and said the shift would happen in 7 years, around the year 2000. He mentioned that Nostradamus and Edgar Cayce made the same prediction.
Yeah, but that's over 20 years ago, which means we're due.
We're due.
It doesn't.
There's a lot more to the Adam and Eve story, but those are the bullet points.
It doesn't mean we're due. It could just be a bad prediction.
It means they think we're overdue, or by their predictions we're overdue. That's what I was saying.
Well, it's more than that, right? It's by their predictions we're overdue, and that makes us screwed based on their predictions of what that they think that would cause.
Exactly.
And if you want to read the entire book, there are links.
And I think the reason that I'm trying to make a big deal about trying to be as honest as we can with the way we use our language, because this is how misinformation spreads.
Just don't take it too far. Like, don't get me wrong, I am all about precision of language, and I get really frustrated.
Yes. Yeah.
But when I get really frustrated, I automatically think of The Giver. Isn't that weird? Because the book, The Giver.
Oh. Right.
Because in this book, right, precision of language is very, very important. But also, they take pills that prevent them from having, like, they don't have emotions and stuff, right? And there's this scene between Jonas, the main character, and the individual assigned as his mother. And he's sitting there, and he can feel things. Let's remember that. And it has to do with his role, and we won't go there. It's too much to explain. But he's sitting there, and he's talking to his mom. He's 12. He's 12 at this time. And he's just now getting feelings, and that's a whole nother thing. But he asks his mom, he says, "Do you love me?" And she looks at him very confused, and she said, "I don't understand what you mean, Jonas. What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Do you love me?" And she's like, "Do you mean, am I proud of you? Yes. Am I this? Yes." Precision of language, Jonas. You know? Because love is a foreign concept, right? Like, it's not something they use. And so, like, in that aspect, I'm always like, okay, but don't take it too far.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And like, I'm the opposite of a grammar Nazi. I'm like, use grammar however the fuck you want, as long as it's readable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and as long as the sentiment conveyed is correct.
Exactly. But what I mean, I shouldn't say precision of language. I mean honest use of language. And so just as simple as, instead of using tenses and words that imply certainty, use words and tenses and things that imply presumption. But for some reason, even scientists, like you watch Neil deGrasse Tyson and stuff, they may make caveats, but then they'll describe it in language as though it is certain. And the problem with modern media and social media and stuff is everything is clips. So you get this clip of someone saying, for example, we're doomed.
And it's going to leave
or
out the
we're doomed,
caveat.
whatever you said.
See,
Yeah.
I think they should do it like old sci-fi episodes, right? You know how sci-fi episodes always had that especially like the Twilight Zone, right? Like they always had that introduction. You are now
Imagine a
going
world.
here, right? Imagine a world. And I think they should do that instead of trying to remember to place these little caveats throughout their little speeches. I think at the beginning they should be like, okay, right? We all know that these are theories, that we're hypothesizing, that none of this is certain. But for the remainder of this speech, we're going to speak of it as if it's certain, because for storytelling purposes, it's difficult to do otherwise, right?
Yeah.
And then just go into your speech, and then everything's fine, and nobody has anything to complain about.
Well, let me put the caveat at the beginning of this. This is not an up-to-the-moment map. These maps are, one of these maps is a couple years old. One of these maps is pretty recent. None of them are today, okay, because it takes a little while to make these maps. This is a result of ESA Swarm, which is 3 satellites from the European Space Agency, Project Swarm, 3 satellites, orbiting the Earth, measuring the magnetosphere. Now, in a perfect world, what we should have is red only at the top and blue only at the bottom. And that would be indicative of the negative and positive poles of the Earth. Okay.
So
now,
that measuring magnetic, you said?
This is the Earth's magnetosphere. Yes, literal.
Yeah.
Okay. This is not an artist's conception. This is what the actual science produces. Okay. So that smaller one all the way over to your left-hand side, where you saw red top and bottom and blue in the middle, that is very, very disorganized. What you should see is only red at the top and only blue at the bottom, and only the rest of the spectrum between those two colors at the equator approximately is what you should see. Okay, now that was about 5 years ago. Today, you can see that we have concentrating north coming together near the equator all on one side. And the other side looks the same way. You can see below that a blue dot surrounded by red, and we've got the really big one with a red dot surrounded by blue. You can see that, yeah?
So
this is what's actually happening. We are getting a north and south pole along the equator. That's what we're getting. Like, no kidding.
Is that okay? Comments, anybody? Thoughts?
So this is what this is actually referring to. And according to UCLA Berkeley, where we thought this flip would take some 1,000 years, it's now approximated that it'll happen in a singular human lifetime, start to finish, about 80 years-ish, by the present rate of speed and acceleration of the poles. And in fact, the North Pole, which was in Canada for a very, very long time, like man's written history, it was in Canada. It is now heading in toward Siberia in excess of something like 45 kilometers a day. And the South Pole is now off the ice sheet completely and out in the ocean, where you see that red dot right there.
So I obviously can see what I'm seeing with my eyes, but then that's an excellent question that Let's Farmers pose there, Richard.
Which is? I was off screen.
Why does his compass still point north?
Because generally north is still north. Overall, it's still
Not
true.
in
It's
that
still.
picture, it wasn't. Or was
Sorry,
that the
want me to go back
Earth
to that?
a bit sideways as well? Was the Earth oriented north and south?
Yes. Want me to share that again?
Yeah, please.
There you go.
Because as far as I can see there, so if blue's north, it's
No, blue is south. Sorry.
oh,
I said it
okay.
back. If I said it backwards at one point, I apologize.
I mean, I would say that I don't see that as north still. It's sort of it's the halfway point now between the two of them.
There's.
Wouldn't it be
I don't know
east
that
or
it's
west?
not quite half. It looks. I think overall what they're saying is that your compass is still going to work fairly correctly for now, but it doesn't work the same way it used to. In fact, if you were like trying to like navigate land via compass, even 20 years ago when I was in the military, we threw away maps that had gotten older, whether they'd been used or not, because of the fact of the North Pole moving. And I mean, still wrapped in plastic, brand new, never been unfolded maps, we threw them away and had to get new ones. Because even our short walks of land nav wouldn't have been correct. And that was 20 years ago, ish, more.
So Let's Farm has said the red north is off the coast of South America.
Yes. There's a strong anomaly. There's a strong anomaly there. Yeah. I mean, it's ESA swarm. It's real science. And it doesn't mean I'm perfect at reading the science.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work through the logic of this. So wouldn't someone on the west coast of Australia, wouldn't their compass point west?
No, because you only have one needle on the compass. It's going to point toward generally what is the strongest source of all north. It's not going to point toward.
Yeah, I get that.
If it had multiple needles at multiple distances, and if you got close enough to that particular place, I don't know, maybe. But it's talking about anomalies. These could be maps that are in comparison to the last map, and I wouldn't know it. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell me that that island, whatever it is, off Africa there, in the red zone.
Yeah.
But their compasses must spin, shouldn't they?
No, it wouldn't. It would still point toward the largest overall center of what is north. It would still point that way.
Okay.
Which might be toward the North Pole, and I don't know. I can't tell from that. I mean, don't pin me down on the science, man. I'm just showing you the maps.
I know that's the news. So.
I only know that red is supposed to be north and blue is supposed. I can show you old maps where all the red is at the North Pole and all the blue is at South Pole. I can show you that.
Let's Farm. Don't worry, I didn't get it either. Let's Farm, but I do understand the idea of that it's going to point to the center of the majority.
Right. But what I want, the reason I wanted to show these maps in the first place is to show you that it's extremely disorganized and moving really fast. That's my point.
Yeah.
And it is indeed true that the South Pole is off the ice sheet toward the Indonesian bend, which on the largest of these maps here, the Indonesian bend is to the center right. To the right of Africa there, everyone can recognize Africa, and then the Indonesian bend is above Australia there, is that little backward J-shaped chain of islands, and that's where it's headed toward. And I mean that is true.
And what I was going to say, do we all agree? But I'll just agree for all of us that if we are going to trust the ESA, this is NASA, right?
It's European Space Agency.
So if we're going to trust them, what we are looking at here is a messed up magnetic field.
That's my point.
No matter what.
What I'm saying is it's disorganized and it's changing.
Absolutely. That is not a north-south.
No, it's not good, clean line.
In any sense of the word. And that's the point that this video is making.
Which is why I brought up a map to confirm it.
Yeah. Interesting. Comments, anyone, before we push play again?
I wonder if, are you familiar? Well, no, I'll wait till after the video because it's kind of related but kind of separate. So I'll wait till after to ask you.
Okay.
Links below.
And I'll go back 5 seconds. We're due.
There's a lot more to the Adam and Eve story, but those are the bullet points. And if you want to read the entire book, there are links below. So, should we panic? Well, let's address a few items in the book and see how they compare with known science. But first, let's clear up a few things. I told the story based on what's in the book and in the articles and videos floating around the web. The videos aren't completely accurate. First, you'll hear that Chan Thomas is a made-up name. Because his subject matter was so explosive, he wrote the book under a pseudonym. Well, this isn't true. Dr. Chan Thomas was a real person. Chan is a nickname. His full name was Dr. Chauncey Powers Thomas. He was born in Missouri in 1920 and passed away in 1998. He was married and had children and grandchildren. He was an electrical engineer and he did work for McDonnell Douglas. He even appeared as a UFO expert in a documentary in the 90s. And he was on Johnny Carson on April 7th, 1965 with Ava Gabor.
Well, at no point in this story did I think we'd end up with Johnny Carson and Ava Gabor.
Dr. Thomas wrote a few books, some about the coming cataclysm. He wrote about ESP, UFOs. He wrote one book on how to teach yourself natural childbirth.
Wait, what? What does he know about childbirth? Now, I'm not a biologist, but I don't think men can...
Don't go there. Another thing you'll hear is that the book was originally 284 pages, but the CIA only released 57 of those pages.
Not true?
Nah, the original book was 57 pages. If you look at the table of contents, the conclusion begins on page 45. And some people will say the CIA is withholding documents because pages are missing, like page 8, page 18, page 20, and a few others. Well, they're missing because they're the opposite sides of title pages. In the original book, they're blank. And I could show you this. Someone has a copy. So the CIA document is the whole thing.
Oh, then why classify it?
Well, that's a bit of a mystery.
Aha!
What was classified was the book, an inter-office memo with a shopping list for some tools and car parts, and a folded-up article snipped from People magazine.
Well, that's pretty random.
Yeah, if I had to guess, this document was in the possession of a caseworker, and it was classified just as a matter of course. In 1966, the year it was classified, Dr. Thomas was working at McDonnell Douglas on UFO and anti-gravity technology. He also worked as a project engineer at Bell Labs on a missile guidance system. Chan Thomas was known to be highly intelligent, but very eccentric. The classified documents were probably part of a background report or maybe someone just keeping an eye on him. You'll hear that the book was banned, but it wasn't. Just this one document was classified. There were copies in circulation. He also published follow-ups in 1971 and 1993, and neither was classified. As for the content of the book itself, Thomas doesn't provide any solid evidence. He makes a lot of deductions from old texts, some of which are pretty big leaps. And it seems like he's borrowing ideas from other catastrophists like Hapgood, Immanuel Velikovsky, and a few others. But he's cherry-picking his favorite parts without giving specifics. For example, his theory about the ice caps knocking the Earth off axis, well, that comes from Hapgood's first book. But after working with scientists, including Albert Einstein, Hapgood issued a follow-up book that explains how he got that wrong. But Dr. Thomas, he sticks with the story. And the liquid crust bit he talks about, he says the Earth's magnetism and electricity become...
Okay. Hapgood's catastrophism cherry-picked the information, and some people think that he did that in order to what's the word where you make something seem unbelievable on purpose, to discount the entire theory, and kind of pulled the rug out from underneath of Einstein and others by doing that.
Yeah, I've had that exact thought.
Let me share this real quick, since before we get too far away from the topic. Can I share the screen real?
Yeah.
Just first, it's just a still frame.
Oh,
I just want to go
sorry.
over that real quick. Okay, so in the upper one you got the North Pole. The lower picture you got the South Pole. This is NOAA. So it's very, very reliable. This is what they're doing. Good.
Yep.
So the lighter yellow is newer, the darker to blue is older, and there you go. So.
Yeah.
Oh, and the distance between all of those lines are actually little dots. All the dots are equal apart in time. So when there becomes gaps between the dots, it's because it's moving faster.
So it changes speed, or is it
Speeding up.
increasing?
That's my point.
Huh?
Yes, it is going faster and faster and faster. It's not slowing
it's
back
only
down.
Increasing.
Yes. It's not going to go back to solid lines. It's going to be dots further and further apart. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Welcome, Ginger Nation.
I remember Ginger.
Yep, he's back, baby.
Back and soulless as ever.
Which tab am I on?
You're on the right one.
See, I'm doing high brain stuff. And
disrupted. He offers no evidence or even an explanation of how it happens, just that it does. Now, there are ice core samples from the eastern part of Antarctica that show it's been covered in ice for at least 1.5 million years. Now, granted, the western side of the continent is a little trickier because it may not have always been covered in ice. But either way, we know for certain it's been down there for a long time. When Chan Thomas released an expanded version of the book in 1993, he didn't make any corrections or provide any new evidence, but he did have chapters on ESP, on UFOs, and on angels.
There was a bad assumption there. Just because something stayed in... Okay, imagine the ball of yarn example again. Just because some part of it held still and stayed frozen doesn't mean other parts didn't move. There's nothing saying it had to... So the human brain is going to go, oh, it's a globe, and I think of the equator as the part that rotates, and I think of the north and south as the part that holds still. Well, do that same rotation with north and south on the equator, and you get some very different results. Or do it at a 45-degree angle. How about a 20-degree angle? So
actually, I would think that it's spinning
Albert
would
Einstein.
make it more possible for it to appear at least somewhat stationary, just because of where it's positioned. If we imagine it spinning, right?
Right.
Then the top and the bottom are more likely to have a space of integrity than anything around the center.
Right. So there are ancient stories of people who said the sun didn't set for a whole day. There are, at the same time frame, there's on the opposite side of the planet, there's a story where the sun never rose. And then there's every gradient in between, including that the sun made a loop. Or that the moon made a loop in the sky. If you can even imagine that. That's hard for me, but maybe it's easy for you.
I don't think we've convinced John. And he's telling me to finish the video.
Hapgood issued a follow-up book that explains how he got that wrong. But Dr. Thomas, he sticks with the story. And the liquid crust bit he talks about, he says the Earth's magnetism and electricity become disrupted. He offers no evidence or even an explanation of how it happens, just that it does. Now, there are ice core samples from the eastern part of Antarctica that show it's been covered in ice for at least 1.5 million years. Now, granted, the western side of the continent is a little trickier because it may not have always been covered in ice. But either way, we know for certain it's been down there for a long time. When Chan Thomas released an expanded version of the book in 1993, he didn't make any corrections or provide any new evidence, but he did have chapters on ESP, on UFOs, and on angels. It doesn't read as scientific at all. In fact, it's a hot mess. He jumps all over the place without a cohesive narrative. It feels like he gathered a bunch of ideas he had over the years and then threw them into one final book. So, 2 questions. Was Dr. Chan Thomas a serious researcher? No. But is there evidence to support some of his claims? There is. Now, I don't believe Dr. Chauncey Powers Thomas was a serious researcher. Whether he really had ESP or not, I'd rather not get into it. But some of the claims he makes in his book have been proven possible. We know that global floods have happened. The evidence is everywhere. But these floods, specifically from the Younger Dryas, were not from the oceans. They were from the rapid melting of glaciers. Still, they were destructive. They really did create tsunamis 1,000 feet high, and they really raised the sea level hundreds of feet. He says the temperature dropped so much and so quickly that everything is instantly frozen solid. He talks about woolly mammoths being frozen with buttercups in their mouths. Now, this is true. Mammoths have been discovered that were frozen in the middle of eating. Now, it takes a long time to freeze a steak, but to flash freeze a mammoth, those conditions would have to be extreme. According to Thomas, seismic activity is one of the reasons the Earth's axis shifts. This is also true. NASA found that the big Indonesian earthquake in 2004 shifted the North Pole about 25 centimeters east, and the Earth's rotation sped up, which decreased the length of a day by 2.7 microseconds. In 2010, an earthquake in Chile did the same thing. The Earth's axis shifted and the day was shortened again. In Japan the following year, it happened again.
Is this a concern?
Not really, no. Earthquakes speed up the Earth a little bit, but the moon slows it down. Things stay pretty well balanced. The shifts aren't anything to worry about. Now, the shifting magnetic poles, that is a concern. We know the Earth's poles flip-flop. North becomes south and vice versa. And geologically speaking, it happens a lot. It's happened hundreds of times. On average, the time between shifts is about 300,000 years. But we haven't shifted in almost 800,000 years, so we're way overdue.
Now, how do we know it flipped?
Because when lava cools, it creates a record of the orientation of past magnetic fields, like a tape recorder records sound.
Ooh, that's pretty cool, actually.
The poles are always moving. In the early 1990s, the North Pole was drifting about 9 miles per year, but that's been steadily increasing. In fact, GPS is updated periodically to account for this, but GPS was being updated every 5 years, then every year, and now every 6 months. The pole is now drifting at almost 40 miles per year, and the Earth's magnetic field is weakening quickly. These are signs that a shift could be coming. So what then? Is that the end of the world? Well, life will go on. Animals that navigate using geomagnetism will be confused, but in a generation or two, they'll figure it out. Animals that don't use magnetism probably won't notice a difference. The geologic record shows no major die-offs during pole shifts, and our species has lived through a few shifts the past 3 million years, and we're still here.
Ugh.
But
Oh, no.
our ancestors didn't have satellites or GPS or planes. A lot of our technology is going to go haywire. The code can be rewritten, and software can be patched. The real danger is in between the shifts. As we approach a pole shift, the Earth's magnetic field gets tangled up and extremely weakened. This leaves us vulnerable to solar activity. Solar winds, storms, coronal mass ejections, these are bad. Without our magnetic field to protect us, satellites will get fried if they're not hardened. Rates of cancer will increase dramatically. And if you think climate change is a problem now,
Climate change is not a problem now.
yeah, it is.
Don't be a
Pause.
sheep.
Either way, the climate will be
Pause. Okay, the word hardened that he just used, he did not explain what that meant. What satellite hardening means is that they are designed militaristic quality to resist exactly those same kinds of solar magnetic storms. And the same thing is true when someone says a police car is hardened or a piece of military equipment is hardened. That means the same thing.
Satellites will get fried if they're not hardened. Rates of cancer will increase dramatically. And if you think climate change is a problem now,
Climate change is not a problem now.
yeah, it is.
Don't be a sheep.
Either way, the climate will be very unpredictable. But the biggest danger is our power grids. High enough solar activity could knock out all electricity on Earth for days or weeks, maybe months in some places. To say there will be civil unrest is a huge understatement. When Dr. Chan Thomas released his book, The Atom...
I have to say, I wasn't expecting the fish to turn out to be a climate change denier. That was
well, it is hecklefish.
Oh, okay. I'm new to this, right? So,
I've only seen this one video, but I noticed the sticker hecklefish.
yeah, I have now that you've mentioned it.
Eve story, it was dismissed as pseudoscience. But in the 50 or so years since it was published, a lot of his claims can be proven. It would seem that, in some cases, the difference between pseudoscience and real science is just time. And if just a fraction of Dr. Thomas's predictions come true, our time is running out. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the White Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor, subscribe, share.
Okay, so that was way too brief, and there was a lot of assumption there, and a lot of it was over-aggrandized, and some of it was science.
But now that we watched it, I want to tie this idea in with another idea that we previously talked about. So do you want to play Imagine a World with me?
That's my favorite game to play.
All right. Okay, so nobody take this very seriously, okay? I'm not claiming
There's
some
her
truths
caveat.
here. All right, yes. Not claiming any truths. That's why I said, let's play Imagine a World with me. Okay. So this idea combined with the cycle in humanity idea, right? Like as far as technology and all of that go. Let's put those two together.
Sorry, I was getting distracted. Start again.
So what we just watched, like the idea of like the pole shifting and catastrophes and all of that, combine that with your idea of civilization, the cycle of civilizations resetting.
Oh, I already have.
There is a tribe. Right, there is a tribe. Well, people look at the Mayan calendar ending in 2012, for example, and that cracks me up because if you know anything about the Mayans, they believed in cycles, so they weren't actually thinking the world was going to end. But there is another tribe that thinks the world has ended several times. It all goes into what you think of the word world. All right, this tribe, if you look at their old like observatories and things like that, outside of their observatories, they have the Journey of Life symbol in carved into rocks on each side of the door. Do you know what the Journey of Life is? It's a spiral. It's a spiral. All right. Now, the point of these being on the outside of their observatories was that during the solstice, the light would go down the center of the spiral. All right. And that's how they knew they were okay. They were in balance. All right. Now, they believe we've had several worlds. As a matter of fact, they don't even believe we're in a world right now, which I find very fascinating. Pretty much, basically, like, our job is to be guardians of the earth, right? And there are these beings that exist alongside us, but in a separate dimension. And their job is to make sure we stay on task. And when we don't stay on task, they kind of tell on us to the Great Spirit, okay? Now, the danger in that is when you get too far off task and they run and tell on you, right? Something happens that creates a time of unbalance. And this time of unbalance is actually between worlds. I think we're between world 4 and 5, but we could be between world 5 and 6. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to call my friend again. But anyway, the point is, like, I think it was the earthquake in Japan or the one before it. Ever since that earthquake, the light is no longer going through the center of these spirals, right? Like it's shifted off the center. And so like that's a sign to them that we are in a time of unbalance between worlds. And so I asked her, I said, well, what this time of unbalance between worlds, right? Like what happens there? You know, and she said, it's not about how long it is. You can have a long time or a short time between worlds, and we don't know. And she said, it changes, right? Like it could be something as big as like this sweeping disaster across the population and across the globe, or it could be something as small as like this like sweeping philosophy, right? That just spreads. But yeah, and so I didn't get a clear answer, but she did mention that in between a lot of worlds though, whether it was the loss of knowledge because of the sweeping philosophy or if it was destruction, that in each world we almost have to reset. We almost have to not completely start over, but like she implied that we are heavily knocked back between worlds.
Interesting.
Because the purpose is to get us back to our job, right? What we're supposed to do, which is guard creation, guard the earth. And so she implied that we almost have to be thrown backwards in order to get back to what we're supposed to be doing. And she thinks she equated the earthquake with the beings telling on us. Apparently that was them calling to the Great Spirit or something.
That's fascinating. Can someone translate that English to English for me, please?
Being frivolous and puttering around, basically. But I just said I was going to. I said I was going to say, let's go play What If. I mean, like, imagine a world. If you don't want to, that's okay.
Yeah.
So, based on their legends, though, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's natural to them because they have a very cyclical understanding of humans and our place here. But they're very definitive on the we have been thrown back, like, lots of times.
And what culture was this lady, sorry?
Is she Hopi or Zuni? I want to say Hopi because she says Kachina a lot, which is a very Hopi thing. But I can't remember, but she could be the other one. Because I talk to her a lot and I talk to her best friend a lot. But they're from different tribes. Like, one of them talks about their creation story is coming down from Father Sky, right? But the other one, her creation story is almost the exact opposite. Her creation story is humans came up from this hell, basically. We went through the 4 gates. We came up through the 4 gates of hell, meaning, like, they believe we were, like, subterranean and that we came up to the surface. And by the time we got to the surface, there wasn't enough of us to, like, repopulate, right? The first people, there wasn't enough of the first people. And so the Great Spirit helped them out by turning different things into humans. It's weird. And that's why they would have, like, the ant tribe and the wolf tribe, and then they had the first people, and that's why is because of that legend. And so I'm trying to remember which one she is.
Oh, and we've had a clarification. I didn't think Nerdy would tell you to stop lollygagging. He was saying that the Earth is telling us to stop lollygagging by wiping us all out and telling us to get
yeah, gotcha. The Kachina, the Sky People were telling us to stop lollygagging. Got you. Yeah. The Sky People.
And I meant by Earth, I meant whatever catastrophe it is that wipes us out.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me that they have that same cyclical pattern, right? Like they'll tell you, she'll tell you that she thinks her ancestors had more knowledge than we have, right? She talks a lot about, like, knowledge that was lost during these changes. And, like, she never says what that knowledge is. You know, of course, we don't know, it was lost. But she says, like, there are traditions, they're in stories, like like, what we would consider story. Okay, so if you look at their drawings, it's interesting because you'll notice that they tend to separate their imaginary from what they see in reality. And what they see in reality, they'll draw together. And what they see, like, as an imagination thing, they'll draw separately, right? And so what's interesting is mixed in with their drawings of reality is some things that we don't quite understand. Not like alien beings, but like something floating that shouldn't be floating, you know, just something like that. And she often says, like, they could do things, our ancestors at one point some of our ancestors at one point could do things we can't replicate today, right? But when we reset, we lost it. And this idea is, like, built into their culture.
Yeah. Something you said just at the end there. I've seen this guy speaking about some of these massive I don't know where it was, but the gist of it was things too large to be lifted, right? And to give an example, some country moved a big obelisk. Does anyone know of that offhand? It was a massive feat. They moved it 150 meters in like months. It was that slow a process to move this massive big thing, and this was in the 60s, I think, or 70s maybe. And they had to build all this technology and things to support it as it moved, and it was just such a enormous task. And yet there's hundreds of these things dated to thousands of years ago, and we say things like they rolled logs. Well, they did the math on it, and there's no wood, no log in existence that would have rolled these things. The wood would have just crushed.
But there's things in old, and oh, that's another thing. I asked her how come her tales were so magical one time, me being, not very supernatural oriented. And she said, what makes you think it's magic, right? So a lot of things that I would assume is magic in a story, like, for example, there's this story of Merlin putting this white powder on a stone and using his staff to make the stone, like, float and follow him, right? Now, as a kid, I looked at that and I was like, oh, it's magic. He's a wizard, whatever, right? Well, she would look at that and say, no, that's a technology that I don't understand. That powder did something. I don't know if it was magnetic. I don't know if it was, but she's like, that white powder did something. That's technology, not magic. And so they look at lost technology like in that manner.
Which is what you would do. If we say things all the time, like if I went back in time, I'd just take my mobile phone and I'd be a god,
Thank you, Ox. There's so many tribes. It's so funny because if you know about one tribe, people are like, they ask you about all these other tribes, and you're like, all these tribes have separate cultures, right? Like they're all separate cultures. And I have friends in those cultures, and we trade some information. But just because I know a lot about one of the cultures doesn't mean I know a lot about the others.
So if you're interested, I have a smaller video to look at, which is about Pumapunku.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. I need a tissue. And it's a mystery that we've actually managed to solve, which is fantastic.
Wait, it's the dream catchers that are Hopi and the Kachinas that are Navajo. Okay. Sorry, I had that backwards. Thank you, Ox.
But because every mystery solved makes me a little sad because that's one less mystery. The good thing is it leaves us with another mystery, so all's well that ends well. But it's specifically to do with the creation of those big H's that they have.
Oh, you were talking about this last week.
Who was?
You were?
Oh, yes, but at that point I hadn't learned what we're about to watch. This is brand new information to me. So here we go. Is there sound? So scientific evidence of geopolymer. And there's no sound.
Western Bolivia, believed to date back to around 536 AD. The Pumapunku is a large ancient structure that forms part of the Tiwanaku site in western Bolivia. believed to date back to around 536 AD. The name Pumapunku means the door of the puma, and in the later Inca tradition, Tiwanaku is believed to be the site where the world was created. At its peak, Pumapunku is thought to have been unimaginably wondrous, but a lack of written record, its current deteriorated state due to historic looting, stone mining for building and ballast, as well as natural weathering, has made the site even more mysterious. Nobody really knows anything about it. What we do know is that Pumapunku is a truly incredible feat of engineering. Some blocks of stone are more than 7 meters long, weighing more than 130 tons. Some are made from a type of red sandstone, which would have had to have been transported up a steep incline to reach the site. Whilst other blocks, including the famous H blocks, are made from the volcanic rock andesite. The stones are finely cut and interlocked with perfection. Stone faces are perfectly flat, and corners are exact right angles. Details on the...
So that's where it was volcanic. It's even more interesting.
Stone, whether for fitting, function, or
and welcome, Wild Heart.
Ornamentation, are often complex, yet are always perfect. Whether straight lines that are grooved into hard volcanic rock, perfectly circular holes, or irregular patterns as we can see here, the workmanship is always perfect. The stones of Pumapunku all interlock. It must have been like a giant puzzle to put the ancient structure together. There was no room for error when they fashioned the individual stone blocks. The ancient architects of Pumapunku were meticulous. They created foundations, fitted stones directly to the bedrock, and there is also evidence of irrigation systems, hydraulic mechanisms, and sewage lines. This is a complex settlement and very advanced. Back in December 2018, scientists actually restored the enormous structure to its former splendor as a 3D model. Using a 3D printer, they recreated all of the individual blocks at 4% scale. And Alexei Vranich, an archaeologist with the University of California, worked with his team to fit them together through trial and error. In the end, they produced a near-complete model of Pumapunku. It was a sizable complex of plazas and ramps, adjoining a massive T-shaped platform with its featured gateways and windows seemingly carved from single blocks of stone. In 2006, experts did try to reconstruct the actual site, but although well-intended, they actually made things far worse. And today, not a single stone sits in its original place. Every single...
Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is the structure where when they were just like marveling at the accuracy of the angles cut, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, Pixie
block
Richard.
has been...
Sorry.
What's up, David?
Hey, Wild.
Moved, several have been lost, and most of them suffer heavy damage. I will do a video on their full findings in the future, but they were published on December the 13th, 2018 in the journal Heritage Science. Researcher and author Brian Forster has been to the site on many occasions and researched it in depth, and on his fantastic channel, linked in the description below, you can learn a great deal about Pumapunku and view the anomalous structure in all its glory. Not everybody believes that the work started on the site around 536 AD and that it actually goes back much further in antiquity, being the handiwork of a lost ancient civilization and being a truly ancient part of the later
Sammy, you're muted.
Shit, did I just pause
3 times in a row? Yes.
Like muted?
Yes.
Fuck's sake. I don't know what the first one was, but the second time I paused was to say, can I just apologize for the annoying way this guy talks like this, and every single sentence ends in the
Sounds exactly the
same tone. Oh. It's driving me a little bit nuts, but anyway, we'll push through.
Iwanaku site. Whatever its age, what has never been fully explained is just how the blocks were cut, transported from the quarries, and then shaped. But maybe we've been looking at it all wrong. Thanks to an email I received from a Mr. Dave Ditzel, I've just read a new fantastic scientific paper.
Like, English is his first language, obviously, but it's odd that his speech pattern reminds me of someone who's, like, English is not their first language and they're reading, right? Like, they're competent in reading it, but it's not their first language. Does that make sense? And so while they're reading, there's like those unnatural pauses and inflections in weird places, and like it reminds me of that.
Yeah, it sounds like he's from Yorkshire. He's clearly English. Yeah, you got to give them leeway.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, English is clearly his first language, but if he didn't have that accent, right?
Yeah.
Just with that speech pattern, I wouldn't think it was.
I think he's trying to sound a little bit interested, but it's not where it's not. He's not interested. He's trying to make it sound like it's exciting. You know, he's into it, but it's just coming out weird.
Joseph Davidovitz, Louis Heuermann, and Ralph Davidovitz, called Ancient Organo-Mineral Geopolymer in South American Monuments, Organic Matter in Andesite Stone, SEM and Petrographic Evidence. This paper, which is linked in the description below, is the basis for this video, and I'll be presenting the findings of this groundbreaking new research. As mentioned, there are many different aspects to Pumapunku, but some of the most puzzling items are what are called the H-blocks. They are made of a hard igneous rock known as andesite, but have an incredibly smooth finish, perfectly flat faces, with 90-degree right angles on the interior and exterior finishes, and the detail is exquisite. We are told they are made using simple stone tools, but this really doesn't work for me. Is it really the case? Not many alternative researchers believe the claim, but scientific or historical evidence to the contrary is hard to find. They are mind-boggling works of stone, and nobody with any conviction knows how they were achieved. But now, the research team has analysed samples of the andesite with a scanning electron microscope, and the finds are as surprising as they are intriguing. The team discovered the presence of organic matter, carbon, nitrogen, and mineral elements inside the volcanic rock. Having organic matter inside a volcanic rock is incredibly unusual, if not impossible, and points to the andesite being a man-made geopolymer.
Richard,
I've got a suggestion.
Well, let me pose this because my memory is a lot worse than yours.
How would you know that if your memory is bad?
Because I don't think I've ever
Sorry,
seen you.
it was just a joke, man.
I don't think I've ever seen you forget what we're talking about. Yet I don't think I've ever talked to you without forgetting what we're talking about. For instance, I've already forgotten what I was going to say. No, I haven't. So what just flashed into my head, and we won't go on about it, but I just wanted to mention it, was the written in a stone.
Yes. The word stone meaning Bible or religious text.
But this is actually literally, the signatures of life inside a solid rock.
Right, which would not survive being inside the planet.
And what was your suggestion?
Organic materials could survive in the rock for a short amount of time as it's cooling. Okay? So here's what I think they're getting at, but it's just a guess right now. I can think of materials where I could build forms near an active volcano and allow volcanic emissions to fill the forms, the voids that I had made. And you would just be channeling liquid rock to fill your forms, like pouring concrete.
Because I'm guessing volcanic rock. Yeah, no, I'm not going to finish that sentence. I realized how silly it was. Carry on.
Back in 2018,
Have you seen this one? Did I send you this one, Richard?
No, actually, a different friend of mine had sent me the last one.
Okay. And did I tell you what the gist of this one is?
I don't think so.
Oh, because I wondered why you just said what you just said. Yeah, well, you just solved the mystery. So
yeah, my brain's
good
like
for
that.
you.
Team undertook petrographic studies on the sandstone quarries and megalithic sandstone blocks and released a paper, also linked below in the description, showing evidence that the sandstone blocks were moulded with a geopolymer mixture. The makeup of the sandstone at Pumapunku was compared with 3 geological sandstone sites from the area. The SEM, EDS, XRD, and thin section results suggest that the sandstone megalithic blocks consist of sandstone grains from the Kalamarka geological site, cemented with an amorphous ferrosiolate geopolymer matrix, which was formed by human intervention. Extra alkaline salt, known as natron, from the lagoon.
See, this is why I love this. And I love all of you out there. You've got people agreeing, people deadly against this. The one I've highlighted here, Ox, or even make sand molds in the path of the lava, like foundries do today with molten steel. I wish my brain thought like of shit like that, Ox.
Unakachi in the Altiplano, Bolivia, was also found to have been added to the mixture. But even though this explained the incredibly large sandstone blocks at Pumapunku, the andesite H blocks still had us scratching our heads until now. It has long been believed that the andesite blocks originated from the volcano Cerro Capia in the southern part of Lake Titicaca. But this has been taken for granted as no petrographic work has ever been carried out on samples of the Pumapunku andesite and the natural rock in situ. The research team took andesite samples, but they were sure to take them from outside of the protected monument area. They then analysed them with a scanning electron microscope. Although the surface is very flat, there was no trace of polishing. There were no abrasion marks or cutting marks on the crystals, but the rock was dotted with small holes, approximately 0.5 to 1 millimeter in diameter and 0.2 to 0.5 millimeters deep, each having clear edges. In thin section,
Which could
Now,
I suggest
those circles
would be the screws holding, or nails or whatever, holding the two parts of a mold together.
or it was put in there, like as a connective piece, right? Like
yes,
to hold things together, like you were saying. But what video was it? I can't even remember now. There was a guy who was trying to replicate that, right? Like without any modern tools. And he did it, but he said he was amazed by not only how long it took, by how much strength it took. And what he did was he had put this stone down, and then he had made these like wooden log things out of very solid wood, and in different sizes for the sizes of the hole that he wanted. And then he took like this rope and he wrapped this log up a certain way, and it had these two, like the strings came out on each side, and he would just go back and forth, like applying pressure on this thing. And he said it took a ridiculous amount of time and a ridiculous amount of strength. And it wasn't quite perfect, but it was his first attempt. And I thought that was pretty cool.
You have to link us a video on that. I'm having trouble picturing it, Pixie.
You know how they look when somebody is like spinning a stick to start a fire?
Yeah, sure.
It's like that, but big scale, but like on a rock. Just over and over and over again with pressure being applied down.
I don't know that you could polish. Could you? could they polish these things?
No, he wasn't trying to replicate this. He was trying to replicate holes in a stoned kind of like
Oh,
this.
sorry, Pixie. I was talking about the comment on the screen.
Oh, okay.
I just start talking like everyone exists in my mind and knows what I'm going on about.
Well, no, I miss things because I'm looking at
No.
my work screen and not this screen a lot.
But you didn't miss anything. I seriously, you have no context to that comment whatsoever. John Hudson and Ox are having a chat about that, forming sand to make lava into whatever you would need. And John said that could work, but the shape wouldn't be couldn't be made with absolute precision. And Oxus said
it could be polished off after.
It could be polished, but I'm wondering if this sort of rock, once it's cooled, can you really do that?
Well, maybe it's not all the way cooled, right? Like there's this anytime you're working with something that has to be molded, right? Be like anything, be it like food or rock or anything. Like anytime you're working with something that is molded, there is this time where it's cool enough to be pretty solid and warm enough that it's still somewhat easy to manipulate without destroying the integrity of the structure, right? There's always this, like, okay, let's take it back to food. When you're making a cake, right? When you're done baking the cake and you need to get the cake out of the pan in order to create whatever you're creating, right? You don't want to do it when it's too hot because your entire cake is going to fall apart. But you don't want to let it cool off completely before you pull it out of the pan, because if you let it cool off completely before you pull it out of the pan, some of the bottom is going to stick to the pan, some of the side may stick to the pan, and most of your cake may come out in one piece, but you're going to have a hole somewhere or a couple of holes somewhere, right? So you don't want it to be too warm and you don't want it to be too cold. You want to get to it where it's warm enough that you can get underneath it and pull everything apart, and cold enough that it's not going to fall apart once you flip that pan over. Like there's that spot in between.
Yeah.
I don't know how much volcanic rock shrinks as it cools, although I'm aware that that sort of thing would be expanded most when it's most hot. So I don't know. I can think of ways certain materials you could use. Not sand necessarily. Sand would not be the perfect thing to use. However, plaster is not a brand new idea. Plaster is a very old idea, and I think you can make plaster molds and actually pull this off pretty easily.
Which culture was it that mixed blood with their stuff to get it to set better? Like to be water resistant.
I think John's actually got a point here.
What's that?
Let me think about this. Because they are thousands of an inch, within thousands of an inch, precise. Sure. And yes, you could say, but if your form or your mold it is made that way, but I'm wondering,
if you used one mock-up to make all your forms with, they would be all the same.
Yeah, and see now, I don't think they mean that sort of precision. I mean, as in they run a laser down the length of it, and it is to within thousandths, like 16 thousandths of an inch or something.
Oh, the levelers. Yeah, they'll take levelers to it, and it's near perfect.
We're talking down to the, I'm not going to say molecule, but whatever's above that sort of shit.
Atomic? Would be
atomic.
above molecular. Oh, no, atomic
Yeah.
would be below molecular.
Yeah, molecular's above that. So yeah.
To give you an idea
And I'm
of
just
what
wondering if this sort of thing, like you're talking about a clay or those sorts of things, I could imagine forming that precisely. But this stuff, and that also shrinks. Now that you've told me about that, it shrinks.
Yeah, as it cools,
I
it'll
don't
shrink it.
think
But
things can form in a mold unless they stay.
Not necessarily, unless the mold accounts for overflow and is multi-layered so that it form fits down as it cools and compacts.
that would be a tricky part. Yeah.
It would be tricky, but if you had enough time to work with it.
Because the stone would have layers like an onion.
Right, but if you could get your mold to get it to compact down and out rather than in and up, if that makes sense, then just because it's shrinking doesn't mean you're destroying your mold. Like, just it's compacting, but it's compacting into the mold you want. I'm not saying that's not tricky, but I don't know. It could have been a trial and error thing for all I know. But if you got there, I imagine you could compensate for that somehow in ways I don't know.
I know that a piece of tool grade steel that is a rod shape, 3 inches across, when you raise that 300 degrees, it's going to expand by about 16 thousandths of an inch. And when it comes to complex structures, you'd kind of think that you could like crush the mold as the object were cooling, but it doesn't really work that way. It's more like it shrinks toward its nearest center of mass, if that makes sense. It doesn't like shrink as a whole. It's just every part of it gets smaller. I don't know how to explain that part.
But you are not going to get that level of precision with that going on. Do you know what I mean?
That's true.
I get what John's saying.
We have a hard time replicating it with our best
tools. These edges, and I don't mean straight line. I mean two faces coming together.
Angles.
Yeah.
The angles are so precise that we have a hard time replicating that with precision.
Now, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a good one. It's a good one.
I'll tell you what you would really want is you'd want your mold to be made of a material that the volcanic flow is not going to melt. You would want your mold to be able to break apart into separate pieces so that you can get inside and outside shapes. And I'd like to see the back of these stones, how if there's an impression in the back of the stones, that would be a completely different problem. Because now you don't need, like say you wanted to make a cube, right? In order to make a cube in a mold made out of liquids that set up quickly, maybe by cooling, you need 6 walls on the cube, right? But if you're just pouring to fill, you need 5. You need to leave the top one off, right? And to fill a void that has a cube, you have to leave air spaces for air to escape, and that would leave. You've seen a brand new car tire, how it's got those little pieces of rubber sticking out all over it, little hairs of rubber sticking out all over it. Those were the air gaps to allow the mold to fill. That's what those were. Does anyone make sense at all of what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's why I brought up the blood. Well, back to it shrinking, right? That's why I brought up the blood earlier, because there was a culture, was it Rome, Greece? I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. Anyway, that would add horsehair and blood to their cement to make it Right, to make it more brittle. And the reason they did this was because although it didn't weaken their cement mixture at all, what it did was it eliminated some of the shrinking factor.
Right.
So could they have had like an additive that kind of counteracted how bad that it would shrink as it cooled?
There's no way they're stirring volcanic flow. There's just no way they're getting that close to it with the technology.
Yeah, I was thinking about that before. I was like, hang on, they're not working with lava. What are we saying?
Well, not directly, but if it's like a catch from a slow-moving lava spill, like
I mean,
look at the size and the like. Just
right, but look at the volcano in Hawaii, right?
I
Like
love
when
it.
it started going, look how slow it was moving. Did you see people running, leaving their homes, freaking out? No. You saw people on golf courses. You saw people on golf courses while this volcano was slowly spilling over, right? And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're working with this lava that's flying out of a volcano.
Yeah,
But if you have a slow-moving, like consistent lava flow, then I could see them working with a catch-off.
Yeah. But it would be a massive task.
I'm not saying it's plausible. I'm just off in the what-if land. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. And I am too.
You know, the difficulty of this kind of work is why it's often attributed to religious efforts. Because what the hell motivated the people to do it, you know?
Conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, of course. As far as I know, it's kind of a... Go ahead.
It's like those cathedrals that were built to resemble monoliths, and they're carved down into stone, and so they're surrounded by stories of stone because they're like carved down into stone as one piece. Do you know what I'm talking about? They're gorgeous, but who the hell did that and why? They're kind of like out of the way, and I can't imagine trying to get down that cliff to go to church. People do though. I'll have to show them to you. Never mind.
Researchers identified a number of common andesite crystals, such as plagioclase, biotite mica.
Let's get our context back. We're talking about what's being discovered in these rocks.
Yes, or a nearby volcano, actually.
Can you make me want to go back another 5 just because I... Oh, yeah. So they said we took for granted that stone came from that specific volcano, but they'd never tested it. And these are the results.
Looking at that, I can see that would actually be very easy to make as a form.
Yeah, this
very
one
hard to carve.
Yeah.
Does look more like a form.
And it looks almost like a layered mold.
But this
like
is,
it
I don't
collapsed
think this
down
is the
in. Yeah.
H.
No, but it does look like a layered mold.
Yeah.
Even where some of the air voids are, I've seen that resulting from concrete poured.
That
it looks just like that.
Yeah. It even looks like concrete, but
crystals, but the rock was dotted with small holes, approximately 0.5 to...
But yeah, so here's the thing. We're sitting here looking at it and it looks like concrete. Yeah, that's fine. But it isn't. It literally is volcanic rock.
Right. So my brain is going, how do you create a form that allows a volcanic flow to flow into the form?
Now, here, look at that edge. That's a cut.
What's a cut?
That looks cut rather than formed.
I can see your cursor if you'd use your cursor.
Oh, sorry. I'm not really.
Right there.
These edges. I've
doesn't look like a
got it
cut to
on.
me.
I've got the.
Why
big
couldn't
thing.
that be for? I don't know. I don't think it looks one way or the other. If I was gonna say cut, I would say the thing that makes it look cut to me is if you go along the top right there, that indentation. Like,
Yeah.
do you see what I'm talking about?
Sorry, just welcome Let's to the panel.
Hey.
Let's
But do you
farm.
see?
Hello.
Hello. Do you see the two striation marks?
Yep.
That's where I would say it might show signs of being cut. The other edge still looks like it could have been a mold.
I worked in a foundry for many years, and just to make a point here, if you are going to, like when Richard was saying, make a mold and pour a cube, right? Now that your mold is not going to be cube shaped. It's going to have to be bulged out on each side, curved, because when you pour the iron or the rock or whatever in there, it's going to fill that mold, and then as it cools, those sides will flatten out.
It'll shrink toward the center. Yeah.
It'll shrink toward the center and flatten out. And there are pillars in India. I can't remember what the video I watched, but one of the archaeologists over there was showing where the side of one of the pillars is curved in. And as far as I know, that'd be very difficult to grind it like that. I mean, that would have had to have been entirely done by hand to get that inward curve on that rock. But if they had poured it into a perfectly square mold and then it shrunk, it would come out curved like that. Yeah.
True story.
So,
That's what I was saying. Like, maybe they compensated for it in the mold, and they just learned over time how to get that effect.
Now that a man said it, we can understand.
Oh.
Yeah.
My brain's a lot simpler than everyone else's here. Can I ask, would you say, as someone who's done this sort of thing, would that exact thing there, the hole, that curved inward groove, the straight edges, all you see there, would that be hard for you to do now?
Every part of that would be easy to make in an iron mold, other than those tiny lines and those small holes drilled in them. The big hole, the indentation, the shape, yes, you could form that in a mold made out of sand, pour iron in it, have a core where that big hole is in it, and then when it cools off, you dust off all the sand and you'd have that piece. I made a lot of car parts.
And we do the little holes.
Those little holes.
It'd be too hard to make a core. It's too hard to make a core that could stand up to the heat and maintain that hole at that size.
Because it's so small.
Because it's so small, yeah. The core would flat in an iron mold of that, and we were pouring iron at 2,785 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
And what would you suggest would make those two striations on the end?
Lumps inside the mold, as
well
as all those.
The big piece, the big dent could be like a runner from the mold where they poured the iron in. But the smaller ones, they could have been vents, they could have been flow channels, they could have just been in the mold.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it totally
could have been
looks
any of the
cool to me.
above.
Yeah.
Okay. So even if it was molded, we still agree that how the fuck did they mold volcanic rock, right?
Yeah, because like I'm saying, iron only has to get to 2,785 degrees to be pourable. Most rocks have to get quite a lot hotter than that to be pourable. They will flow, but they won't pour.
I love it.
See,
So
I
it
mean,
would have to get really hot.
He's not outright saying it, but what he's suggesting by it needing to be thinner than a lava flow is you'd have to be adding heat to the lava flow.
To do
I agree with that. Oh yeah, I agree with that because lava is thick. It's like, it's almost like tar, and when it's at 20, however many hundred degrees, So it would have to get a little bit hotter than that to flow like iron when we pour it.
Yeah. I would say you'd actually have to have the mold preheated, and in fact, to get this kind of sharpness of lines out of natural lava flow, your mold would have to be hotter than the lava flow. If Let's Farm has poured iron before, he knows that you have to have your mold at a certain temperature, or it's going to mess up. It's going to mess up the pour.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We had our molds were made of sand mixed with clay, and they were formed by a machine called a DISA, and that DISA preheated the sand.
Yeah.
So
here's a random little theory that I finally figured out how to verbalize, just to put in your head while we watch the rest of this. So what you're just telling me what we're looking at here is quite an advanced technology of stone work.
What I'm saying is this took a lot of energy.
And knowledge and skill.
Yes.
So to me, it is like, and if I'm coming from that cyclic civilization perspective, it's like a civilization developed really advanced ways of using these natural materials and using the earth. And that's why the only record of them is natural things like rock and someone's out the back. Oh,
of course.
I keep going and looking for that video using the primitive hand drill that I was talking about, but it kicked me out because I stayed gone too long.
And then say that civilization gets wiped out, and however many happened before now, our civilization has gone down a different route of technology where we aren't, I guess we are utilizing natural resources because that's all there is, but we're not using nature as much in our technology. We're using our technology to get away from. Whoa, that's the story you just told, Dixie.
Yes, we're getting too far off course. We're manipulating nature rather than using nature.
Using it. Because if you are using the fucking volcanoes to build your shit, like, that's advanced. I know there's no machines there or mechanisms, but what we are looking at is a type of technology that's advanced.
Our ancestors may have been more superstitious than we are, but they were by no means dumber than we are. I don't know why we always think that.
Or a really advanced way of cutting stone, one that is either so advanced or so bizarre that we've not yet been able to figure it out.
Of course, all of this works very well for my theory. That great technology was brought here, and it left with them.
Anyone in here ever tried cutting a stone with a hammer and a chisel?
Oh, not with hammer and chisel.
No.
I honestly have. When we lost our dog was 20 years old when she passed away.
Aww.
So she was family, not just a pet. So
you made her a headstone, didn't you?
I sure tried, but I broke it. So I'm going to try again, but it's harder than it sounds. I promise you that. I was just chipping out the T in her name, and the whole stone cracked right in half.
Yep.
And I was like, yeah, no. Yes, I am going to make her a headstone.
That's super sweet.
So chiseling rock with a hammer and a chisel, and this was a good chisel and a really good hammer, and it is way more difficult than I thought it would be.
I'll say one thing. Let's farm a bag of sand, or several bags of sand, depending on the size of the stone, as a surface that the stone is sitting on.
I will definitely do that next time, Richard. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can anyone answer how difficult? I guess, do you know what volcanic rock is like when it's hard? How difficult would it be to cut that?
To cut this in a volcanic rock? Seriously?
Yeah.
This is insane to cut.
Would it?
Volcanic rock is pretty porous, isn't it?
It all depends on the volcano, and I mean, basalt is almost like glass. You try cutting that, and it tends to shatter or chip.
That's what I'm saying.
really
Like
badly.
I would imagine the more porous a rock is, the easier it would be to shatter it by mistake, because just open space and weak spots running through it.
Okay, here's what happens in real life in machining. Let's say that I had a 30-tooth rotating carbide tipped flat cutter. What they call it a hog, where you're just going to remove a huge amount of material in every pass, right? And I'm going for like 30 continuous inches, which I think this piece is longer than 30 continuous inches. Okay.
Oh yes, and this is andesite. Sorry, carry on, Richard.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not as porous. Got it.
It's very hard.
It's right up there with granite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So as my tool meets the edge, there's less teeth cutting less material, so it cuts deeper. As all the teeth are on it, the pressure is equalized and it'll stabilize. And then as it leaves the piece off the other end, it will again dig deeper, making a tall place in the middle. The same is true of any kind of cutting you do, anything at all. It doesn't even matter. You are not going to get a flat like what we're seeing here, what's been measured here within thousandths of an inch, like they're saying, over the course of like 30 inches. Shoot, I'd say as little as 10 inches. You're not going to get a continuous within thousandths for 10 inches in a row, cutting it with the methods that we're talking about cutting it. You're just not going to get it. It's just not true.
I mean, they even have a machine, just a big magnetic table with a very fine grinding wheel for that, Richard. I can't remember the name of the machine, just for getting rid of that high spot in the middle.
That's right.
And the other thing too that's interesting is I can't think of a way that this level of technology or knowledge could be lost any other way than a catastrophe, as in the annihilation of everybody. No one.
Well, no, there's one more way, and that's the annihilation of knowledge, right? Be it through religion, superstition, like oppression, conquer from another culture, like the burning of the Library of Alexandria. We'll never know what we lost, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's. I mean, okay, conceivably yes, Pixie. However, if you beat somebody else in a physical war, right? And let's say you just took sticks and beat the crap out of each other till one person won. If the other person happened to have a handgun in the small of their back, I don't care if all you understand is stick. If you saw that handgun, you'd take it.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying, right? Like I'm saying, I understand that, but it would have to be absolutely brutal, and I mean like biblically brutal, and I get that, where you just don't let anything from that culture survive at all. Yeah, I might take the gun, but I might like melt it down and use it for something else, right? Like especially if all I understood was stick. I'm not saying it's plausible. I'm just saying in certain communities, if one people had figured something out and other people hadn't, right? and I came in and I wiped them out, even if I found it, I don't know how they did it. I don't know what to do to replicate it, right? Like, and so in that way, that knowledge is lost.
My wife 100%. My wife 100% agrees with you that at one point there were a lot of really smart people on this planet who set things up, built these amazing structures, and then they either all died or left and left us dumb people here with them. And what we do with them? Broke them. You know, we took it apart. Go, oh, wonder what this does, and broke it. Yeah. So, some way we lost that intelligence, the knowledge.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand I could say something like, I could give a car to a 3-year-old and maybe disconnect the transmission where they can't actually drive it and kill themselves. And they know how to start it and they even know how to use it, but they're not going to be able to maintain it. And it's going to become eventually a car that doesn't work at all. Right? But I can't imagine the car disappearing.
Yes, because what happens with, even now, let's think about it. Let's think about end of the world, right? Like, that car is there. It doesn't work. I don't know what to do with it. But the material it's made out of, I can make a lot of shit with that. That's going to help me go a long way. Right? All I have to do is tear it apart. Sure. Or I could tear it apart trying to figure out how to put it together and just lose it that way.
And over the course of enough time, those parts will corrode away.
Yeah,
that's true.
Or it could be implemented into anything. It could be made into jewelry or knives or anything.
You will be quite surprised. Probably no one here, because you're all very intelligent, will be surprised. But me and David would be surprised how quickly I see movement in David's window. How quickly nature reclaims everything. And by reclaim, I mean even a car. If humans aren't in the picture, nature quickly comes back and that car disappears into the shrubs and ground and like.
Sounds like you watch Life After People.
That's what I was gonna say too. Like and the parts of the car that are still there could be there, buried under layers and layers and layers of earth and things built on top of it and everything else.
They literally said that the only thing, if human beings disappeared today, the only thing that would show that we were ever here 100,000 years from now would be some pieces of the Great Wall of China and Mount Rushmore, because they're carved out of solid granite.
You forgot plastic.
And microplastics will be everywhere. So.
Yeah, and they'll probably be that micro by that point. They'll be like sand, plastic sand.
It pretty much already is. I mean, it's gotten so pervasive. They say the majority of humankind actually has microplastics in their bloodstream.
Yeah.
I mean, what was wrong with lava soap? What do we need those microplastic scrubbing beads for? Pumice works great. Pumice works great. I've used lava soap for years. I'm a mechanic too. You know, I get my hands greasy. So, lava.
What was that orange stuff? Every mechanic I've ever known has it.
It's citrus base. It's liquid. Yeah. It's liquid emulsified lava rock in a citrus base.
Yeah, that orange stuff.
It's called Fast Orange.
I want to say like
Fast Orange. Thank you. That stuff is amazing.
What is it?
It's called Fast Orange, and it's this soap, and it's pretty gritty, but like it gets everything off. If you have oil, grease, as a smoker, resin,
it's exfoliant for men
on your hands, it'll come off super easy.
And if you can't handle the abrasion, you know, like sanding off your skin, then you can always go with goop, which is just made from lanolin, sheep grease.
Yeah.
Yep,
I don't know. I just know anytime I clean out a bowl, that stuff comes in handy.
All right. So I wanted to pause and discuss forming and cutting that, because he does actually. There is this, or they offer an answer. So I wanted to see what we come up with first, and then hear what they say, and then see what we think about that.
Let me point out
Meter in
something
diameter.
about the regular holes and how that they are evenly spaced along those channels.
Yeah.
Now, maybe it's just me, but that really looks like joinery. It looks like things where the mold was interlocking.
That's what I said. Yep.
Yeah.
And
I've
on
mold with that exact thing, but as Let said, they're too small to have survived the heat.
Unless you waited till
Mold.
it slightly cooled and did like a basic hand drill technique.
Right, and the only cores that could probably survive being that small would have to be made out of like tungsten or something, or some kind of advanced ceramic.
That's true. The smaller the hole is, the more solid the material you need to use it.
Right.
To be. And the problem with the hand drill is the precision.
Oh yeah, because on Ancient Aliens they measured the depth of them, and they're all the same depth.
Like laser.
Oh, yeah,
precision.
that's.
So,
Which you would like, you put a stop on your drill. It doesn't mean the holes are going to be that exact, because
No, and the
sometimes
stop would leave a mark for that matter.
Right. Yes, it would. Richard's right. So, not sure how they got them all so uniform.
Diameter and 0.2 to 0.5 millimeters deep.
Let's
Each
go back
with
to
twin
that
marks on the
second.
crystals, but the rock was dotted with small holes, approximately 0.5 to 1 millimeter in diameter and 0.2 to 0.5 millimeters deep, each having clear edges.
That's
So-
really shallow.
It's a shame. Yeah, I'm glad you know millimeters, Richard, because that is like tiny.
That's like 5 mustache hairs deep.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not deep at all.
I can't thinking exactly. I can't think with forming or drilling.
Well, I have a question. All right, so no matter how they made these things, you know that it had to take time, right? And that they made many of these things. So I'm thinking if food and everything had to be quite plentiful, there were no like famines during this time, and everything else was taken care of. So if you didn't have the internet or television or books, what are you going to do all day when you're well fed?
Yeah. This is what
I guess they could have known
Alternative
about
is
diamonds.
that different types of technology or different types of knowledge or technology, however you want to call it.
But then how would they have cut the diamond to use it?
Exactly.
This is
With another diamond, maybe? I don't.
This is the
Actually,
roundabout
you can shatter diamonds because although they're extremely hard, they're also very brittle. You don't cut diamonds; you grind them or you shatter them.
Yeah,
Well, maybe they could have done it with some sort of like diamond tool. But even then, how so precise every time?
Simple. I mean, I've seen this kind of repeating pattern like this in that kind of shape, and in those rivets. Rivets will do exactly this. The head of a rivet would be a hole shaped like that. It'd have to be a really damn hard rivet.
Yeah,
definitely wasn't a solid rivet then.
And the precision, like it's not just the shallowness. The precision was the spacing in between them, the diameter of each hole.
I'd like to know if this pattern is on every single stone, and if they're all exactly the same across every stone.
Yeah, God, I'd love to go there.
In thin
I like
section,
John's
the
comment.
researchers are...
What is
The
Sean?
striation in the holes are proven to be drilled at such high speeds that we cannot duplicate today.
No kidding.
Not to that precision.
Yeah, well, I didn't know about these holes, but I know of other holes they've found cut, and when they measure the distance between the striations left after drilling, the speed that these drills were going at are faster than drills we use today.
That's
so. What the hell were these?
And well, then there would be like some there even with a drill going that fast or a laser or some kind of plasma cutter, there would be some indications of heat, I would think.
It's
you're
worse
going to
than
get some
that.
friction heat.
Yeah. And not only the heat, but the faster your drill is going, the better your bearings need to be. The stronger your shaft or the cutting edge support needs to be, because in every piece of machining there's going to be inconsistencies, and it's just like if you spin a record at 33 1/3, right, versus if you spin a floppy disk at 1,000, the faster it's going, the more perfect it needs to be. Because it'll just cause wobble and stuff. It's going to mess you up. So actually going really fast is to your disadvantage, unless your quality is such that speed's fine.
Is deep, each having clear edges. In thin
Clear
section,
edges.
the researchers identified a number of common andesite crystals, such as plagioclase, biotite mica, and pyroxene.
Hang on. So clear edges, even like at that smallness, it's just I can't even get my head around it.
But there was
I'm
also
having
a
great.
strange amorphous...
Could you pause for a second, Sammy? I'm sorry to be rude. I love all of your brains. Peace and respect, y'all. I got to go to work at some point. I'll put it off as long as I can.
Later days, Richard.
Love you, Richard.
Peace and respect. Let's farm.
Now, Mica.
Substance,
Is
light
it
brown-
mica or no? It's mica. Never mind. I was gonna say, is it mica or obsidian? I think obsidian is slightly different, but mica tends to break off in smooth layers, right?
Yeah.
brown in color and faded to the edges. Looking with a high magnification, this brown inker is identified, each having clear edges. In thin section, the researchers identified a number of common andesite crystals, such as plagioclase, biotite mica, and pyroxene. But there was also a strange amorphous substance, light brown in color and faded to the edges. Looking with a high magnification, this was certainly not a crystal, and the researchers admitted it resembled something more like rubber. The substance had a very high amount of carbon, nitrogen, and mineral elements. It had a clear signature of organic matter, and as discussed in the paper, the scientists were able to rule out the possibility of surface pollution or contamination with further tests. The fact was,
that's what I was saying
scientists
about
had discovered
additives. Could
organic
they have had
matter
an
within the
additive? That's why I was saying, could they have had an additive that made this form possible? Much like adding blood or horsehair to the concrete mix to reduce the shrink in when it cooled or settled. But why rubber? Something that resembles rubber. That's interesting.
Could be similar to bakelite plastic then.
Well, yeah, they're calling it a polymer.
Well, the Earth makes bakelite.
Yeah. And they're calling it an artificial geopolymer.
The structure of a volcanic rock. Geologically speaking, it is not possible to have organic matter in a solid volcanic rock, and it wasn't just one anomalous blob of organic matter. It was seen throughout the samples. The only viable explanation from the researchers is that the andesite is actually a ceramic-like man-made stone. They claim the organic matter detected in the study suggests the reaction of ammonium organic compound from vegetal or animal origin with minerals to form an organo-mineral binding agent
Animal
to stick
origin.
geopolymer rock together.
And let's remember.
Do you know how much animal blood was used in like creating mortar and cement? Right, and they said this seems to come. It's organic matter that seems to come from animals.
Yeah, didn't he say animals and humans?
I thought he said animals are vegetation, but I could be wrong.
Vegetation. But let's remember, because none of these pictures have had a human in them. Those H's are massive, and that previous picture of all that. Look at all that stone.
You said like porcelain, right?
You can go through Pumapunko in VR. Just through Google Maps, it'll let you.
How long were they pouring slow lava to do that?
It may not even be. It may not even be lava, right? Like it could have been like in a foundry situation, melted down. He said the only way they could explain it is that it was a man-made composition, like porcelain.
Yeah. So they had the ability to build foundries.
Okay. Just real quick though, if they poured these and then didn't heat treat them afterwards, there would be stress cracks. A lot of them.
That's true. I'm not saying it does explain it. I'm just.
So they wouldn't have just had to have a foundry. They would have had to have a heat treating oven too, to even out the stresses inside the molds and the castings that they just made.
Or some kind of giant blowtorch situation going on.
And we're talking about foundries. Yes, we make some big metal stuff, but these things are massive. How would you wouldn't be like forming them and then heat treating them, like just moving them around and playing with them like they're little Legos, you know what I mean?
Unless there's something about that rubber-like substance we don't understand, right? Because while it's organic and blood and things like that can be accounted for as being used to reduce the shrinking and as it settles, like I wonder if that rubber like whatever has something to do with the lack of stress fractures. I don't know.
And how? Yeah. This is probably going to be a pretty dumb question, but how is it that we can find substances that we don't know what they are? Can't we like see stuff right down to the atomic level and stuff? Like
no, because sometimes it's how they layer it in the process. For example, there's these type of swords, and you know how swords are made, right? You combine different metals, you fold them, you hammer them out, you all that shit, right? Yeah. But these swords were layered and made and combined with metals in a certain way that we haven't figured out how to replicate the composition of these swords.
Well, FYI,
can we tell what it's made of, or is that what you're saying? We don't know what is in these swords.
We can get most of it, but there's something we can get most of it, right? But there's something we can't account for. Whether that's because we don't know the source material used, or whether that's because it was layered in such a way that it's impossible to tell what that source material was to begin with, I don't know.
Right.
Okay, real quick. The largest steel casting ever produced by humans took 600 tons of molten steel. It was transported in 6 100-ton ladles. It took 6 weeks to cool before it could be removed from the mold, and spent 2 weeks in further heat treatment. After final machining, this component ended up at a finished weight of 325 tons.
So there you go. What I thought, there's no way they weren't doing that on this level of scale unless they were really advanced Where's the evidence of the found, like the?
Yeah, where's the foundry and the heat treating ovens?
And that's why I'm going back to a more artificial mixture that I
And
don't understand.
And the hundreds of thousands of tons of sand and bentonite clay they would have needed to make the molds.
That's true. I mean,
Where did it go?
yeah.
I have seen that video, Ox, actually, but I'll push play and then I'll look up how heavy these things are.
It's just weird. I have no idea how they
With
could have
minerals.
accomplished that, no matter how I look at it.
Yeah. That's the beauty of them.
Organo-mineral binding agent to stick the geopolymer rock together. It seems likely that the builders transported non-consolidated rock with minerals to form an organo-mineral binding agent to stick the geopolymer rock together.
I'm going to have to go back further so my brain can...
Viable explanation from the researchers is that the andesite is actually a ceramic-like man-made stone. They claim the organic matter detected in the study suggests the reaction of ammonium organic compound from vegetal or animal origin with minerals to form an organo-mineral binding agent to stick the geopolymer rock together. It seems likely that the builders transported non-consolidated volcanic tuff, which has the consistency of sand, from the Kero-Capia region and added the organo-mineral binder, manufacturing the stone with local biomass.
Pixie got it.
That's still just an educated guess, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we really don't
what
know.
I mean by that, you picked what they were going to say.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out. Where is he going?
Yeah. I don't think did he say ammonia? No, minerals.
No, he said ammonia. He did say
said
ammonia.
ammonia.
He did.
And that's where we used to get ammonia, urine.
So they're pissing in this is what, like, Jesus.
Why not? They put animal blood in shit and horsehair and...
This is getting out of hand.
There's still thousands and thousands of houses in America that have horsehair plaster on the walls.
Would you rather live in a house that had blood in the walls, or like blood in the mixture, or pee in the mixture?
Probably any of those. Like, they're all equally.
I'd rather go with the horsehair, you know.
Oh, sorry, horsehair was an option. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
How do we obtain it from the horses?
Oh, you can clip their mane or their tail.
Scissors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just meant, like, we're not talking about the whole. We don't take the whole.
No.
Horse, do we? We're not harvesting horses to put in our walls.
No, but they were probably slaughtering goats and chickens and all kinds of shit every time they were building something.
As long as
especially if it needed to go underwater.
I suppose if you're going to eat the horse as well and not waste it, then it's all good.
As Davidovits, Heuermann and Davidovits say in their paper, their work demonstrates that the Puma Punku builders mastered two methods of geopolymer, one for the sandstone megaliths, as they outlined in an earlier paper, and one for the andesite structures, as discussed in this video. That can prove scientifically that Puma Punku is a geopolymer site, a fact that is truly groundbreaking. The H-blocks of Puma Punku are without doubt some of the strangest ancient megalithic artifacts in the world, displaying strange magnetic properties as shown by Brian Forster and cut in such a precise and perfect way by a civilization we are told only had stone tools. The only real explanation seems to be that the blocks are man-made, and now we have evidence. We know scientifically that the builders of Puma Punku were far more advanced than historians and archaeologists admit. The andesite rocks include organic matter, something geologically impossible, and therefore that alone shows that the H-blocks are no ordinary volcanic rock. They are clearly man-made. The next step of their study is to gather enough samples of the Puma Punku andesite to find out the exact makeup of the organic matter, and then they will also be able to undertake carbon-14 dating. Although not always reliable, the team are actually going to be able to carbon date a rock, And then we may find out just how old Pumapunku really is. Maybe history is on the verge of being rewritten. I have just launched a new YouTube channel called Space and Planet, which focuses on Earth and space science.
So,
It might help. It might be. It might be helpful to know how close the nearest andesite quarry is to that.
but
It wouldn't have been a quarry, right? Because he said they would have imported it from an island, and it would have been like the consistency of a sand mixture that they combined with other stuff.
a polymer, a ceramic-like polymer, that the only option is major heat. Could there be a chemical reaction? And I'm going out on a limb, but
The way I think of it is we don't know, right? But if let's just say they're really smart, right? Today, I can go to the store and buy a cement mix and add some water and get going, right? So when they imported this volcanic sand or whatever, and they mixed it with the stuff they had on hand, who am I to say that they really needed like this giant oven to get what they were doing accomplished?
that's what I mean by maybe
Chemical
there's
reaction.
a chemical reaction that could activate this concrete. I mean, we don't use heat for our concrete, but our concrete isn't volcanic rock.
There's also a difference between how you treat things, right? Like I said, they could have had a blowtorch for all I know, a flamethrower, but like how you heat treat clay, is it going to be like how you necessarily like the exact same process as like heat treating porcelain or ceramic, right?
So, how long metals? So pure metals, like that we've taken out of the ore and we've turned into something, they would disappear pretty quickly in time, wouldn't they? How long does metal last?
Would it disappear, or would it be enclosed? Would somebody else would it be so enclosed in the earth and rock that by the time somebody found it later, they just thought they found another found another deposit?
Why would they be that deep down? But the building, the city itself, is up on the surface.
Well, think about
You know what I mean?
that. Think about the excavation of that pyramid, right? Where it was a pyramid built on a pyramid built on a pyramid, and the further down they went, the more the composition changed, right? So if we just think of it that way, like it just slowly gets buried, then maybe by the time it's found again, it's just looked at as another ore deposit.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking, like I've had this idea in my head that, you know, they didn't have high technology because they're still working in rock and stuff, but just great knowledge.
And the lesser metals that rust would be what, like red sand?
Well, now I'm thinking if you can manipulate lava and shit to do this level of
No, I took lava off the table, right? Because
no. Have we took lava off the table?
Well, yes, if his prediction is correct, lava's off the table. And the reason is because he said that it looks like they imported it from an island, right? That is like volcanic sand, and it would have come in like the consistency of sand, and they would have mixed it with things from their local environment. And if that's the case, they didn't necessarily need the lava because that's built in your sand mixture.
So
because it's from lava rock. This stuff.
So we make concrete that lasts about 100 to 200 years, and these guys figured out how to make concrete so hard that lasts thousands of years. So what you're saying is this guy they've basically said, okay, it's man-made, like a ceramic, and not bothered to mention, but that just raises even bigger questions.
It does and it doesn't, because there's something about ancient architecture that we don't understand. For example, all our grand skyscrapers, all of that, right? How long do you think it would take them to just be taken over by nature and unrecognizable? Not very long,
No.
right? How these ancient structures, temples, pyramids, all of it, have withstood longer than our structures ever could is probably something we don't quite understand. But it's true. There are ancient structures that will outlast our modern structures, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
The pyramids will outlast all the skyscrapers and everything we built.
Yeah, and
our less temporary structures are probably, I mean, they're still temporary. Don't get me wrong. They're still incredibly temporary, especially if nobody's around for upkeep. But our less temporary structures are probably like statues and monuments, like Mount Rushmore, things like that, right? Like those are the things that'll last. Even then though, like it's just amazing how temporary modern construction is compared to ancient, like.
Yeah, Rushmore's really durable.
Yeah, well, aside from Mount Rushmore, although I consider Mount Rushmore a defacement. So, anyway.
Well, there are portions of the Great Wall of China that are carved out of solid granite too.
Yeah.
So they'll stick
I'd
around
like
for
to
a
see.
minute.
I'd like to see Mount Rushmore be eroded away. Although I won't. I think they destroyed what was somebody else's sacred land, and they already saw people in there. So. It was the Mountain of the Sisters for a reason. But yeah. I watched a video that said something about the Sphinx being much, much older than we think it is.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one too.
That's because of the water, what looks like water erosion in the Sphinx enclosure, mainly. And also, it's not eroded properly itself.
No, it had something to do with this other Sphinx. Well, it's disputed whether it's a Sphinx or not a Sphinx. Some people say it's natural, but it'd be really weird to like naturally form like that. I don't know. It's much more eroded and it's definitely older, but it has to do with that too. I don't know. It was weird. I have to watch it again because I was working and distracted.
Well, you can obviously see that on that Sphinx, the one in Egypt, that is not the original head. The erosion is not the same between the head and the body. They recarved that face. Used to be a lion.
Yeah.
head is much less eroded than the body, and the body was buried in sand. So how does that work?
Here we go. See if this mentions it. G'day, Tog.
Good morning, guys.
Yes, sir.
Let's have a look at the old Sphinxy. It's old sphincter.
It was that Dr. Shock that first came out with the idea that the enclosure is eroded by water.
Who?
Dr. Robert Schoch. He's a geologist.
I think it's got to be fast.
The idea of casting something that big, though, as big as those stones at Pumapunko, or that casting that I told you about. I mean, the biggest thing we did was about 90 pounds, so that just seems incredible to me.
This thing? The Sphinx, you mean? Or?
Oh, no. Talking about, like, when we were talking about I'm going to the blocks at Pumapunko. Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing we did was 90 pounds, and it took a long time to cool off to where you could handle it. And I couldn't imagine doing something that big, waiting weeks for it to cool off.
Well, they had all the time in the world, it seems. Like, that's one thing I said, like, whose deadline were they running on to, like, we have to get this done now? Like, whose schedule?
Well, depending on
Hey,
your society, sometimes the rulers. But
You're in the middle of carving and stuff. Oh, guys, I got to go. Cosby's on.
Right?
Well, no, I just meant whose deadline do you have to meet? Sometimes the ruler's deadline.
But yeah, but the pyramids were being made forget who it was, like the Grand Pyramid. It's nothing more than like a coffin, right? So it's like you have to literally build this thing. You have to wait for the motherfucker to die first to put it in, and then when he finally dies, you put him in there, and then you have to build this shit up. So even after the dude's like dead, right? You still making his fucking like monumental gravestone. I think it's funny.
Also, the way
if it happened like that, if it happened. Sorry.
Also, the way Sammy says H amuses me.
How heavy was the biggest thing you said, Let's, that you'd done?
That we did was just right around 90 pounds, just under 100 pounds. That was our casting, and it was a car part for a Ford Explorer. So.
And what was the biggest ever?
325 tons finished weight. They had to melt 600 tons of iron to pour it.
Each one of those H's is 131 tons.
Say H again.
I said which?
No, I said say H again.
H.
It's like the white.
H-I-J-K.
It's like when they say Z instead of Z.
H? Isn't it? How you say it?
I don't know, we just say H.
I know you do. You're American. You used to have to. You changed all the words just to be.
No, we made them letters instead of words. You know, it's H instead of H, and it's Z instead of Z.
We made them actual letters.
How does that work?
Well, it's a Z. It's not a Z. Z is a word, not a letter.
No.
Yes.
Z is a letter.
No, Z is a letter.
You're going to have to let me up now.
It's just a Z.
Only says America.
Yeah, it's Z, and then you change it to Z.
And if it was already Z before, yeah, that's it's Z.
Z is a word. That is Z-E-D. Z.
Z.
It's not a letter.
Z is a letter.
No,
letter
Z
to
is
the
a
word.
letter.
No,
Z
Z
is a letter.
is the word. Z-double-E. That's a word as well.
Just like H is a letter and H is amusing.
H is a word.
Like pronunciate the sound before you say
H
it.
is a letter.
H. I like that though. It's like when I say
You're right. They do. They give you the phonetic and then the letter. Interesting. But that doesn't work for Z. But it works for H.
It does. It's gonna freak me out because then I deleted all my ringtones and all my pictures. I put them all on my computer to like make space for my phone, and like now I have all the like stock ringtones for my phone. So I have none of the special ringtones. So now when I get a call, I have no idea what it is. So I gotta put all those back on my phone.
I ran into a sign language question that I'm gonna have to Google because I don't know the answer.
My daughter's actually learning American Hand Sign Language, I think, in school.
So is
She took
Super
the after
Munchkin.
school.
And she teaches me a lot.
That's nice.
But
she'll go up to my mom and like try to bond with her doing American, because my mom's a nurse, not nurse. She's a CNA. She's
Mhm.
also a nursing assistant, so she can she knows sign language because it's part of her job. So it's pretty cool.
well, you know, there's different sign languages. Like there's American Sign Language and things like that. So
Right.
I'm wondering, because Spanish has more letters in their alphabet than we have, do they have extra signs, or do they just combine it? Right? Like, how do you separate the N with the tilde? And if it's the R versus the double R, do they just show you R twice? Like,
Love you, John.
now I want to know.
I think some of this stuff goes.
You know what I want to know, Pixie? I want to know I want you to define the word Z.
It's an imaginary word that you guys pretend means
that
Z.
you made up, correct?
I didn't make it up. I never
Bye,
said
John.
Z. I didn't say the word Z
Hey, you're the one
until I
that's
ran into you
said
guys.
it's a word. I didn't call Z a word. Z's
I
a
don't know.
letter.
Isn't Z in the Greek
Z
alphabet?
is a letter. Where does the N
Z
come
is
from
some
in the letter
made-up
Z? No,
thing
just
that
speak the letter Z.
Americans say.
No, I'm saying
there's
speak
no
the letter
meaning.
Z. Zebra, pizza.
What?
No,
Exactly.
listen, zebra,
Oh, so
pizza,
is
zipper.
that how you make your letters? Based off the
listen.
words that are created from the letters.
Z.
What sound does that letter
the
make?
word came before the letter.
The point is, in pizza, in zipper, in zebra, nowhere is there an edge. There's not an edge anywhere. I don't say
some arbitrary
zedifer.
rule.
I don't say zedifer.
It's zebra. It's not zebra. It's
you're
zebra.
killing me, Pixie.
And it is zebra.
Okay, well, I still don't say
It's not
zebra.
zebra.
Even if it's zebra, I still don't say zebra.
No,
Where in
because the letter
zebra?
Z makes the sound Z, not
No,
Z.
the letter Z makes the sound Z.
The silent D at the end.
No, the letter Z doesn't make the sound Z, it makes the sound Z.
And it's
Well, the
still
letter B
zebra.
doesn't make the sound B. It sounds like B.
That's right, exactly.
So,
But the word B does sound like B when used in B and B.
and then you get really confused when you get
I was
letters like
joking
C.
that it's a. I
And
was
bye.
joking that it's a word because of the length of the sound. Like A is just
Phonetic.
A. Z is not like the
Is
rest of. It's
one
not. It's not like the rest of the
syllable like
alphabet.
Z?
It's not A. You can't go A B C D
The
E
length,
F G
Z
all the way
is-
through the
you're
alphabet and then be like
Z
Z.
is Z-E-D,
It doesn't make any
and
sense.
Z is Z-E-E. They're
No, it's
exactly
just
the
a
same
Z.
length.
Yeah. What Simon said. Yeah, you can't go to Z. Z is a word as
Give
well.
me an
It's
example.
Z.
Give me an example of another letter that does that. Any other letter in the alphabet that does that.
It does what? But
It's a.
What
it's
Z?
a-
What Z does to Z?
what?
It doesn't
What?
matter.
That makes no sense. That's a nonsense question.
It does. It does make
What?
like
That
the
doesn't
whole.
do anything to Z. Z did
Yes, it
something to
does.
Z.
No,
Z did
Z
something.
was sitting there, happy, just minding its own business. And
No, I'm just saying phonetically, when you say the alphabet, right? Every other letter.
mutilated it,
A,
turned it
B,
into
C,
some
D, E, F, G, H,
fairy
I,
sounding
J.
thing.
PJ, that
Oh,
was
there's
funny.
one. I gave you one. Jay does it.
J, yeah, J-A-Y.
Jay does it.
Wow.
Okay, so you have another one.
Yes.
But that one kind of
S,
does it accidentally because
S,
J-A-Y and J are the
S.
same.
Ooh, and
Yeah,
the only reason why we have
said,
oh, never mind.
S
you
starts
can't
with
change it
Z.
later and then claim that that's a valid version of it. It's Z because Z was around first.
Why
I don't
isn't
care. That
S
sounds
Z
ridiculous.
Z?
Americans
It's
changed
Z.
it to Z. It was originally Z.
Okay, but
And
Z
also,
sounds
Can't
I'm
if
just
change
saying
it
that.
because we're wrong.
hang on, if Z is Z, then S should be C.
No, and because we hit C is C, and
And then
the
C
whole
should be K. Sorry.
the whole no because K is K, but the whole premise, like nothing I said was supposed to make sense, right? I'm just making fun of the fact that Z sounds ridiculous.
No, but we invented the language and we called it Z.
It doesn't make it sound any less ridiculous. I can invent a language, and
Hold
it
up.
doesn't mean that the word doesn't sound ridiculous.
I just want to say real quick, I just noticed that my background totally matches like Sammy's background. And
It
it looks
does.
like I'm part of
It
his
does,
freaking thing, just chilling there like, whoa.
But
So
yeah,
cool.
I can invent a language, but that doesn't mean that whatever I invent doesn't sound
Don't worry,
ridiculous.
Pixie. You already did. It's called American
But
English.
we invented
American
you can't claim
you
that
may be-
your version. You can't claim that your version of the language is better or more correct. When we
No,
need to
but
go
I
back
can tell you if it sounds ridiculous or not.
Yeah.
We need to go back to
Yeah.
the people that invented that letter and find out how they pronounce it.
Z just
Yeah.
sounds ridiculous to me. I don't know what it is.
That
makes
was
me
Well,
laugh.
here's the funny thing. I
Yeah.
just argued for the sake of it too, Pixie. I don't think Australia says Z. I grew up saying Z
Because you're American.
because it doesn't. Z doesn't even rhyme in the fucking alphabet. A, B, C. It has to be Z. W, X, Y, N, Z. What does Z rhyme with?
It's Z.
The
It's
whole
W,
thing
X, Y,
rhymes,
and
then
Z.
you
Now
go
I know
Z.
my ABCs.
I want to see what Z sounds like. What if we're saying it wrong?
But I did grow up on Sesame Street, so
But you know
Exactly,
what language?
which is American,
You know what?
which is why you say Z rather than Z.
You know what language does turn their alphabet into words halfway through?
halfway through.
Or not halfway through, I guess towards the end of the alphabet, and that's actually Spanish. The last three letters are like, may as well be words. Because theirs is A, B, C, Ch, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, I, Z.
So I figured it out. I figured it out. In Britain.
That sounded like you were speaking in tongues.
That was
I just said the Spanish alphabet.
Huge swaths of that sounded like the same sound over and over.
No. So A, B, C. Look at it like A, B,
That's
C.
French.
A, B, C. Che, D. S,
So D is che.
E. No. A, B, C. Che is
Yeah.
CH. Remember, they have more letters than we do.
Oh,
Che is
you're
CH.
kidding me.
E, S, H, I, E, J, K, L, and then your double L. Ella, M, N, Y is with the tilde. O, P, Q, R, and then R, where you roll your R's, is two R's. T, wait, R, wait, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
I never knew the Spanish was so sneaky. They've sneaked.
Well, wait. The rest of us call a double V a W because that is not two stuck together.
That's what they did. U, double, It's de and W. Yeah, they call it a double V instead of a double U. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, the whole Z thing's, I think, a matter of pronunciation, because an example says, like, how Americans say New Zealand to a British person, it's New Zealand. That's why.
No, they don't.
No,
Zealand.
we call it New
British
Zealand.
people don't call it New Zealand.
That's what it's fucking saying right here in the vocabulary thing for Z.
Dude,
Don't yell at me.
what
Wah.
have
You know,
That
I
thing-
see that as like a regional or a geographical dialect. I get that because we have that between states here, right? Like if you're from Texas, you'll say Colorado and Nevada. But if you're from Colorado or Nevada, you don't say those things. You say Colorado or Nevada.
And then there's the right now.
Probably a parody.
Yeah.
I say right now or whatever, however that goes.
Dude,
I hear
I would
losers say it
say
every now
that
and then.
someone making fun of English, of England's Z.
No, we have lots of regional dialects here. Like New Orleans has a lot of like French and Creole influences. Texas has a lot of Mexican influence in the language. Like, and so like regional dialects can be very different. How our slangs are different. How we talk about things are different. How we pronounce things is different.
Sorry, I just want to know, Wild Heart.
Yeah.
Say New Zealand.
New Zealand.
That's what I thought.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what the article said. I posted it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make you stop talking, Pixie.
No, check that out in the private chat. Yeah, it
was
is
dead.
correct. It said we created the language, we make the rules. If it's Z, then it's Z. If you change it to Z later, that's on you.
Well, actually, I would argue that the language you speak today isn't the language that was created by your ancestors, but a mutation of it, because I don't see you running around talking like Shakespeare or using the language that predates Shakespeare. You certainly don't use a lot of these and thous and dies. So I would argue that you speak a mutation of the language invented and not the language invented.
Oh,
so you can't tell me that when they invented it, they said Z.
Actually, it says it's the 26th letter of the Roman alphabet. Sorry, Wildheart, you got to give it to the Romans.
I have to say, Wildheart, you're letting England down.
No, we invented the language. We invented
English.
English.
And you're murdering it.
If we called it
because
Z,
you're not
and you
speaking
change it to Z later,
Shakespearean English.
it doesn't matter where the language come from. We invented it. We're always right.
Now start using it properly, please.
You didn't invent it. You stole and mutated it.
like the
Leaking from
Romans
somebody
taught you.
else's alphabet, as previously mentioned.
Like the Romans taught you how to walk on roads.
So you
Paths
stole
only
it
go one
and
way. That's
mutated
to
it.
Rome, baby.
Didn't know you were Roman, Wildheart.
Yeah, you stole it and mutated it, much like the contents of the British museums.
No, we
All right, guys.
stole people's languages. We stole French, we stole Italian,
We
we stole
stole it
German.
fair and square.
But we consolidated it into English. We made it English.
Yeah.
Therefore, we made the language. We made the rules.
Okay, but I don't speak. I don't speak English, Wild. Wild, I don't speak English.
either.
I speak American English.
I speak American.
That's a different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys, I got to be at a place at 1 o'clock, so I'm going to head out.
Later,
fun.
days.
See ya.
Good to
Talk to
see
you guys
you
later.
That's me. Yeah. Go.
Peace.
And again, you don't speak English either. You speak, modern English, common English, the King's English, but you certainly don't speak English. I don't think anybody alive speaks English, like real English anymore.
I don't speak older English. Yeah, I don't speak old English. I speak English.
But that's proper
Well,
English.
American English.
Are you telling me that
My point is, you can't change the language and then tell us that we're wrong. We invented.
But you changed the language and told yourselves you were wrong. You told yourselves you were wrong. That's why you don't speak Old English anymore.
you can't change our language and they tell us we're wrong about it.
Right.
No,
We
but see, here's
agree.
the misconception.
We
The
agree. You
misconception
can't change the language unless you're England.
Okay, so no, but here's my
Yeah.
problem with that. Like,
Right.
a lot of
Okay.
things get blamed on like America that actually happened in England. For example, they'll point to the spelling of the word color or honor, and they'll be like, "Why did America drop the U?" But here's the truth of the matter:
Yeah, what is
he
it?
didn't. England did, and here's why. Hold on. Or they adopted it. So before the printing press, when the majority of people were illiterate, nobility was, you could tell who was noble and who was a peasant by their literacy, right? Now, the nobles could read and all of that. But at that time, because not everybody was literate, like standard spelling and things like that didn't exist. So you actually saw examples of both spellings in English text. It wasn't until the printing press and the masses started becoming literate that the nobility wanted to separate themselves from the masses even further. That's when you start seeing them over enunciating their words, having a strict standard spelling in order to separate themselves from the masses further. Yep. So we have adopted one of their spellings rather than both of their spellings, but let's be clear, both of them were theirs.
Yeah, I get that. That is all totally correct. Yeah, that is
also
absolutely correct. But because the English people from England invented the language and we make the rules, if colour has a U in it, then colour has a U in it. If you want to change the language and call it American English, that's fine. But
well, we have to call it American English.
But you can't do that and then tell us that we're wrong to use the.
It's like,
hold on.
It's
there's
like
a reason we have to call it.
Category.
There's a reason we have to call it American English. Because much like you guys were influenced by Rome and France and Spain and your neighbors, American English is very much influenced by Native Americans, by Mexican, but we've diverted into our own form of English with our own slang because much like you guys, we are influenced by our neighbors. Our neighbors just happen to be very different people.
Yeah. But what my channel? You're just going to repeat yourself again. My channel.
You
David,
can't say that.
I'll kick
You can't say that the English are right.
Okay, I'm removing you.
He needed to tell me that I couldn't call it wrong again.
Yes,
and you're right.
I
I can just say it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, you
Are
can't.
you going to listen? What you just did, right, was say we invented English. If your version of invent is take other people's languages and use them how you see fit, then you invented English, and then America invented English because they took someone's language and used it how they see fit. So they actually invented English. And then we took English and we use it how we see fit. So we did the exact same thing as you. So we invented English.
We stole French. We stole German.
You invented English. We did.
No, we stole French. We stole English. No.
Yeah, and we stole English too.
No, shush. We stole French.
David.
We stole French. We stole German and made it into English. But we called it English. Americans have stolen English and still call it English and tell us that we're wrong about the language that we invented.
No, but hey, hold on. Steal is a problem.
How is it that you're saying we stole French and German words when we never freaking changed what the word was? It's still in its French and German origin. That's not stealing.
On top of that, I would argue that that Britain stole in a way America did not, because you stole from other languages and made a language.
Exactly.
Right? We had British people bring the language over here, and then it got mixed with local influences.
Yeah, but then you can't claim that you're
That's
right.
not the same as stealing. They brought it with them.
Yeah, but I agree with that. But you can't say that you're right over us, the people who actually invented the language.
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not
always
seriously
right by
saying I'm
definition.
right. No, I'm not seriously saying I'm right. I'm saying I'm right because I'm laughing at how ridiculous some of your correct things
I think
sound and
there's
how
also-
incorrect they seem.
There's also seems to be a conflation here that I just realized. We're comparing languages to words. The inventions of words aren't necessarily the inventions of language. So that's one conflation I think that we're making here. Language
Have you ever seen
and words aren't necessarily the same thing.
Have you ever seen the Cherokee alphabet?
and DC.
The Cherokee alphabet, I always thought it looked like a cross between Greek and Egyptian alphabet, but apparently scholars think it resembles the Greek alphabet a lot.
Yeah, isn't the Cherokee, doesn't that use a lot of whistles and clicks?
No.
No,
The Cherokees had a written language. They had a written language before settlement ever came.
Yeah.
There weren't very many tribes. I think there were five tribes that had. They call them the 5 civilized tribes, which is ridiculous and a misnomer. But you had to meet certain conditions to be considered a civilized tribe. One of them being you didn't fight the white man too hard.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But another one was you had to have a written language. Like they had these certain criteria that made you a quote unquote civilized tribe. The Cherokees are one of them. They had their own existing written language before any of the colonizers got here.
Gosh, I wish I was one of those. I want
See,
to be a colonizer.
unfortunately, Wild, every
Maybe that's my
single
Spaniard blood.
thing England has ever done was done far before they ever did it. England wasn't really the first to do much of anything.
Except invent
And
Australia.
they were quite late in the game. They were one of the last.
No, we invented Australia.
Of the great world
Australia wasn't a
powers.
thing, so we went there and
And
invaded
in fact, England was never
This
considered.
is over.
It was Britain.
No, we invented Australia. We invented your country.
Well, except
There you
the
go.
Aborigines that
I
were
don't
already
think you know
living
what the
there.
word invented
Yeah.
means.
We
Well,
stole the country.
You invented the Aborigines there. You just grabbed a bunch of Africans, like here for
Yeah.
some fucking wildlife.
They
Tossed them
They
all there.
invented a continent,
Yeah,
a large
made it
a
all up.
landmass.
Hey man, if they can make the pyramids, they can make Australia. It's all It's all a long con game.
Part of
That's
me
what it
wants to see them reconstruct the pyramids.
Who does?
I do. Part of me wants to see them reconstruct it. I mean, what it is
Right.
now is it's interesting to see the ruins as they are, but those are ruins. That's nothing but a shell, right? Like it used to. They said it used to have smooth white limestone finish. A smooth white limestone finish with a golden top.
Yeah, so like at midday, it will be shining like fuck.
Yeah, now that would be something to see.
Yeah.
Well, see, I question that because of all the freaking holes that are on the top side of the pyramid. Like, how are they going to have those caped off? And what do they look like when those aren't caped off? Or did they really care? Because again, no one was supposed to go back up there anyway. So did they cap them off? And then they're just revealed
Do you
because
know
of
how they know that it was
stuff.
No, I meant the limestone was smooth, not that the side of the pyramid was smooth. My apologies.
It wasn't like stepped up like it is now. They filled all of that in so it was a smooth triangle.
I don't know if that's the case. That may be the
Yes.
case.
Yeah, and then you know
They did,
why
right?
we know that?
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, we don't know for a fact, but there's other pyramids that haven't lost all of it.
Isn't it that way in the drawings? Like some of the drawings we've seen, the smooth sides, and then it has the rays coming out.
Oh, in the drawing,
sides of
like the Shining.
I'm gonna search up smooth triangles and see what I get.
The thing that blows my mind is they keep coming up with these, this is how they did it, but then I'll see something that shows that that's not actually possible or a lot harder than it's been made out. And so I still haven't found which which one's right? Like, how do we actually? Is there a consensus on how they did it, or is it still just a bunch of different ideas?
I
You're
think
talking
it's
about the
a lot of
pyramids, right?
educated guesses, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Is there one main idea, or
You're talking. We were actually surprisingly just
I think
talking about this on it was either Brojo's or Rennick. I can't remember what it was, but we looked at a video of like the pyramids being built like inside and then around. So essentially, they built a ramp to go on the inside, right? And then they made that ramp spiral upwards. And then when they got to a certain point, they just built around it, and then they just filled up all the stuff around it because it's easier to go up in the middle, and then just make your pyramid from around it. That's all you have to do is
and
just
then
fill in the
build
gaps
on
and the
the
holes.
outside, which makes sense because all the rooms and that are right in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like that, see that explains the order that it's built in, sort of thing. Like they started here and ended up here. But did it go into how they got those multiple ton blocks in the thousands up?
Whips. Massive,
Step
massive
at a
whips.
time.
Whip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just massive, massive whips.
And lots and lots of disposable slaves.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what we were taught in
There you
the
go.
college.
There's one with a smooth finish on its side still.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You want to share it?
Yeah, go ahead. It's up. Full screen me.
Oh, it's you.
F11.
F11. Oh, that didn't work.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm F11 myself. Sorry.
Yeah, I just realized that too as soon as I did it. I was like,
My
no, that
bad.
didn't
I just said it out
Yeah.
loud.
See? Look at the. That's
Yeah,
not
that's what I'm
just
talking about. Like, that's
using
crazy.
your hand and slapping on some concrete. Because
Yeah.
those. The
That's a
gaps
full
they're
blown
filling are
masonry.
massive.
Right, man.
Yeah.
That's and mind you, it's not as perfect as like we would have it today, but it's probably damn near as, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing about it is that
Yeah.
they did it, and so like with those holes and gaps, did they leave them covered or did they That's what my question is. Like, did they just like since we're gonna have this rock cover face, we don't have to worry
Yeah.
about like it seems like these are almost like test pyramids for the big one. But yeah, I like how they said they see signs in other pyramids that they used an internal spiral structure to build it out. They have some evidence for that. Sorry, I got to swallow down. Ow, that hurt. Like mucus randomly from the nose and nasal drip. It dripped like it caught me while I was swallowing and almost choked my ass. Oh.
Can just say you're a brilliant talker. Thank you. Yeah, you're brilliant.
Something. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but the pyramids, if they were all like that, like filled in, so they were actually smooth.
Well, I seen
So
that
you-
one photo they showed of that one before, and I think they were saying something about that started off as like a step style pyramid.
Yeah,
right.
And they kind of fill it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
We'll
we're
have to do
saying.
that,
But,
that's what I would've thought.
Oh, my bad. I just
Yeah.
got back from walking the dog. Sorry.
but we're just
Yeah.
saying, like, the feat of getting those stones, because those stones, they reckon the lightest any of those stones is 1 ton. And in one of those, in the big pyramid, I think they've
That's an
said-
example of the finished and unfinished. Obviously, they get the corner wrong on this one. Oh, it's too big. That's okay. Yeah, the cornerstone should be like just a tiny piece, not even like the big chunk as they see there. They're being way too generous with the gold. See, right? Because that little top cornerstone piece, that's supposed to be gold compared to this thing that's like fucking big ass thing of gold. Nah, they use
somehow
that much.
it's chopped off. We can't see the gold cap.
Hold on, let me see if I can move the picture down.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that is a big cap. I
Yeah.
thought it was just a little tiny thing. But you
Yeah.
wouldn't, if it was tiny, you wouldn't see it. What would be the point?
Well, it's because it's shiny, the cornerstone. But yeah, that's being like a cornerstone cap. I don't know. To me, that's just too big. From what we see here in the picture, right? Because if that's still up there, but wait, I don't even know if that
Oh,
one's the
it's not up
pyramid
there. I
of
think it's
Giza. Never
gone.
mind. That might be.
Yeah, that's
They might
just
be
the
using that. Yeah.
remainder of the. Yeah.
I'm actually thinking about that now because they might just be using like one of the smaller ones for reference. Because I don't know which one this is. If that's Giza entirely, right? So if that's not Giza or whatever the fuck it is, the big one, and then that one's they're just saying this one's the top one's the big one, then that just could be misconstruing.
Yeah, but
pyramids.
just think
I don't
about
know.
seeing that for like miles. Or if you're miles away from that and the sun was shining on it, you'll be able to see that for like hundreds of miles. I think that's the point. That's why they did it like that.
Mm.
It's just like
And
a shining
that's
beacon.
That's just getting the stones into that shape and whatnot. That in itself is such an incredible feat of knowledge and wisdom about using materials and stuff. But then you add in all the other shit that they've found, like the dimensions of it, the orientation with the compass, the mathematics of the dimensions and how they line up to other things. And
Yes, I think Pixie's backstage. We could just check.
oh, she's too. Sorry, Pixie. Hope you weren't there long.
Ouch.
Did you find what you're looking for, Pixie?
But I still haven't found.
No, every time I have to. It's apparently I watched it longer ago than I thought I did. I've still got to find it. But every time I stay gone too long, it kicks me out of here. So I'll have to find it later.
There are tunnels beneath the Sphinx that connected to the pyramids of Giza. Simpson is positive that a French archaeological excavation located the secret doorway during a dig in 1837, and that the incident was witnessed by the Egyptologist Colonel Howard Weiss, but that both the team and Weiss were somehow compelled to keep the discovery secret. Simpson's theory seemed outlandish, until the discovery of secret tunnels beneath the Giza Plateau in 2019. If there are tunnels down there, they must lead somewhere. A connection between the pyramids and the Sphinx makes a degree of sense if we're to assume that the internal cavities of the Sphinx had a purpose. But the question of why the French archaeologists and the colonel would be ordered to keep their discovery secret remains unresolved. It'd surely be a historically significant find.
I just want to point out a recurring theme I'm seeing in all these things. That video I showed you, Pixie, of that temple, that the top temple is even too old to civilize. Like, we didn't have any civilizations when this thing was built. And then below that is the ruins of an even older temple. And below that, an even older temple. And when this archaeologist discovered it and he tried to put it out there, the Archaeological Society of that country tried to stop it, but the president of the time agreed with him and kept the research going. But unfortunately, that president was up for re-election and he didn't get in, and the incoming president not only sided with the Archaeological Society and stopped the research, but they've stopped anyone being allowed to go there. No one internationally is allowed to go to the site.
Well, there's a conspiracy theory that comes at that from a different angle too, and it comes at it from legend, right? So according to myth and legend and rumors and oral tradition and all of that, there's supposed to be secrets buried under one of the feet of one of the front paws of the Sphinx. I want to say it's the left. I'm not sure. Anyway, and it's supposed to be like secret knowledge, kind of like a library, right? And whatever we were supposed to find in there was supposed to stun us, right? Like it's supposed to be like a Library of Alexandria kind of thing. And so there's this conspiracy theory that that's the reason why when they found that door by the paw of the Sphinx, they didn't want anything getting out. It's more like control over what's there or something.
Which doesn't make sense as to a reason.
Well, I don't know. Look at the crypts of the Vatican. Why hide all that?
Oh, didn't want to go there, but I was gonna say perhaps it has something to do with magic and magical knowledge. And I know that sounds crazy, right? But yeah.
Well,
one thing we touched on before you got here.
Something to do with knowledge that they don't want
us to know, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, they said whatever was under there could like rewrite our understanding of the human race and our place in it, or something like that. But one thing we said before you got here, Tog, was never mind. I lost that train of thought.
I was just gonna say, real quick, like they didn't have witch trials for nothing, right? They weren't doing that shit for nothing.
You just reminded me. Actually, we had this. This thing was briefly mentioned before you got here, like the way that I would look at something being magic, right? I have a friend who comes from a different Native American tribe than my family, and based on their oral traditions and based on their concept of how cyclical humanity is in our place here, what I would look at as magic, she would not. For example, the example I gave was like, there's this story about Merlin and how he sprinkles this white powder on this rock, and he gets this rock to like levitate and follow him using his staff. Now, me and my culture as a kid, I looked at that and I'm like, he's a wizard. That's magic, obviously,
well, dude, yeah,
right?
I'll
but in her culture, she's like, that's not magic. That's lost technology. There's something about that white powder that did that, right? Like interact, like it could be magnetism, it could be a many number of things I don't understand, but that's not magic. That's just technology.
Like there's I'll give you an example, like how it's serious about the Inquisitions. Now, if you're looking at it from a perspective of Christianity, one might think that it's not important because they're thinking that they don't think that these other things exist and there is no magic. But on the opposite spectrum, the people who are being inquisited and such, if they're pagans, they have their gods working for them, doing their thing, and they're giving warnings out against the Christians, not only against their God, but of themselves, right? So there's this special response from both sides that they acknowledge one another. And it's not because these people are doing weird occultist thing to it's like what I mean by that is our modern day like zodiac signs, because that's exactly what they were doing, because that's where it comes from. So that's the importance behind it all, is that they were actually doing these things with meaning. An example to what Pixie was saying that we can find in the book of Tobit, right, is when I forget who it is because I'm new to the book, but an angel of the Lord comes down and tells him to get a fish, get its heart and its liver, and deliver. One of the things going to help him do something, and the other one's going to help like a blind person. So essentially, he meets this blind person. He ends up like giving him something of the catfish heart, leaving it before he like marries his wife. and it ends up like healing his violence and casting off demons or some crap like that. So it goes into that like that ritualistic magic type things
Yeah,
that you do
but
find
that's
in
what I'm saying. That's what
scripture.
I'm saying. The only, according to like her understanding, right? Looking at that as magic rather than technology and medicine is the wrong way to look at it, right? She doesn't. None of that is magic to her. The floating rock isn't magic. The
Yeah.
the pieces of animal or vegetation that help some ailment, none of this is magic to her. This is all technology. And the reason she thinks we would look at this as magic is because it's a lost technology that we no longer understand. And that's what makes us think that this technology is magic, right? She doesn't believe in the concept of magic. None of it is magic to her. It's all lost technology, and that's it.
It's reversed in my mind. I think technology. I'm just like, nah, technology is more magic. Yeah, I love that. It's the same word. It's the same word.
I think that we Westerners put our understanding of magic onto other cultures. And I think that comes from, and I'm not having a go at Christianity. I genuinely think that comes from our Christian past of everything that wasn't Christian was of the devil. And we just we would lump everything in the same group. So everything that was spiritual or magical or, wasn't of the Bible or of the natural world, we saw as magic.
There's also this
But
thing
another
that
culture might have no concept of the idea of supernatural or magic or anything. Like, no matter how bizarre their beliefs and cultures may be, they may view it as completely naturalistic.
Well, magic isn't always bad. Not even in Christianity, right?
Right.
I mean, people say it is, but if you look, Moses
When I say
was
Christianity,
doing. Well, hold
I
on.
mean the
Well, I know,
genuine.
but Moses was doing. Well, I'm saying this is where like a lot of people who do like the faith healing and the talking in tongues and stuff like that. The reason they can do it and not call it witchcraft is because of this concept, right? Because Moses, if you look when he's talking to the Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh has his court magicians doing these tricks, it's not that Moses is doing different tricks. He's doing the same types of tricks. Both of them have staffs that turn into snakes, right? So he's doing the same thing that the other side is doing. The only thing that separates them is what side they're on. And so you have like a lot of modern people who will say, if you get your power from God, then it's okay. If you don't get your power from God, it's automatically witchcraft and you're automatically getting your power from Satan, right?
Well,
so it's not even the concept that magic is bad, it's who's powering it.
Well, yeah, because in that sense, Moses was doing by the will of the whole, through the Holy Spirit. While in the other ones, again, that's exactly right though, because it's still speaking to those other entities and deities being used, right, for these rituals and performance. Like, yes, we can perform them, and again, I wouldn't say in that sense that's necessarily magic through spirit, because there's possibly others examples like King Saul doing that. Like, I would say that's more realistic, because at that point Saul has rejected the Holy Ghost, and you see him like performing magic, like going to magic in a sense. He's not necessarily using other deities, because he uses the Witch of Endor and he's summoning a spirit. But again, still working within that magical divine realm in that sense that he's doing a ritual contacting the dead, which God has forbidden. Mind you, it's a thing you can do, right? It's a thing we can do on earth. You can contact the dead, but God has forbidden it. So there's a difference between, that's a difference between spiritual law and things that if you don't believe in God, that you can do. I'm just saying.
Now, metaphorically speaking, well, I don't think you can, but that's because I don't believe in souls. But that's beside the point. Metaphorically speaking, is that not? I mean, that could be a clear parallel to technology, right? It's neither good nor bad. It's how you use it. It's the power source behind it. So in that case, again, magic seems, even that power of quote unquote magic seems it can be explained like as a logical metaphor towards the technology that people wield.
Right. You know, that's the weird thing about it is, again, contacting the whole dead, right? And then did not Christ rise from the dead? Is he not the first fruits? And when we are in communion with the Holy Ghost, are we not doing that exact thing, which is he is the most powerful? So why would we need to go to any other lesser dead spirit when he is spirit is the spirit? You know what I'm saying? I know I sound gay and, you know, blah, 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 but just recognizing that is just truly awesome. Like the details that go into it is just amazing to me.
Well, no, I mean, like I'm saying, like let's call nuclear energy magic, right? Let's say that's magic because something happens and people know it existed, but they don't know how to use it anymore. So let's say that nuclear power is magic. If I ran into a nuclear power plant that gave electricity and resources to entire cities, I would be like, oh, that's good magic, right? Like that's God's magic. But then if I ran into like Pantex, right, the nuclear plant outside of town that assembles nuclear weapons and deassembles nuclear weapons and patches nuclear weapons, right, as a tool of destruction for another people, then I would say, oh, that's witchcraft, right? But they're both the same magic, just seen like, so in that aspect, if you look at it metaphorically, then it could be talking about, like, rather than actual magic, if you look at it metaphorically, it could be speaking of technology. And not that the technology itself is either good or bad, but the intent or the power behind it, the intent with which it's wielded is good or bad.
Right.
And so why keep it quiet? Here's a less controversial statement about the Sphinx. It was carved from a single piece of rock. The sculpture seems too enormous for that to be true, and yet it is. This colossal monument was carved from a single piece of limestone, which was chipped away at by presumably hundreds of workers until we were left with the 240-foot-long, 66-foot-tall shape we recognize today. Actually, that's not quite true. The present-day Sphinx has been repaired and partially restored with limestone blocks, so its original shape would have been very slightly different. An art or construction project on this scale would be a monumental undertaking for any building or design company today. So the idea of the ancient Egyptians going about their work with nothing more sophisticated than basic hand tools all those years ago is nothing short of staggering. We don't even know the name of the designer who oversaw the process, as unlike many other large sculptures and structures in Egypt, the Sphinx doesn't carry any inscriptions to identify the people who made it. It's no wonder that some people believe it was made by aliens. We're back into controversial territory.
Let's pause that for a sec. I just want to go back and look at that. Take the spaceship out. Think of how Egypt would have looked.
Almost like a paradise.
Especially if you put that white limestone with the gold.
Yes,
right
paint
there.
that bastard white and put the gold cap on it.
Right.
It would have been stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have looked like that. The Sphinx wasn't that close to the Great Tower, the Great Pyramid.
Have you guys? Yeah, these guys have nothing. You guys haven't been to downtown Chicago, like in downtown. No, I shit you not. In downtown Chicago, everything is smooth granite. Everything, the walls, it's pristine. It's like you have no idea. You think the pyramids. It's like you want to see what it's like at the pyramids. Go walk downtown in Chicago because the streets are just paved granite.
I'm not just talking
saying.
about that. Yes, this image isn't accurate, and I get that. But what it does, for me at least, right, is this is the ruins we see. This is what we still have standing, right? This isn't the only thing they did. So if you look at the architecture, just the shapes of the architecture alone, right? And you imagine a cityscape of that, right? Yeah. It would have been stunning, particularly compared to how primitive we think they are, right?
Yeah.
Makes me realize that
I just thought of something funny. Like, actually, the gold cap? The gold cap was actually at the top, so that's where they parked the UFO. Because you needed that much gold to park the UFO.
I thought they might have theorized. I think they theorized it had something to do with like the soul's escape or the journey to the afterlife or some such.
Maybe I have no idea. Sorry, Sam. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
We're back into controversial territory again with our next statement. The Sphinx might actually have been intended to be a representation of Anubis, the dog-faced god. Conventional archaeological and historical theory says the original face of the Sphinx was that of the pharaoh Khafre, but there are plenty of people who disagree with that assessment. One school of thought is that it may have been a lion designed to represent the star sign Leo, but lions didn't have any special status in ancient Egyptian culture. Dogs, on the other hand, did, and that was thanks to Anubis. Look again at the shape of the Sphinx with its flat back and the position of its legs. Does it remind you of a dog? Another point to consider is that Anubis was believed to be the guardian of the necropolis. If, as some believe, Giza Plateau is or was a necropolis, it makes all the sense in the world to have an enormous sculpture of Anubis looking over it. Could the face of the Sphinx have been altered in such a significant way since it was first made? It's possible.
Anubis
that there's
was
no
my favorite.
Sphinx already?
Anubis was my favorite of all the mythologies I've read, of all the religions I've read. As far as like guardians of the underworld go, the person who decides where you're going, Anubis was my favorite because he seems the most impartial, right? Like Saint Peter, he guards the gates of heaven, but either you believed in Jesus or you didn't, right? That's heaven or hell, right? But Anubis didn't make any judgments about you. He had scales, and on one side of the scales was a feather, and he would place your heart on the other side of the scale. And if your heart was as light or lighter than the feather, then you were rewarded. And if your heart was heavy and like a stone, then you received punishment or retribution, right? So like he just seemed like the most impartial, I guess.
Yeah, which makes no sense because, like physically, if he was actually doing that, the heart is going to weigh more than any feather, no matter whether you
Right, but it was metaphorical. It was metaphorical because again, our physics doesn't apply to the afterlife, right? So basically, it was like, how pure is your heart? The darker your heart, and the worse of a person you are, the more likely you are to face retribution. And the lighter your heart, and the more you try to be a good person, the more likely you are to be rewarded.
Yeah.
And also, Wild, the abstract concept of how good we are doesn't actually live in our heart.
I know. Yeah, the heart is just blood.
But
it lives in my heart.
The interesting thought I did have about that while you were saying that, Pixie, was, have we been saying or assuming that emotions come from the heart for that long? Like, that's always been a thing.
Well, here's the thing. I think the link is here. Oh, also that brings side note. Remind me, I have a side note about hearts. Okay. So I think the link is that for a long time, we've even before our modern medical understandings, humans have understood that blood is very essential to life, right? If you lose too much of it, you're no longer alive. We recognize the importance of blood, and given our knowledge of anatomy and our lack of innocence, I would assume that the heart's central role in providing your body with blood, which they considered your absolute life source, right? Probably became the center of a lot of things. And they didn't just think that your feelings came from your heart, right? That's where your soul was. That's where your thoughts were. That's where they basically attributed the brain to your heart, right? But that's because they saw it as the center of that life-giving essence, which is blood.
Yeah.
Now, the side note is the reason. Do you know why we have the heart shaped like it is? Like, do you know the common heart? You know why it's shaped like that, even though it doesn't resemble the heart at all?
Yeah.
It's because it looks like the leaf from a plant that was driven extinct for its mild contraceptive purposes. Anyway, I just thought that was a fun fact.
And what was remind me of your first point?
Oh, that they attributed like the attributes of the brain to the heart, but I think it's I think it's likely because the heart is what pumps
your blood,
your life
absolutely.
source through your body. Yeah, and blood was seen as the life source. So
And I have another thought about that, because back then, well, assuming that what we think is right and that they didn't have high technologies and things, all they knew of the body was what they could see inside a dead person or a dying person. You can see a heart pumping blood. You can figure out that the heart pumps blood.
Right, yeah.
But you can look in every dead creature you want or dying creature. Are you really ever going to figure out what the brain is?
yeah, well, not without instruments like a CAT scan or
Exactly.
like
So
things like
the
that.
brain didn't have much importance in cultures.
And I would say
Ever.
that by the time, even if they were advanced enough to figure it out, that by the time they were, it had become a colloquial in their language, much as we use it today. Think with your heart, think with the, lead with your heart. So I would say even if they did come to a point where they knew the difference, tradition and previous knowledge would have at least brought it to a colloquial place in the language.
I think it comes just from the fact that when we have certain engagements, our hearts start to pump, and that's where we start to feel our emotions. So I think if we get out of tune with our bodies, right, and that's why is that people don't recognize it. Like I said, it's something we can detect ourselves for.
And that makes sense too, because when they say like gut instinct and gut this and gut that they describe it that way because of like getting butterflies in your stomach or the tightening your stomach does when you get tense, right? Like, so it's in that manner too.
I think over time, some people ignore that stuff though, right? To some degree, because we either were taught to, because again, it could get us in trouble. I know that's probably something I gotta go over with my boy now that I think about it. That makes a lot of sense now. Because maybe he's feeling his body more because he's so in tune with what his body feels and what his body needs that maybe that's how. Okay, sorry, I just probably helped myself there.
Here's a fun little fact.
Yep.
So back in these times, with a lot of the natural cures, or if you could call them that, because most of them didn't work, but and treatments and things, a lot of them were to burn smoke, right, and breathe smoke in and stuff.
Yeah.
But there was one ailment or actually, no, eventually they were treating nearly everything that was wrong with you with this particular treatment. But if you've ever wondered where the term "don't blow smoke up my ass" or "I'm not blowing smoke up your ass" comes from, that was a medical treatment and a very popular one.
Yeah.
Where they would put a hose up your ass and then the doctor would breathe in the smoke and then blow the smoke up your ass.
Yeah.
Straight
That is
enema. That's
really
weird.
weird. I'm glad I wasn't
Closet
born in
boys.
medieval times. They would have
Mm.
killed me.
But that's where we get that phrase, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass.
That's
Yeah.
funny. You know where we get the phrase "knock on wood"?
Knocking on my wife's head.
No, it's so in ancient Greece, in ancient Greece, all
There's an
the
inside
Greek
joke
myths.
with that. There's an inside joke with that. I said that. My wife's right here. I said that she knows, so she knows the context of that joke. So that's why I said that.
Yeah, but in medieval times they would have leeched me though because I'm small and not good for breeding. But no, so in ancient Greece, all the old Greek myths and all that. Well, in all the old Greek myths are nymphs, and nymphs are forest spirits, right? Tree spirits, and they live in trees, but they're like particular jokesters, and not just jokesters. I mean, they're very facetious. They're mean with their pranks, and they like to use your words against you, especially if they find them ironic, right? And so while people were gossiping, like chatting and stuff, but particularly if they were gossiping about somebody else or something like that, they would knock on the tree so that the nymphs couldn't hear them and use it against them later. And that's why you knock on wood.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, well,
So, do you have to stand there and continuously knock while you're having the
from all the trees?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But going back to that thing, that's a lot of the thing in the Bible about the blood, because they thought the blood was the life source. That's why you had to eat meat without blood in it. You had to get rid of all the blood. Yeah.
And that's why the Jehovah's
Judaism.
Witnesses twisted that that don't eat blood into don't have blood transfusions.
Yeah. I think that's where that comes from. Yeah. It's like the heart is where the life source comes from. Like Peter was saying, they think of it as the brain, and so you have to get rid of all the blood, so you're not eating the life source of the animal. You're just eating the meat.
Yeah. And another thing, and another thing about the heart. I don't know why I'm thinking about their bodies and stuff, but because I'm thinking back then, like, how often do you get to see inside a body? We've got books and shit. Like,
yeah.
Well, given their mummification procedures, probably.
I was gonna make a bad joke. I won't.
More
I won't
often
do that,
than we
though.
thought.
Well, yes, but
Oh,
dead
you can say
inside,
that.
they're
Well.
dead, right? They got to see inside their dead or dying.
Except, to be fair, they usually didn't split open the head and see the whole brain. They just pulled it out like an intestine through the nose.
Yeah. But the interesting thing about the heart is it's really the only part of the body that's doing anything, as in physically moving.
Yeah.
You crack open a chest and there's this beating thing. If you get it out quick enough, it keeps moving.
Yeah, like all the other organs, they do things, but you wouldn't see that physically.
Right.
Yeah, you would see the heart.
Except, and the lungs contracting.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I'm like, wait a minute. Guts moving, and because the problem with what we're saying, the problem with what you're saying, Sammy, that I take problem with is that we have internal involuntary movements. So we don't necessarily, but I don't know if that's necessarily like nerve systems or like organs in that moving on their own. I don't know what that looks like because we don't feel that.
So there are a couple of things. There are a couple of things moving, right? But not only is the heart going to be the one that grabs your attention because of its steady pulse, which let's be real, if your chest is open, your breathing is very shallow and far between. So
If you're breathing.
it's pulsating, and it's pulsating rapidly. And if you do anything to move this heart, to detach this heart from other organs, the one thing you notice is that this thing seems, the blood that spurts everywhere, right? This thing seems to be integral to providing the life source throughout your body. And the life source is the most important thing. Blood is, because blood is your life source, right?
Yeah.
So simply by its connection to your life source, they would have placed an elevated value on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why you would eat the heart of your enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just the heart. Depending on the tribe you were from, they actually ate the heart, of course, because that's courage and all these things. But they would throw other body parts in based on what they admired, right? So like if you killed an opponent who happened to be super fast, his legs are gonna go in the stew. You know what I mean? Like,
well, even like I said earlier, like with the Book of Tobit, he grabbed whatever fish that he grabs, his heart and liver. So like again, that has to do with, there's some truth into that, because again, we see it. Oh, I guess you could say that in that context, we can say that that's a documentation for people that don't believe in the Bible. I guess I can be generous and say we can say that we see it in there. It may lead to that source. Todd contends.
But the liver is full of iron, but like dietitianally, it would be good for you. Yeah, the liver is full of iron.
Right. Yeah.
That would actually be good.
And I get what you're saying, Todd. I think you're thinking along these lines, and I was thinking along these lines for a while until I found out there's no real evidence for it.
I'm trying to get, like I said, I'm trying to get into more Christian magic stuff.
Think about this
see what
idea.
it is and what's allowed, what's possible.
If you're primitive and don't have knowledge of nutrients and all that shit, right? And you think, I want faster legs or a better thinking brain or a stronger heart or whatever. What's going to be the best thing to provide the things that my body needs?
The law of attraction. Sorry, I had to make that joke.
Say for a better liver, right? Well, I could eat a piece of meat off of the flesh of the animal, or I could eat its liver.
Right?
Isn't another liver going to have exactly what my body needs for my liver? And isn't eating brain going to have what I need for my brain? And that thinking is so intuitive.
Yeah.
But apparently it doesn't work like that. Like, because your body will take what it needs, where it needs first. So you eat brain, but all the stuff you get out of that brain, some of it's going to go to your brain, but it's going to go everywhere else in your body. It's not going to just go to the brain. So
yeah, it's not like a one-on-one. Like if you eat someone's burn, you get their burn.
So it still works, just not in it, because in that sense that would be taking part in the part 2 whole fallacy, thinking that it's only going to work in just one organ of the body and only specifically one instead of the rest of the body as a unit. So it would be more appropriate to say that it works with the whole body, not just towards one. But I get what you're saying, yeah.
But that's what and I'm just
I agree with that,
analogizing that to what you're saying about the fish eye and the liver and that. It's.
Oh, I'm just saying how it had. I'm not saying that they. I'm saying how that exactly seems to had benefit to that. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know why I said that. I thought you would.
Oh
yeah,
no, and I wasn't like trying to disagree or anything.
Yeah, I see that. But wait, he's not trying to disagree. He's saying,
what you said made me think of that, and the reason I was looking into that because of that crazy guy, Liver King, I think he calls himself, or something.
Oh, the fake guy.
But he only eats raw meats and that, and he was the one that.
Shit, I could
had
have told you that was
theory.
fake. Yeah. No, I could
Yeah.
have told you that was fake.
And
Yeah,
I was
right.
like, oh.
No, because I tried it. I tried
I
it once
went and
for a
looked
while
into
before I even heard of the dude. Right, like this was like a couple of years ago. I did an all meat diet, and I'm like, I'm just gonna eat nothing but meat, see what happens, see if I put on some muscles. Only thing that happens is I got more fat. That's it. I
Yeah,
just got
and
fatter.
probably
It's like no, I didn't get
chest
any.
pains and shit.
Yeah, I didn't get any muscle from it. It kind of sucked afterwards.
Doesn't cannibalism cause kudos?
If you eat the brain, I think.
Well, the symptoms are an issue with the brain. Kuru translates to shivers, if I'm not mistaken. It's a prion disease. Can't cannibalism give you a prion disease?
Yes, yes, I have.
Only you have weak genetics. No, that's crazy. To
No, I think it can give anybody a prion disease.
I know. I said that in a joke.
joking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But God forbid that's an actual thing. That'd be weird, right?
Well, yeah.
Shit.
And you've just reminded me. That's what that disorder is when you can't sleep. It's a prion thing. Those people who sleep less and less and less, and then one day they never sleep again.
And then they die. Yeah. That's a prion disease. Alzheimer's is a type of prion disease. Mad cow is a prion disease. Wasting syndrome that they've seen in deer and stuff is a prion disease. It's basically where it's like a misfolding of your protein that causes a lot of problems. Yeah, I think one of the prion diseases is kuru, which means shivers, and you can get that from cannibalism.
But yeah, I can't nothing go there.
I'm going to put on an iron.
My brain's trying to understand how, because I could understand if you ate the brain. No, but see, that doesn't make any sense.
No, it just has to be meat. It just has to be meat.
Yeah.
Protein. It's just protein.
It's a protein thing.
Yeah, once it gets through the stomach, the brain it doesn't matter. It's just the molecules and the chemicals that get transferred through it doesn't equate to eating a brain. Therefore, you get the powers of the brain.
I do want to say that it's not related. I do want to say that it hasn't been found to be related to plant protein, simply animal protein.
Right.
But isn't it specifically your own species?
No, because like I said, you get mad cow disease was transferable to humans. They think that this new wasting disease that they've seen in deer and stuff, they think that that's transmittable to humans. And these are if you eat contaminated meat.
Which one? Because the fucking deers are getting a rough trot, I tell you. They've got that one that makes them go crazy and turn in circles and shit till they die.
No, it's not that. This one is called the wasting disease.
Is that where they rot?
Kind of. They call it the wasting disease because it almost zombifies them. It almost kind of zombifies them. Like they don't do what they need to do.
Yeah.
Like instinctually, right? Like they don't, and they get real skinny and they start looking sickly, like they're just wasting away. And that's why they call it the wasting disease, right? But that's a prion disease that they think is transmittable to humans, right? So it just seems like contaminated meat can, in any, like if you eat from something that has a prion disease, you can get, I don't know. But like it just seems like eating meat somehow comes this risk factor of a prion disease.
Yeah, if I can just interrupt, I've got to go out for a sec, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes. But Pixie, if you can check the chat, and I'm sorry.
Will do.
The Google chat. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Same thing. I'm gonna drop out for a minute too. I'm gonna work on. I'm trying to set something up for OBS that you can play audio through the OBS, like without having to like screen share. So I'm trying to figure that out. And yes, I'm starting off my day, and I figured I might as well do something like it's nice chatting. But I'll be right back as soon as I finish it. I'm testing it on my own StreamYards. I just don't want it to play over here by accident. So I'll be right back.
No worries, mate.
So it seems only right to ask who built it. If we disregard the Anubis theory and say it's a representation of King Khafre, it must have been built between 2558 and 2532 BCE. There's no solid proof of that, though, and there's...
Don't you love the modern Western pharaoh? White dude? So, culturally accurate. Did you drop out too, Pixie? No?
No, I'm here.
32 BCE. There's no solid proof of that, though, and there's no universal agreement on who built it, why they built it, and what its originally intended purpose was. That's a disturbing lack.
See, another thing, not just that they didn't leave any markings or whatnot on it to say who built it or whatever, but the fact that everything else we find has so much. The pharaohs were so vain that, like...
We assume they didn't, right? If this was reconstructed, perhaps...
No, just the head.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Perhaps
Perhaps
they signed Anubis' head somewhere in his features.
And actually, if it was... no, I mean... pictographs.
But
If it had the head of the ruler, then you're gonna know who it was, obviously. So it wouldn't matter.
Right, but if it was Anubis, then the distinctions could have been there. Or if it is so much older than the rest of its neighbors, then maybe erosion. Maybe we don't quite know what we're looking for.
And that's the point. The point that everything else has so much on it, and this has nothing.
Perhaps it has to do with the conspiracy of what's buried under its paw.
I wonder if that's in this.
Lack of information about one of the world's largest sculptures and the oldest known monumental sculpture in Egypt. We don't even know what its original name was, as it bizarrely doesn't appear in any of the literature of the old Egyptian kingdom. We know that it was called...
See, how does that even work? It's older than everything, but it's not in any of the writing. Like,
or a maquette during the New Kingdom era.
Oh, Pixie. So, I was about the same age as the actor in this movie, in The Neverending Story.
I remember that movie very, very well. Both of them.
My first crush. That's how I knew I liked boys.
As it
was that
bizarrely
actor.
doesn't appear in any of the literature of the old Egyptian kingdom. We know that it was called or a maquette during the New Kingdom era, but that's not thought to have been its first name. It wasn't first called the Sphinx until about 2,000 years ago.
I remember that movie because I was the weird one that preferred Atreyu to Bastian.
Which one? The boy reading the story.
Bastian was the boy reading the story. Atreyu was the...
Yeah, that one.
The native, yeah, from the prairie.
That's the one I meant.
Yeah, I liked Atreyu. Everybody else liked Bastian.
Did they?
Yeah, around me, yes.
What's wrong with them?
Exactly. The childlike empress was really pretty too.
Well, you've got good taste.
The building of the Sphinx, nor the naming of the artifact from a civilization that kept such meticulous records of everything, suspicious, and makes us wonder whether records have been.
Oh, that scene where he cries over his horse.
Artex.
Yeah, such good acting.
Destroyed. If so, why? Here's a question that hides in plain sight. What happened to the nose of the Sphinx? The most popular version of events is that the armies of the French Emperor...
See, this is... I love how mind-boggling this is. That we talk about recreated like it's a thing we just did in the last 100 years. The head was replaced like 1,000 or more years ago, but as you just said, so even the replacement has bits missing and is a mystery. Like, that's how old this thing is. I don't think I explained that very well. But
And who knows? Another couple of thousand years, that thing could have a horse head. I don't know.
yeah, exactly.
Napoleon Bonaparte broke the sculpture's nose during a military battle near Giza during the French invasion of Europe in 1798. In fact, that version of events appears in some history books. The problem with it is there's no direct evidence for it, no witness testimony, and very little chance that it actually happened in the way the history books describe it. In fact, all the evidence points in another direction. According to the Arabian historian al-Makrizi, the nose of the Sphinx has been missing since at least the 15th century, and perhaps since long before then. Al-Makrizi claims that a Fatimid sheikh called Muhammad Sayyam Eldar was responsible for the destruction of the nose, but there's no definitive proof of that either. The most controversial theory is that the nose was deliberately broken by Europeans upon their arrival in Europe to disguise the fact that the original nose had a classically African appearance and would have proved that the ancient Egyptians were black.
Is that a thing? Did Europeans used to want to? Oh, because Adam and Eve. Is that it?
Unless they're saying that the black pigmentation lends credibility to the theory that it was originally Anubis, which is a black, like jackal head, dog-headed figure.
Yeah, but I'm sort of getting off the Sphinx topic a little bit. That comment about the Europeans not wanting to admit that the ancient Africans were black. Was that a thing?
I don't know. I don't know if that was a thing or not. I think. Well, there was a point where I guess you would say with this, right? Because like white supremacy wasn't always what we think of it, like Nazi thing, right? Like before then, there was this allusion to this like greater race that was responsible for civilization and all of that, right? So if you're trying to credit something for like civilization, why would you credit such ruins to somebody outside of what you would consider the master race, I guess?
So we have thought that we started in Africa for quite some time now.
Well, yeah, but maybe they look at it like obviously the natives didn't build New York, right? The natives were here first, but we didn't build New York. Kind of that thing, maybe? I don't know.
Interesting.
Like they had to come over and direct it? I'm not really sure. I don't know. I don't remember that being a thing. So if it was a thing, it was taught before my time.
Geo built the Sphinx. There we go. I solved the mystery.
I can't.
Yo, what's it?
What's up? Good to see
Geo
you.
and Wild did it as a team effort.
Let's follow this a little further. Another idea is that the nose of the Sphinx was washed away by water erosion. But therein lies another problem. There's increased
water erosion?
It could have been.
Well, okay, hold on. So I watched a video one time that makes that not sound like ridiculous, and here's why.
Yeah.
Because he took like the ancient descriptions of like the Nile and all of that, and he looked at how water sources have shrank over the years, including like the Colorado River and the Mississippi River and things like that. And he hypothesizes that the Nile used to be much bigger than we give it credit for, right? And that there was actually sort of this like giant oasis thing going on. So they actually received rainfall and things like that in this location. Because I think he said there may have even been like a lake when the Nile would flood and things like that, right? And so they think that there used to be a lot more water there than there is now.
Can just say, Ox inside chat says, fuck the golden mentality of the panel, drunk by his back. I'm actually not drunk. I had one bottle of vodka after I got into prison. I've not drank basically for 9 weeks. So fuck you, Ox. I just wanted him to make me another video.
Yeah, you tell him, Dave.
Can I say, well done. Again. And I will keep saying well done.
Cheers. Yeah, but the point is, Ox needs to make another video about me. Because they're good, General. Yeah. I was just trying to piss him off.
The effect of
Psycho.
water erosion on the Sphinx, we can prove that it's even older than we already believe it to be. According to the geologist Robert Schoch, the erosion that can be seen on the sides of the Sphinx could only have occurred over a period of thousands of years and necessitates regular rainfall. There hasn't been regular and constant rainfall in this part of Egypt for more than 7,000 years. And Schoch's assessment of the erosion damage is that an age of around 12,000 years is more likely. That's unthinkable and would turn everything we think we know about Egypt.
Which is the age they've recently dated that temple at that they've discovered. That the Indonesian government quickly closed down and won't let anyone go and see.
Well, didn't
history on its head.
Didn't Satan pre-age everything?
Pre-age?
Yeah, Satan came and everything,
Oh,
fossils,
yeah, made
everything.
It look,
It's just
Well,
created, in order
he
to
didn't age the fossils. He created those.
Yeah, he created the Sphinx too. He destroyed it in such a way that it would look like it was done in the way they're explaining.
Yeah, dinosaur bones in the fossil record are down to certain.
Well, you can't prove that Satan didn't do it.
Yeah.
So, hey, come on.
But you know what I think things like this point to is that we don't have as good a handle on our dating techniques as we think we do. I think we're pretty confident in our dating, but
No, the dating techniques are fine. It's the fundamentalist Christians that make up this bullshit that is the wrong thing. Yeah, saying that Satan made
This
there's
isn't.
nothing wrong with the dating
No,
techniques.
no, Satan's not in this. Geo brought up Satan.
Yeah,
Satan's
no,
not
I'm
involved in this.
I'm
This isn't
not,
a Christian thing.
I'm
I
just saying that.
specifically said this is a no Christian thing tonight. It's been a
Oh, right,
nice,
sorry.
happy,
I messed up.
happy, chill.
All right. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, no, this is what all this is saying is that we can see back to the start of our civilization, and there's kind of two things we've been looking at tonight. That maybe our civilizations started a bit earlier than we think. So maybe not 9,000, it might be 12,000.
No, it's hundreds of.
Hang on, let me.
Sorry,
I'm not asking you your opinion. And the other thing is whether there's the possibility that civilizations have risen, come up with technologies that we don't recognize or know how they did certain things, wiped out by a natural disaster. The few survivors have to really start from Stone Age, basically living, and develop technologies again, become civilizations. Humans have basically been humans for about 200,000 years. You can't say in all that time we've only just started to do stuff in the last 9,000, and yet we're finding that things seem to be a bit older than we think, and stuff's not adding up.
Yeah, but we have civilizations older than like the 12. Even if you give them all the benefit in the world.
No. I'm not saying races. No. Like the Australian Aborigines go back 80,000 years, bro.
Exactly.
What we're saying.
So that on itself.
You're not listening. Shh. Listen. We're talking about civilizations. They're not considered civilizations. They're peoples or races.
Nobody.
Civilization. So when people don't hunter and gather and they build cities and stop moving around, that's called a civilization, right?
But if you have if you have a civilization, or if you have humans 80,000 years ago, that gets rid of the 12,000-year-old Earth.
Wrong. No, we're not talking about a 12,000-year-old Earth. Where did that come from?
That's what it's 6 to 12,000 years. The young Earth creationists believe in a 6 to 12,000-year-old Earth.
But no one's talking about.
If you said that humans existed 80,000 years ago, that completely destroys their arguments. That is what I'm saying.
Unless Satan made things look older than they are and planted things to confuse people.
How do we get back to Satan?
Because I think this all came from what Gio was talking about earlier. It's okay.
Oh. I'm lost.
Yeah, I don't want to.
I don't know how you keep going back to Christians. It's got it's got nothing to do with Christians. We're not talking about Christians or the Earth 12,000 years. This is about civilization.
I know, but Gio brought that joke up earlier, and I don't think his mind had let it go, which is why I went back to it. It's fine, I think.
Yeah. No, I don't think.
Get back to the Egyptians and
David realizes that this video, he's that used to arguing against Christians, he thinks that's what we're doing. This isn't a Christian thing.
That was my fault. I was arguing against Christians, nothing to do with Gio. But we can go back to Egyptians. Yeah, play the video.
Oh, was that just a completely random thought?
Well, maybe, but I think he heard the joke earlier, and that's the track his mind went on. Like I'm not saying he was responding to Gio. I'm just saying I think that's where his mind carried from.
Do you understand what we're watching though? It's just about the beginning of civilization, the first civilization. We say it's Sumeria, or there might be. There's those one with the H buildings. but we don't know what to call them. Like, are they the first ones? So, but it's roughly about 9,000 years is the first developing civilized people, right?
Yeah.
And what they're saying is that before that, it was chasing animals around with spears and like stone tools and shit.
Yeah.
But while we had stone tools and running around with spears, this thing was already built.
Yeah,
and
but
was 3,000 years old or so. So
yeah,
the dating is wrong. Something is wrong in our knowledge. There's nothing about Christianity. We're not talking about the age of the earth. This is what historians say. Secular historians about civilization say 9,000. But now we're finding evidence that's saying shit's older.
Yeah, they were hunter-gatherers before we had civilization, so you find little evidence of hunter-gatherers in the archaeological record because they were hunter-gatherers. They were moving from place to place. You don't find,
but unless
they don't have civilizations, they don't have.
Yeah, and the point is, unless there's civilizations that we can't find, then it was those primitive people that did this. So that's the whole point of this, anyway.
Proven. In the interest of balance, we should point out that many of Schock's peers disagree vehemently with him and dismiss him as a fringe theorist. Still, the fact that there's water erosion damage visible on the Sphinx at all leads to some awkward questions that mainstream theories can't yet answer. One of the oddest things about the Sphinx is that it wasn't visible to the naked eye in the 18th century, which is yet another reason why the theory about Napoleon breaking its nose can't have been true. He wouldn't have even been able to see it. Until 1798, the Sphinx was completely buried under the Egyptian sand. It was only when the top of its head became visible after the sand shifted that anybody knew it was there at all. And it wasn't until the 1920s that the French engineer Émile Barrès started excavating it. The project took him 10 years, and so it wasn't until 1930.
There's the answer right there. How many civilizations are buried under the sands of Africa? That's a fascinating thought.
36 that the people of the modern world were able to lay their eyes on the Sphinx for the first time. In the 150 years beforehand, several attempts were made by notable figures like the Italian explorer Giovanni Caviglia and the French archaeologist Auguste Mariette, both of whom had to give up when they were overwhelmed by the scale of the task. There's no way that the Sphinx became buried so deeply by accident. It'd be like suggesting that sand might one day rise up and swallow the pyramids. The Sphinx was buried deliberately. We don't know who did it or why.
I take exception to
We
that.
touched on our next question earlier on.
Yeah,
deliberately.
It could have been buried purposefully, right? But given ice ages and non-ice ages and different flooding levels and the change of climates, because yes, we can prove that what is now a desert used to be pretty tropical, right? Like, given all of that, possible floods, possible mudslides, possible all kinds of things, why are we going, it was absolutely buried on purpose?
Yeah, you're right. And the way sand shifts, a lot of sand can collect in an area in the scale of that thing's life. They could have been buried for 1,000 years under sand. And It looks like it's down in a. See how it's down in a. Maybe it's the angle, but to me that looks like it's in the perfect spot for sand to collect around and slowly bury over time. But Yeah, so but was it eroded before it was buried? How would it be eroded once it was buried? I don't get see that. what see?
Well, that's what
Like
I'm saying.
nothing adds up.
Well, I'm exactly like even if it was just like okay, if it was a tropical environment before it was a desert, it would have been exposed to rain and flood waters. Plus, they theorized that this was an oasis. Even when it started becoming a desert, that this was an oasis spot, right? And so you have all that water damage. So if there was ever, when the ground starts drying out to become a desert, right? It becomes, because it's not compact with all that moisture anymore, it becomes much more prone to like mudslides, dust storms, all kinds of things that could account for burying it after erosion, none of which is on purpose.
It just occurs naturally.
Right.
And this is what.
No. Can I ask a question? Why is he capitalised green? That desert used to be lush green. Why capitalise green? You don't capitalise.
Oh.
You don't capitalise green. It's just little g.
Unless it's someone's last name.
Yeah.
We touched on our next question earlier on in this video, but let's give it the consideration it deserves. Is the Sphinx missing part of its head? By that, do we mean that it once had a full forehead profile and upper skull? Alternatively, as some people believe, did it once have a chin beard? It's obvious that the nose of the Sphinx has been badly damaged, but let's be honest, the rest of the face isn't in great condition either. Some of the wear and tear is to be expected after a minimum of 4,500 years standing in the desert, but not all of the damage to the monument's face can be chalked up to natural processes. Someone has either disfigured or redesigned the sculpture's face,
Pause.
and it might well have happened more than once.
At least 4,500 years, right? That's bare minimum.
Yeah.
So I want you to think how people talk in the Bible and what they use in the Bible, and then remember that the Sphinx is older.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That Sphinx is as far away from the supposed Jesus as we are away from Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jesus is supposed to be in between that Sphinx and us. But look at how tribally and superstitiously the Bible was written with such a lack of tools, right? So that's pretty incredible to me, that Jesus should be between us and that Sphinx.
Yeah. Can I just put without a bit more in the side chat? He's put. They have maps of how the Nile should be capitalised. By the way, because it's a place name. Used to flood yearly, almost up to the pyramid. Pyramids shouldn't be capitalised. The Nile should be capitalised, and it's not my fault. You are wrong. It's not my fault for pointing it out.
But the sentiment of what he's saying is still correct, right?
Yeah.
That used to be a very green place, prone to flooding.
Yeah.
So that would explain the water damage. And as it dried out, it would make the land there, like I said, very prone to dust storms and mudslides, which could provide for a burying that was not done on purpose. I don't know why he came to that conclusion.
All these
do you
points
remember lyrics?
All these points are valid. It's just the use of English that isn't valid. The Nile should be capitalized. Pyramids. Why would you?
Hang on. All right, you've already pointed them out. Whoa. Do you remember lyrics last night? or the night before, going on about the. Hang on, let me turn the camera on.
Yeah.
Going on about the zoomy.
Yeah.
Zoomy. Stop it.
I'm doing it slightly
Stop
on purpose
it.
for an IOP.
Yeah, I know, because you.
Yeah.
But you're making my audience leave, so.
Oh,
stop
sorry.
it.
Yeah, sorry.
It's
Stay
all
up.
right.
I'll stop
He'll
pointing at
behave
your
now.
terrible. I'll stop pointing at your terrible use of English and grammar. Yeah, I'll stop. Stay
We're
up.
pointing out the obvious here, but the head is far too small for the body.
Hang on. Even though you're insulting him, and he doesn't use English. We keep telling you that.
To be fair, To be fair, it's only incorrect if you're using academic or scholarly writing anyway. It is perfectly okay in what we call creative writing to do things wrong on purpose.
Yeah, but he's not doing it on purpose.
It doesn't matter.
He may be. He knows that you do the zoomy.
It's not an English American thing. It's still wrong in American English.
Actually, well then the next time I type, you're going to need to have the same energy because I consistently do not capitalize people's names. I use dots instead of punctuation. I do all kinds of things that are grammatically incorrect. So keep that energy the next time you see me typing.
Yeah,
No,
but
I want to vote without.
But it's a YouTube side chat, man.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm not worked up about it. I just think it's funny.
Here's a hint for people to know whether I'm on if my video's off. Whether I'm on my PC or my phone. If I'm on my PC, my spelling will be terrible. There will be no punctuation. It'll be barely readable because my PC doesn't auto-correct. My phone does.
Lax about proportions with their statues. Something they were meticulous about.
Autocorrect can be your worst
Either
nightmare.
the head is not the original, which takes us back to
it
the
is.
Anubis theory, or it's been chiseled down and chipped away at so much that there's barely...
It tells me what I want to say.
Well, it's worse than that, right?
It's
Like
always
it changes.
wrong, though.
It changes Pixie to Poxy.
Yes.
Until I get it used to my Super Munchkin's
But
actual
what
name.
is Poxy?
I don't know, but until I get it used to Super Munchkin's actual name, it changes her name to Animal consistently. It changes her name to Animal all the time.
Munchkin.
I don't know why because it's not even like Animal. But and then one time I was texting, me and my friend were texting back and forth, and she was at work, and she got super busy, and so she threw her phone at her friend and was like, "Hey, talk to my friend for a minute." So this guy that I don't even know is like texting at me, and he's like, "Hey, I'm so and so's friend," and I'm like, "Hi, nice to meet you," and he's like, he said something about like I can't get used to this tiny ass phone. And I said, tiny people like tiny things, send. Only I didn't check before I hit send. And autocorrect told this guy that I said tiny people like tiny thongs.
Right.
Which was a whole other situation.
Sammy, if you could put up Ox's latest comments. Let's just go through this.
That's not as awkward in my country, Pixie.
Right, well, that is the perfect shouldn't be capitalized. I don't know why you would have capitalized perfect. No, put it up again.
Because he knows.
I'm walking him through it. I'm trying
Any
to
of
make
the
him
original left.
Oh, Sammy! No, let's go through this
There's
comment
been a
first.
more recent mystery about the face of the Sphinx,
Pause
and it
it.
all revolves around a photograph that was published in 2022.
Perfect shouldn't be
Apparently
capitalized.
showing the monument with its
Red
eyes
coat
closed.
shouldn't be capitalized.
That clearly ought to be impossible, as the Sphinx has had its eyes open ever since it was excavated in the 1930s.
Yeah, but better than
It
you.
should be if that's
There's
what he wants to put
images on
emphasis.
social media that clearly seem to show the sculpture with both eyes shut as if it were asleep. Some fringe theorists even declared it to be a sign of the impending apocalypse. However, there's likely to be a very simple explanation for this.
So it's been declaring the coming apocalypse for 4,000 years. That's worse than Jesus. He's only 2,000 years late.
No, it wouldn't be that long because it's the change, right? It's the change from closed eyes to open eyes or open eyes to closed eyes. That would be the symbol. So I guess we'd need to pinpoint when it changed.
But you know what? We have to continue waiting, because the change is going to happen soon.
We're in the last days, Gio. The last days of the last days.
Yeah.
Shortly before
the last day.
I know. It's incredible. I can't wait for the change.
That's a Jehovah's Witness guy, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're living in the last days. No, where he says, we're living in the last days of the... Does he say last or final? I don't remember. But he's like,
the last days...
Of the last days, shortly before the last day.
Shall I say, yippee?
And can you just fix it?
There are only two possibilities.
I'm sorry.
Here. The first is that the apparent photographs of the Sphinx with its eyes closed have been taken from a very specific angle and are an optical illusion. The second is that somebody has photoshopped the original images. Given that there are several photos taken from different angles, the Photoshop explanation seems more likely. We can assure you that thousands of people have seen and taken pictures of the Sphinx once these fake photos began to circulate, and its eyes are most definitely still open. Earlier on, we alluded to the possibility that the Sphinx might have had a beard. We'll come clean. That's less of a possibility and more of a solid fact. We know it's a fact because there's a decent chunk of the Sphinx's beard in the collection of the British Museum. It's one of many ancient Egyptian artifacts in the British Museum, which, if we're brutally honest, probably shouldn't be there. The official version of history says that the broken beard was found in pieces between the front paws of the Sphinx during the 19th century. We know that can't be true. As we've already covered, the front paws of the Sphinx were buried under sand until the 1930s. Although it's been suggested that Caviglia got down as far as the paws before giving up on the idea of excavating the rest of the sculpture. It's both frustrating and surprising that the recent history of the Sphinx is just as full of holes as its ancient history. Nevertheless, the beard is real, and there's a campaign in Egypt to put all the pieces back together and reattach it to the monument's chin. So what's the big takeaway here? What's the biggest thing that we didn't know about the Sphinx before that we now know? Perhaps it's the revelation that we have no way of knowing how old the Sphinx is, other than a general feeling that it's definitely older than the pyramids it watches over, and may in fact be several thousand years older than them. It might have been built for Khafre somewhere around 2600 BCE, or it could already have been ancient by the time Khafre was born. The effects of erosion on the limestone are suspicious, but if we start talking about an age of 9,000 years or more, we'd have to rule out the idea that it was built by the ancient Egyptians at all, or at least not by the ancient Egyptians as we currently understand them. It'd have to be an advanced civilization that predated the Egyptians and perhaps laid the foundations for their culture. That's not the same as us saying that aliens were involved, which is something that so many fringe theorists are fond of saying about the Egyptians. But it does make us wonder who lived on the land before them. Perhaps the bigger mystery is what...
I didn't know the Sphinx was gonna... I didn't think this video was gonna point towards the recurring civilization thing.
The Sphinx was carved for and what its purpose was. We've all seen pictures of this world-famous monument all our lives, but how many of us have ever stopped to wonder why it's there? If it's really a representation of Khafre, it seems incredibly vain even by the standards of Egyptian pharaohs. Making something like this would have set a precedent. So why did none of Khafre's successors build a sphinx of their own? If, on the other hand, it was first conceived as an enormous sculpture of Anubis, why was it ever changed? Why is the head so much smaller than the rest of the body? And what happened to the original head? Why are there no written records of its creation? What was it called when it was brand new? Did it have a higher purpose? Or was it just an impressively huge sculpture that stood as a monument to the power and influence of one particular pharaoh at one particular point in time? These are questions we don't have the answers to. We hope that you're now asking those same questions yourselves, and that you've enjoyed this look at Egypt's most mysterious monument.
So, mysteries abound.
Yeah, but apart from that, if you can put up Ox's.
No,
Second
I
to last
don't
comment,
care about Ox's.
please. Yeah,
No,
he says, yeah, Brits are well known for holding stolen stuff, but he's capitalised stolen. Why would he capitalise stolen? It's in the middle of a sentence.
To put emphasis on it and to trigger you.
Yeah.
Okay, you found it. Okay, the British, they found it.
Carry on. Carry on.
See, and I think that the simplest explanation for the age problem, anyway, is our dating. That's the least woo or conspiratorial way I can explain it, really.
It's the most parsimonious.
Is that the word?
Yeah, parsimonious. Yeah. Yeah.
Does it have a
it's one that
capital
makes
P?
more sense. Yeah. Most
Does it have a
parsimonious.
capital P?
No, it's not capital P. It's just a normal P. Depending on whether you start sending.
What if it's at the start of a sentence?
No,
Yeah.
parsimonious doesn't. Parsimonious means frugal, right? Like.
Oh.
Yeah.
Frugal and non-stingy.
Yeah.
I mean, frugal and stingy, right? If you're
yeah.
parsimonious,
Yeah.
you're you're like if we were going shopping and I called you parsimonious, it's likely because you didn't buy anything, right?
Parsimony, yeah, it is kind of that, but it's like the least things you need. It's like.
Well, I'm just equating it. It's not usually used in that way. It's usually used in like speech. Like if you're parsimonious, you're the opposite of verbose.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in this context, though, it's the simplest explanation is.
That's what I was trying
is the parsimonious explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't
make it more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So that it's like the opposite of verbose. When people get verbose, it's because they're either talking way too much, they're talking in circles, they're adding things that don't need to be there, or they're bringing in other topics. They're loquacious, right? Okay, no, not even verbose, because you can be verbose and be on topic, right? But loquacious just means overly chatty and frivolous. So I would say it would be the opposite of loquacious.
Listen to these fancy
It sounds like someone's name.
So I would say, yeah. So I would say
frivolous.
So I would say parsimonious in speech. To be parsimonious in speech is to be the opposite of loquacious.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I just learned some words. I'll never use them.
Any word?
Forget them.
Any word? No word on the TMI.
I've always liked words, but I was weird. Like when I was little, I tried to be very precise when I was speaking, and I wouldn't say I'm like angry or frustrated or something. I would say I find this vexing. or I am vexed. Which is weird for a small child, but whatever.
Yeah, it was a loose topic, and we weren't discussing the topic as much as watching those videos, and then discussing around the topic. I don't know if Ox heard me, but I replied. I don't know if anyone heard me. Yeah, they said damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the lag.
No,
the lag is different.
I love Ox, and I don't want to. I only take the piss out of you because you're worth it. Because you fuck up so often.
Oh, hang on.
It's just really easy.
Hey, I got a video for you for Sammy. I got a clip. A video clip. You want to see it? Yep.
Yeah. Skedaddle and kerfuffle.
All right, let me set it up.
Skedaddle is good.
Okay, here it is. I'll present it to you so you can see it. Well, they changed everything around, didn't they? How do you share audio? Present share screen. You got to go to Chrome tab. Let me close some stuff here so it's not so difficult for this presentation thing to figure out what I'm trying to present. Okay, yeah. So there's no share audio? What is your selection at the top? Share window, share video. I found it. Yeah. I found right it. Down the bottom left corner. I found it. Here it is. Yeah. This is like a starting now kind of thing. It has your name, the channel name, and then it says starting now. So I'm going to play it. Okay. Can you hear the audio? Oh, me! When you said your name, I thought you just meant like anyone in general. Can you hear the audio? Dude, yeah. It'll loop I over love anyway. it. It should loop into it, yeah. It's about 20 seconds long or so. Nice, dude. And you put the leaves. I haven't had any leaves. Yeah. That's awesome. I love it. Yeah, I'll send that to you. I was working on that this morning. So I cut up a little clip. I was watching some Crazy Christians videos, looking for funny clips, because you know Brojo has all these little interruption videos that he does. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a special one for Jill. Okay. Sorry.
What is happening there? Is that like is she doing like pig calls instead of bird calls? Or
So that's
a thing?
That's your country's greatest sport.
What, bird calls?
No, pig calling. Pigs.
I can't believe that's a thing.
America. Why would you call birds in America?
That's so weird. That was weird.
Yeah,
That was really weird.
Oh, I had it lined up for you. Oh, actually, I already played it at the start of the stream, but I'll play a little bit for you now. There's a dude, and he's a heavy metal guitarist, and he does guitars and bass. I think he does his own drums and stuff as well too. But he takes memes and things that are trending on the internet and then turns them into heavy metal.
Oh, I know him. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that he'd done that to some pig calling competition.
I think he did that to Paula White at one point.
Who's that?
Striking, 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 striking.
And strike it. Oh, that
Calling angels from Africa right now. She's calling angels
is that
from Africa.
the
Calling angels
turning
from
your
Africa
head?
right now. Calling
Like-
angels from Africa. Yeah, that one.
yeah. And Kenneth Copeland.
The
Kirsty
COVID one?
COVID.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Let's Let's has a look nice at that. beat and it's easy to dance to.
Have you heard the one that got turned into an actual song? The Kenneth Copeland one that got turned into an actual song? Like not just like music in the background, but it
Yeah.
actually sounds like
Him
Oh,
singing.
that's hilarious. The blowing COVID away song?
Yeah, I've heard that.
That was funny.
I sent you the video, Sam.
I think Kat Kerr and Paula White copy each other. Because Kat Kerr also did a prayer about calling angels to America from Africa, but she ended hers with "Go hosts, make toast."
Is it Wind of God?
I think so. Blow the wind of God. Yeah.
Wind of God.
We're supposed to. She says we're supposed to get mansions in heaven. Everyone.
Who says what?
Oh, it's called "Blow the Wind."
Oh,
Cat,
okay.
Cat Kerr. She says everyone's gonna get their own mansion when they get to heaven.
Yeah, she also says we'll see the real Saturn, not the fake one that Satan lets us see now, and we'll slide through lava tubes like slides. And there's a spare parts warehouse that they keep of human body parts for miracles. And she's a commander of God's angels. She's a commander of an army of angels. And what other ridiculous claim has she made?
Yeah,
I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. But I think the first time I saw her was when she was trying to hit the hurricane with a stick. We move it to the east. Such nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that dude is the devil himself.
Who? Kenneth Copeland?
Whoa, fuck yeah.
Kenneth is a creepy little goblin. He's a creepy
Dude.
little goblin. Doesn't he just have the face of a demon?
Yes. Oh my
Well,
God, are you ready
all
for
the
this
makeup.
first?
All the makeup doesn't help.
Yeah. Look at this, ready? Oh, hang on. What happened? That's not the right window. Present. Share.
They changed around all the settings
Share.
for presenting things.
Yeah. And then you're going to go.
John's
add it
comment,
to
she is made of spare parts. She sure is.
Okay. Here
Sorry,
we
before you
are.
start, Sammy. No, before you start,
Yeah.
Sammy, his last comment. Religion shouldn't be capitalised. Talks, religion was an all to that. Carry on.
Look at that.
Yeah, he is a creepy goblin. Indeed.
That is quite creepy.
I'm just gonna leave that there for a little bit. Oh my God.
Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord. COVID-19. 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 I blow the wind of God. From the state of Washington to the state of Maine to Brownsville, Texas, and the tip of Florida. Today, we speak to this atmosphere. Today, burn this thing. This virus hates heat. You just burn this thing. Burn! I call for a supernatural heat wave straight out of hell. Burn! Burn! COVID-19! 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 I blow the wind of God. You don't do it. You don't do it. You don't do it. You get out of here now. Burn. You don't do it. You don't do it. You don't do it. You get out of here. Burn this thing. COVID-19. 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 I blow the wind of God. You are destroyed forever, and you'll never be back.
What the fuck, bro?
The faces he made in there would scar a child.
Yeah, man. Who would expose their child to that?
Especially after, like the little scenes where he's like straight from hell, or after he's like the wind of God, like his face in those moments, like that could scar a child forever.
Dude, I'm a 40-year-old man, and it terrified me.
Sammy,
Sammy. Oh my God, are you going to correct Ox's writing?
No, Sammy, no,
Okay.
no, Ox. Can you just get rid of that thing in the such thing, and your such thing when it comes down? If you just delete all that, it's very much like mine. I think we might be separated at birth. We are the same person. If you just get rid of crazy Christians, just get rid of crazy Christians, and then it'll come up with a drop list and it's exactly the same as mine.
Oh, this?
Yeah, get rid of
that. What do you mean get rid of? I don't understand.
Yeah, delete all that.
Oh,
yeah. Just delete it.
Yeah.
Right. Crazy Christians, Richard Manson, Bojo, The Raging Atheist, William Freeman, Silver Wolf, Copeland singing. I don't have that one.
No, that's what I just looked up.
Yeah, but all the rest is exactly the same as mine. Google, YouTube, search list.
Well, we hang out in the same circle.
Yeah, it's not that short.
It is pretty good. No. Well, then you've got good taste. As I said,
I like staying on the fringe of the circle.
Yes. This is hilarious.
Channel, go ahead, fool.
Let's start again.
If you want to turn the channel, go ahead, fool. Turn the channel. If you want to learn something about God, shut your mouth and listen to me for a minute.
A minute?
Who's learning from him?
Jesus, man.
Jesus, man.
He was a nice kid, but he was one of those kids that was always he's a real smart aleck.
was a bright kid,
This is
which didn't help
disgusting.
things, right? Made him more dangerous.
Many children healed. We've seen midgets grow. We've seen arms and legs that stop growing because the growth cells that stop. Manda da basata. I don't make this stuff up.
And we were outside one day at youth group, and he was just
Yes,
trying
you
to push
did,
my
bro.
buttons, and he was just, kind of not taking the Lord serious. Well, I wrote this song for the Christian youth, and I walked over to him, and I went, bam! I punched him in the chest as hard as I crumpled the kid. I just crumpled him. And I said, I leaned over and I said, Ben, when are you going to stop playing games with God? I led that man to the Lord right there. There's times that might be needed.
Wait, so he said, I don't make this stuff up, as he literally spoke a bunch of made up gibberish.
I don't make this stuff up.
And then he bragged about like being abusive to his kid.
Oh no, it's a compilation of a heap of clips. That was two different people that you just described.
Oh,
so the
okay.
First clip, yeah.
So one of them bragged
That second
about
clip,
being abusive to a
was
child.
One of those.
Don't you know that
IFB
Christian violence is good? Didn't you know that?
Yeah. Didn't you hear him, Pixie? I led him to the Lord right there.
The fuck you did? You knocked the wind out of him.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to deal with your ass no more, so he placated you,
Yeah.
stupid shit.
Exactly. If he went to the Lord, it's because he's scared of you. That you're going to beat him again. Yeah, some funny, some disturbing.
Some sad.
A modest representation.
Sometimes I'm ashamed of how the whites draw back and use their intellect and miss the very blessings of God.
Hold this, Kurt.
Oh.
Behold, the atheist's nightmare.
Stand with us. I'm Bill O'Reilly in a personal story segment tonight. Today is a National Day of Prayer. It has been endorsed by President Obama, but there are legal challenges all over the place, and that, of course, is dumb.
The banana and the hand are perfectly made one for the other. You'll find the maker of the banana, Almighty God, has made it with a non-slip surface.
You know the problem I have with that banana clip, although it's hilarious, is that the bananas we have today are a hybrid we created, and the original bananas were not so functional.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
Now, if you go to the top of the banana, you'll find, as with the soda can makers, they placed a tab at the top, so God has placed a tab at the top.
No, you don't.
Because humans engineered them that way.
See,
Even a monkey doesn't open a banana from that direction.
No, and the reason they are like that is because of human influence, because of the hybridizations we created when we were losing real bananas. Real bananas didn't do that.
Yeah.
And they were actually, real bananas were actually much messier and seedier.
But why do monkeys open the bananas from the other end? Like, not that tab end that this guy was talking about?
Because that's the way it's meant to be.
You're supposed to open it from what most people consider the bottom, because the tab is not where you're supposed to open it. The tab is where you're supposed to hold it.
I didn't know there was a bottom of the banana. I didn't know there was a bottom.
The tab is where you're supposed to hold it, and you're supposed to peel it the other way like a monkey does.
So, Sammy, can you put up Ox's latest comment, please? I want to get this off.
If you're tired of the devil destroying your life, you must order the personal packers, and you got to order it right.
Notice how gracefully it sits over the human hand. Notice it has a point at the top for ease of entry. It's just the right shape for the human mouth. It's chewy, easy to digest, and it's even curved toward the face to make the whole process so much easier. Seriously, Kurt, the whole of creation testifies to the genius of God's creator.
Why are they taking God out of my history book?
Dude, he so wants to have sex with that banana.
Her history. That was interesting. Why are they taking God out of my history? Do what? That doesn't make any sense. On so many levels.
It's so arrogant.
The whole
It's
of
not
creation testifies to the genius of God's creative.
Why are they taking God out of my history books?
Takabasanda, I'm just getting into a prophetic vein. Mamamoko solo robasata. Manda de king, de din, de bebos.
This comes from Seth. He wants to, can Star Wars figures be demonic?
Can Star Wars figures be demonic? Yes, they can.
Why do they teach every other theory in science except creation?
And the Smurfs can be demonic.
Oh, yes.
The
If you look at the
Smurfs.
face of Papa Smurf, you see Stalin.
Let me say something about Harry
BBC.
Potter.
Ready?
Warlocks are enemies of God.
Warlocks
And
are
I don't care what kind of hero they are. They're an enemy of God. And had it been in the Old Testament, Harry Potter would have been put to death.
Let us reach our hands out, and in the name of...
See how some sad and some funny, and then some like Wild Hearts giggling away at that, and yet that was one of the heartbreaking ones to me.
Yeah.
Because that was. Oh no, I wasn't having a go at you.
Yeah.
I thought it was really interesting because of all the kids there being fucking indoctrinated with this bullshit.
Yeah.
And they're just kids. And they're not, like, they just want to read the fucking book that all the other kids are reading. But they got shit like that screaming at them, angry.
Yeah, but if you read Harry Potter, you're gonna die or go to hell or something like that, right?
Yeah, or have,
Is that the message?
babies out of wedlock. Or
Is that the message?
Well, the thing is, there's nothing in Harry Potter that they're not going to see in the Bible, right? Witchcraft is mentioned in the Bible. Magic's mentioned in the Bible. Probably a lot worse, like incest
Dude, the Bible is
and
a
raping your
lot
dad and genocide and all kinds of stuff. Like, how is that better for kids?
So, on a recent episode of JW Broadcast, and it was the Last Days guy, actually, we've received just a few letters from concerned parents about the level of violence in some of our latest videos. And long story short, we don't see fit to water down the message God saw fit to leave in his holy word. So suck it up and make your kids watch it.
Well, they're one church that a part of my family goes to has a similar thing, right? Like, they don't have Sunday school or anything like that. They have Bible studies that are optional, but they don't have like Sunday school or kids church or anything like that. And their reasoning is that like the Word of God is so important that you want to keep them in the same room as you and know what they're being taught. You don't want to send them somewhere else where something might be said that you can't correct, right? And so you have to keep all the kids even in adult church, which is, I guess, fine, whatever. But like, if that's what you're willing to expose them to, then how about you not throw a bitch fit over things like that don't even come close? Because if you don't have to water that down, then why do you have to water down the world that you're trying to teach them to confront? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And it's always sex and magic bad, violence good. I'll just say good. Not that I guess in some cases they are preaching that it's good. Like in that case with that dude, I led him to the Lord right there. But if you touch your genitals, you go into hell. So just be careful.
It's what I'm saying. And if you can present this in an unwatered down fashion, then why would you have any reason to censor your child, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're teaching them to face these things in the world, and these things in the world are in the world, and they're in the Word of God, and that's why you can't water it down, why would you water down what you're teaching them to face? Are you not handicapping them? Like their own logic doesn't even work for them.
No. They have no logic. Where is it going? Rename it. Yeah, so I'm surprised you didn't know that pig calling was a thing, Pixie.
I did not. I do now, and that was very strange. I'm not a rodeo person though. Like I get that I live in Texas, right? But A, I'm not from here, and B, like I've never been to a rodeo. I've never been like, yeah, let's go to the rodeo. Never once. One time, I think I accidentally walked through a rodeo for about 2 minutes, but that's because somebody needed to go to the restroom at a fair, right? Like that's never been me. I don't know.
Save? No. So
Wait, I lied. I have been to a part of a rodeo one time, but that all centered around horses. So I watched some horse, like I watched like the barrel races and things like that. But that's it. That's the extent of my rodeo experience, was watching some horses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, Sammy, I've got to leave, but I've just sent you 2 messages, and I'm going to ignore that from now on.
Where are you going?
Only with permission. Permission should be capitalised. Rodents, yeah, that's fine. Become pets. I
You know,
just
he's
want
doing
to know,
it to bother you, Wild. And it
yeah,
is.
become pets in the big. I want to know his reasoning why he capitalises pets in the big.
At this point, it is literally just for you.
Yeah.
I can see they're very purposeful, and he would.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, but I do generally have to go. Thank you, sorry for letting me on. Cheers.
Where are you going?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Look, if you're going to another stream, you don't have to tell me where you're going. You can
Yeah.
just tell me you're going to another stream. But if you're fixing to disappoint me, please give me a heads up now and don't let me find out later.
No, I'm going to speak to someone else.
Okay,
Oh,
then
that's
have a
right.
good time. Later days.
Go for it, bro. Love you. Bye.
Cheers.
Piss off.
That sounded a little egocentric. I'm sorry. The whole "if you're going to disappoint me" thing. I didn't mean like. My bad.
No, I didn't
okay,
take
continue.
it that way. Oh, smack that bitch. Jesus. Oh, go again.
An African American person evolved from a white person. We're different species.
Little children have acne. Why? I can tell you why. What little boys do in the bedroom at night. It's a natural process of the fallen creature, what he does in the bedroom at night. You tie his hands. The Catholics used to tie their hands. Tie the girls' hands. Wouldn't do it good. Tie them all you want. Because it's in their nature. It's a fallen nature, what they do in the bedroom at night. Why does he acne? That's why acne's on these young people's face. That's what they do. What?
Wait, she just said that acne was because he touched his face after he masturbated?
No. Just because they masturbate.
No, because she said something about, and then he touched their face. That's what they do.
No. Why do they? She goes, why do they get the acne on the face?
Yeah, because he said because they touch their
What?
face after
What?
they've done that.
I think it's just because she's a friggin' drunk. But
I mean, even
Yeah,
even
let's say
even
anything
if I
about-
make her make more sense, it doesn't make sense, right? but
No, of
because
course
then
not.
you
But
couldn't
you
ever
are
touch your
trying
face.
to make her make more sense.
No, I'm saying
So that's very generous of you.
that's
but-
not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's ridiculous either way. It is ridiculous either way. Even if you touch your face after you masturbate, that's no different than like after you go to the restroom or after you shake somebody's hand or after you like it's no different. So why would all these things not cause acne? It doesn't make sense either way. I just thought she meant because they touched their face after.
Yeah, no, I don't think she even says that. She literally just says masturbation causes acne.
That's so dumb.
It's not even funny. It leaves me speechless.
Little children have acne. Why? I can tell you why. What little boys do in the bedroom at night. It's a natural process of the fallen creature, what he does in the bedroom at night. You tie his hands. The Catholics used to tie their hands. Tie the girls' hands. Wouldn't do it good. Tie them all you want. Because it's in their nature. It's a fallen nature, what they do in the bedroom at night. Why does the acne? That's why acne's on these young people's face. That's what they do.
Okay, you're right.
What?
I thought she said because they touched their face, but she said that's why it's on their face. Got
Yeah.
you.
Just a drunk.
Well, the answer to that question is, I'm a Christian. As Christians, we can say we know.
Oh, did you
And
hear
so,
the question?
As far as the Word of God is concerned,
No, the volume got kind of low in this part.
Yeah.
what, if anything, would ever change your mind?
What, if anything, would ever change your mind? So this is to a Christian. I forgot his name. The Aussie one. Ken Ham. Aussie or New Zealand? I don't know.
Is he going to say nothing?
Yeah.
Well, the answer to that question is, I'm a Christian. As Christians, we can say we know. And so, as far as the Word of God is concerned, no. No one's ever going to convince me that the Word of God is not true. But I do want to make a distinction here.
So to give him the benefit of that slightly edited thing, he doesn't answer that direct question and turns to, well, although this isn't evidence for you, I trust the Bible because it's the Word of God.
Well, he actually used weasel words anyway. And he
Yeah.
limited himself and his own scope because the question was.
And if I'm going to follow, I believe that this is God's Word and nothing's going to unconvince me of that.
Okay, but here's my thing though. Like, that seems to be inherently dishonest because he limited his scope to begin with because his opening sentence was, nobody could convince me. But we didn't say who could convince you. We said what could convince you. And if your answer is honest and as simple as Jesus told me they recorded it wrong, or God tells me himself or sends me an angel himself with the truth, then I would have to believe that this is less than the truth, right? But even that is an honest answer. I think his answer was completely dishonest.
You're right. Because he didn't even address the question. The print, like the principle, the gist. No, what's the I'll just use gist. The gist of what he was saying was what thing, action, event, bit of information could possibly convince you that you're wrong about God. And he answered, who would be able to convince him? Two absolutely, not unrelated, but totally different questions.
Exactly. And even then, I still think it's a lie. I still think it's a cop-out. He's limiting himself to other people. He doesn't even mean no one, because I guarantee you, if Jesus or God or one of God's angels stood before him and told him otherwise, he would now think that he could be convinced.
Yeah.
So even if he was answering the right question, which he wasn't, it still wasn't an honest answer.
Like politicians.
It's almost like a moving of the goalpost. You know, like,
Yeah. And yeah.
The word of God is his sperm.
You know, if you put Jesus
Did you hear that?
The word of God is his sperm. Yeah, I caught that.
first, that he'll look after all your bills.
My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's because Jesus Christ is my nigga.
Oh, that was so cringe.
Take it! Take it!
Something happened a long time ago in
Take the
Haiti,
sperm of God. I'm
and
sorry.
people might not want to talk about it. They were under the heel of the French. You know, Napoleon the Third.
It was the white jacket. I don't know.
And
Benny Hill.
they got together and swore a pact to the devil.
It's not fake, it's faith.
They said, we will serve you if you'll get us free from the French.
Wow. If he's not a troll, it's not fake. It's faith. That
came
would,
across very like 80s cheesy, obvious bad guy, you know?
yes. Like
just,
obvious.
like in
that.
any show, that is the person you avoid. You know what I mean? Like, that's how that came across.
Damn.
True story.
We propel, birds propel, eagles don't propel. We say, hooka, 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 hooka.
And so the devil said, okay, it's a deal.
The word of
That
faith
reminds
is
me of a
great
parrot
to
guy,
scandal
the parrot
It
comedian. That
refers
was
to
not
the bait
funny.
of the trap.
yeah, Jim
But
Brewer.
Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Jim Brewer.
Is that him? He was not funny and he looked like a fucking retard. And oh, oops, he looked like sorry guys, old habits. He looked like a fucking idiot with no brain cells. Yeah, but apparently he was supposed to be funny.
I don't know him. Is he another Christian?
Jim
Like
Brewer.
he's like a super Christian, super far right guy. Like believes that I'm pretty sure he at least believes in a few of the QAnon conspiracy theories. But he was trying to say that liberals he was trying to say that we're stupid and we just parrot whatever that if you're on the left or if you lean left you just you're a stupid sheeple and you just parrot whatever you've been told. And so he makes this weird face and he does this thing where he juts his neck out and he does tries to do this parrot talk and he's like Dr. Fauci and all this stupid shit and I think it's supposed to be funny but I don't get it. It just looks ridiculous to me. Like somebody failing really hard at comedy. It's like your friend. It's like if your friend had been working at comedy for years and you know he kind of sucks, but you haven't seen him in a while and you're just hoping he gets better. And he gets on the stage and you realize that he's not any better at all. He's not any better. It was like that, except people were laughing and I couldn't figure out why.
This is an old Texas rat trap, and I've smashed many a finger on this thing.
He smashed many a finger on that thing. Is that what he said?
I don't know. He smashed a finger on it.
I think he said, and I've smashed many a finger on this thing.
I'm trying to show this message. And when you put the bait on this tree,
trigger. That trigger is called the scandalon. That's the offense. And if you reach for the offense to be offended because you are, an animal reaches for it to eat it, but a Christian reaches for the offense because he's hurt.
Pokemon is all based
Please tell
upon
me he just
Japanese
caught his finger
demons.
again.
You better hear this. And that's the reason why he said there was no revelation, widespread revelation.
He sure did.
There was no widespread pregnancies taking place because most of the preaching was giving dead sperm, and dead sperm can't impregnate nothing. Take the fresh breath of the Spirit.
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it? You say, well, I heard children, you're taking all. I never touched the money. That's the lies of the devil. I never see it. I never touch it.
All over. Move your.
He's a life changer, miracle arranger, born to the virgin mom in a manger, water to wine, he's a drink exchanger.
Dad, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm not here because I want to be some big TV star.
What if I want to have sex before I get married?
Well, I guess you just have to be prepared to die.
Why am I called names? Because I believe in marriage the way God designed it.
See, faith's like a boat. You got the oar of faith. That's not enough to have faith. You must have the corresponding actions to go along with it. Otherwise, you just row with one oar and your boat just goes in a circle. Some people have faith, but they don't have any works. Some people have works, but they don't have any faith. If you get them both going the same time, woo, you've got something happening. Let's pray now.
No, I'm saying if you don't know everything, then you can't know anything to be absolutely true.
So if I don't know everything in the world, then I don't know that you exist?
Unless you have revelation from somebody who does know everything. And that somebody that does know everything is God.
So
And
does that
young
mean
man,
if I don't know, so that means if I don't know everything, that means that I don't know if God exists.
you can't know anything. You can't even, you can't, the argument, and I'm sorry, Max, thanks for trying to get out. How old are you, buddy?
What I felt the Lord say is that
Christianity is a love story.
You can hurt yourself doing that.
These people worry me, and why was that little child the one that made the most sense this whole time? Oh, Sammy, you're muted.
Yeah, that chick's shaking her brain around inside her head. And that was Kent Hovind's son, Eric Hovind. Couldn't even argue against a kid. So he just gave up and started talking to some other kid. Like, what the fuck? What?
Yeah, the little kid destroyed his argument. He's like,
Yeah. This is your God, peoples. This is what the almighty creator of everything wants you to do.
I know
These are
Jesus
the
has
most
a
holy among
particular
you.
look in a particular face because I've seen it on one occasion.
We can do all things through Christ.
Tracy, you think by now they get the message. An earthquake, a hurricane. Are you listening? The American people have done everything they possibly can. Now it's time for an act of God, and we're getting it.
I was chosen to be the son of Shiva. In the middle of my deliverance, the pastor fainted because I changed from my waist upward into a cobra.
Oh, dear brother, that is the ugliest guy I've ever seen. My goodness. King Kong? King Kong tire? With a jungle on it? You need deliverance from ugly tires, my friend.
I don't know what he was expecting to see, wasn't the cobra, but it wasn't the power that he was faced with that day. I took everything I had to do with the occult and I got rid of it.
Did you burn it?
I put it in my sister's basement.
Oh, God. Give him a new anointing.
I put it in my sister's basement.
Like, as an atheist, good on you, because it's not demonic. You're an idiot. But
Oh my god.
what the fuck?
That cracks me up. Anytime somebody says, "What did you do with that?" I'm gonna be like, "I put it in my sister's basement."
But it's funny on levels because, like, in his mind, it's demonic and it's gonna do bad things, and that's gonna
That's what
happen
I'm
to his
saying.
sister.
And he put it in
now,
his sister's basement.
but,
That sounds like
Yes,
a
that's what I'm
punchline.
saying. He thinks this thing is evil, and rather than and putting negative influences on him, so rather than destroying it, he puts it in his sister's basement.
yeah.
What would you do with demonically possessed stuff? Put it in your sister's basement.
Yeah. But the other aspect of it is, it's like he didn't want to get rid of his stuff. He still wanted to keep it, just in case.
You want to keep it close.
He didn't want to destroy it, but if
Yeah,
somebody was going to get
yeah.
cursed, why not her?
You want to keep it nearby.
In Jesus' name.
Preach the word, that's my gig, and I rhyme better than Notorious Big.
And if you want to tell me how to live my life, it better line up with the word of God
Notorious
or shut
Big.
your mouth.
Those who are involved in martial arts before they start are actually inhaling some demon spirit. And some of them do that, by the way.
Despite modern popular belief, America was founded as a Christian nation.
Is it not the case?
No, it fucking
that
wasn't.
The spread of Christianity, about which you spoke so warmly and affectingly in your opening remarks, attributing it to the innate truth of the Bible story, was spread by that means, or because the Emperor Constantine decided to make Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire? Which, in your view, contributed more to the spread of the faith?
The Holy Spirit.
I rest my case.
Hallelujah. It's causing those powers to be destroyed. And Bama is healing you.
Donors want to donate guns, and Richard has checked into this, and it's illegal for us to ship guns.
Is healing you. Oh, that dip right there.
Oh
my God.
Those of you that have
Oh.
guns, please do not send them to us. Go to your local dealer. It is against the law. We have checked into it for us to receive these types of things. So go to your local gun dealer, turn them in, send us the cash.
Oh, I tell you,
send us.
I love to prophesy.
People trying to send guns.
Some
What
people
the
are stealing
fuck?
the offering bucket. I'm serious. I don't want anybody walking around. Stay in your seat. You steal my offering for this ministry, and you'll die.
The Lord is here tonight.
You're touching God's money.
But because I had gone seeking after the occult, seeking after darkness, even though it's just a piece of wood, you think it's just a piece of wood with
Just a little Ouija board.
yeah,
Just a little
exactly,
game.
exactly.
They go to church on Sunday and they think they're just doing God a big favor.
I did not want to contact the occult. I did not want to contact the dark side, but I was in the occult at that moment. And I had to suffer the consequences of what I went searching for. And my baby was born deformed.
I don't know. I played with the Ouija board all the time growing up. And you know what? Nothing mystical ever happened.
Disrespectful towards Christians.
Now I'ma pass the mic to my lovely wife. She's a fly MC.
We even made some of our own.
I'm loaded. I'm pregnant with miracles.
There's no atheists out picketing against Santa Claus. I mean, think of the psychological damage that's done when those little kids write their letter to the North Pole and Santa doesn't really answer because he's not really there.
You know, there's people watching me right now that have no respect for me or God or His Word.
And the atheists that are so upset about what religion is doing to young minds, they're not out here
I know that there are very smart Christians and theists, right? So that's my caveat. But I have to say, Christian music, shit. Christian comedy, pathetic. Why is everything of God so shit? Why does Satan do everything so much better? Like, name a funny Christian comedian, and not just a comedian who says, "Oh yeah, I'm a Christian," but I mean, like, he's a Christian preacher, but he tries to make all these funny videos, and he's becoming a meme because of how he has no self-awareness of how shit his jokes are and that.
Well, it's kind of like it's a dig on atheism, but then again, it's a dig on his own way of thinking, you know. So it's like it's a double dig, but it's also a dig on himself, which he's not even aware of.
Yeah,
He's not even
so
aware.
Self-aware, like.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
And that's
in attempting to make a dig, he actually dug on himself harder because while atheists are not out there protesting Santa Claus, atheists are very aware of the fact that if their child believes in Santa Claus, it is a belief that they will grow out of, and they will learn to confront reality versus imagination, right? However, he is promoting something that can never be demonstrated, ever, right? And he's promoting the continuation of a belief in something that can never be demonstrated. And which is much different from realizing a child's imagination and understanding that they will grow out of it.
Yeah, so his message is kind of a contradiction when you look who it's coming from. It's like weird.
Yeah. And it's like when they do the Jill's a big one at doing this. You atheists have a religion, and then start bagging it for how religious it is, not realizing that they're a religion too. So the argument that you're religious too isn't an argument unless you're agreeing that religion is bad.
Exactly. But not that I think,
You know what I mean?
but that's the dumbest thing ever, because what they do is they take social philosophies like nihilism or humanism, and they say, oh, this is what atheists teach. No, it's fucking not, and stop that bullshit.
Yeah.
Those are social philosophies that an atheist may or may not adopt. This is not what atheists teach, nor do atheists agree that there is a thing to be taught in that manner, right? Yeah. So it's just ridiculous to think that we all have some consensus other than I'm not convinced of any God.
I lost my shit at P-Town the other day because he kept saying, well, from an atheistic view, or and if we do atheistic thinking, and I'm like, there's no such thing as atheistic thinking, except
Exactly.
for one fucking thing. There's no atheistic view.
Exactly. I hate that.
Like,
There was one guy who I got really fed up with on Richard's panel. I felt bad because I was on Richard's panel, but I was just so done with him because he kept saying he kept saying things like that,
oh,
like
was it? That
or
was P-Town, yeah.
no, it wasn't P-Town. It was somebody else.
Oh, was it?
And yeah, and he also kept saying, I used to be an atheist. I used to be just like you. Well, I
Yeah.
know what you're thinking because I used to be atheist. No, you fucking
Who
don't.
was that? Because that's who I'm talking about.
The one that sounds kind of like P-Town, but is somehow not. What
Just
was his
some
name?
Christian. Is it weird, like dark and light fire, or
No,
fire
it
and
wasn't
light,
that.
or-
What was his name?
That's Yuri. You know Yuri?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't Yuri.
I was gonna say Yuri next. But
I'll have to go
it's the
look. I
same
know
person.
I repeatedly asked him to stop using phrases like that because it was insulting, and he kept doing it, and I know Richard eventually kicked him. I'm
That's
trying to remember
right.
what his name was.
It just, I know it wasn't P-Town, but it just feels like P-Town, and my memory turned it.
Well, people kept comparing him to P-Town, remember?
Did we? Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
well, not just, I think, whoever, I think maybe Midnight was on the stream. I think he compared him to P-Town, and
But Jill does that thing too with the you atheists. He conflates atheism with left-leaning politics, with liberalism, with like so many things. He just lumps into atheism, and which is why it's pretty pointless having arguments with that, or even conversations with people like that, because you're not even having the same argument. You know, they're making up their own meanings for words. It's just such a whole dishonest affair.
Well, I tried to have a conversation with Jill, and it just I couldn't understand what he was trying to say.
Yeah. If he could one day have a conversation without having a dig at the person he's talking to, I'd show him some respect. He can't even enter a chat without being controversial. Like we're doing.
well, it's not
a
that he's
stream about.
controversial, right? Like, it's not that he's controversial. If we're just having a chat and you happen to like sincerely disagree and you state your thing, and then you're like, okay, yeah, I don't have a problem with you, and I don't have a problem with that, right? But it's this whole like, to be so arrogant and so self-righteous that not only do you need to disagree, right? You need to cause a disagreement on purpose, even if it has nothing to do with what's going on. And on top of that, once you finally start that controversy that has nothing to do with going on, you now need to go out of your way to make sure you demean anybody else who says anything about what you decided to pull out of your ass for no reason. And that's like a whole different thing.
Well, that's what makes him part troll, you know?
Yes, exactly. He's come in once tonight, and he asked for the link too, but I just ignored him. His one comment was, I forget what he said they have, as in Christians, even though he seems to think he's the only true Christian. He said, we have insert Christian trope here. You have abortion. That's it. That was he had to come in and drop that comment and didn't appear again. We have peace.
See, that's what
you
I'm
have
saying.
abortion.
That's what I'm saying. There's a difference between like having some controversial opinions or being controversial, and just being a flat out dick.
Provocative.
Just being.
Yeah.
It's worse than that. I would say it's worse than that. I'm gonna
we
find a
have
word.
abortion.
I'm
Now-
gonna think about it and find a word.
You said they had something other than abortion, right?
Yeah, it was just I can't remember.
It was baptismal. They have baptism. We have abortion. They have baptism, which doesn't make any sense. What does that mean?
Yeah, we were doing a stream about the fucking Sphinx.
What does that mean?
Yeah, and
I don't know.
It's like, okay, well, thanks for that, Jill. Like, okay. I kind of already knew that. You know, that you used to do that weird dunking your kids in water and shit.
I don't know.
Because it somehow washes them clean of something that Jesus already washed them clean of. And it's not like it's a public declaration because they're a baby. So,
yeah. Well, Serb is in the chat. He says maybe it's something about a sacrifice to Moloch. Is Moloch? Jill believes in Moloch? Oh boy.
It's a false god, like your god, Gio.
Oh yeah, mine's definitely false. I'm not going to argue with that.
No. It's like we're in agreement for once, Jill.
Now, I don't mind you protesting a lot of other religions, but when you protest the truth of Christianity...
Do you believe in evolution?
No.
What do you believe?
That God created the world.
Who told you that?
My parents.
My friend, protest that, and you're not protesting this.
My parents.
You are a hypocrite.
I got the word.
What is it?
2 words. He is malignantly tendentious.
You have to say that again.
Yeah, and then tell us the meaning.
Malignantly tendentious, which means like to aggressively push a controversial narrative in a particularly contrite way or problematic way.
Well, you definitely found the word. That's Jill in a nutshell.
You know, this guy comes to my house. He's a Satanist from one of the Satanist churches here where they sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles.
Take it away, Marisu.
Melt them into candles. That's a new one.
If the theory of evolution was viable, then I should.
I'm going to stop saying I eat babies, and I'm going to start saying I turn babies into candles.
Occasionally, by subjecting this to energy, end up having new life.
Elaine, take a deep breath. And receive me the peace. Ooh, did you feel that, Elaine?
Yes, I did.
I did too.
You need to make a vow of faith of $1,000. Oh, Bob, couldn't you say 25? No!
Take another deep breath and receive the peace.
Do you think if, like, Christians were subjected to this, like, I mean, eyelids wide open, hours and hours of these clips replaying, Do you think it would sink in?
Yeah, like in Clockwork Orange, right?
Yeah.
Tie him down and just.
It's like, this is your God. This is what your religion. This is what you want.
They don't
It's what you
care. They
believe.
don't care. They don't care.
No, they just come out more indoctrinated, probably.
No, they'll say, "Oh, that's not us."
Yeah. That's all the other Christians that
That's
aren't
those.
real
Yeah,
Christians.
that's those other Christians, not us.
You know, it's funny. They're happy to say, oh, well, there's 2 billion people that follow Christ. But find, 100 people that believe the same way you do. At least the Muslims have that going for them. They only have like 2 sort of things two views. They have the soft Muslims and then the hard Muslims, and they argue,
Sunni and
should they be beating their wives or just locking her in the bedroom for a day or 2?
Well, no, then you have. That's not necessarily true. You do
No,
have
that was a terrible exaggeration.
You have the Sunni and the Shiites, right? But I know a Muslim who, and it's so funny because the last time I brought this up, somebody yelled at me and they're like, "You're trying to soften Muslims because you know some Americanized Muslims," and that couldn't be further from the truth because the person I was speaking of was born, raised, and unfortunately passed away in Egypt. Cairo, to be specific. He is Muslim, or was Muslim, and he was a very, very dear friend of mine for very, very many years. He had one wife. He treated her very well, and his wife wore his wife covered her head because she wanted to. He did not make his daughters; they each chose. He was very, I guess, when I talk about him, people assume he's from America because they assume this is some Americanized thing, but he never lived anywhere but Egypt.
And I've met some really lovely Muslims who don't believe in that. See, they're in a tough spot because they don't want to be those Muslims that put women down or put them lower than men. They still have to admit that they are the head of the woman.
Well, most saw it differently. And all I can do is speak for most. I call him Most, and that's an inside thing because my friends could never say his name. His name was Mustafa. We used to have these group chats. And she kept calling him Mufasa, which was hilarious. But so instead of calling him Mustafa, we all just called him Most. But he very dear person to me. He used to scare the hell out of me though. He'd be like, "Yeah, this bank got blown up today," and I'm like, "Most, that's your bank." He's like, "Yeah, I wasn't there. It's okay." I'm like, "No, these things are not okay, Most." Right? But anyway, he used to scare me. But he eventually passed away of a brain tumor. But the way he explained it to me was, he said, his family always took a very liberal, like more metaphorical approach to the text, right? So, like, was covering her head a holy thing to do, right? Was that like a sign of like retraction from the world and submission to the Lord? Sure, but that's like a choice. That's not something he should force. And but as the head of the family, like, he was the first in line to accept accountability, right? Like, that was a title of responsibility more than anything else in his mind. I mean, he still had very traditional values that I wouldn't necessarily live by, right? Like, like the man needs to provide everything and the woman's home taking care of stuff.
Yeah.
And but also like he recognized that women could work. He just chose to partner with somebody who didn't want to, you know? Right. So it was like this weird balance he found.
Yeah. See, and the Muslims I was talking to recently, what they have newer translations, and their prophets have said things that, like, were you here earlier when we were looking up whether music was haram? I'm not allowed. Maybe not.
Hey, I gotta go, man. Thanks a lot,
Oh,
Sam.
see you, Gio. No worries,
Night,
mate. Thanks for
night,
coming.
everyone.
Later days, Gio.
But yeah, Big Z Googled, is music allowed in Islam? And Wikipedia come back, yes, music is allowed in Islam. And quoted a prophet that speaks of music positively, right? And I said, yeah, but that's Wikipedia, Big Z. And I did a Google search and went to the next result, which was from an Islamic organization, designed to give information about Islam. And it said straight up, yes, music is haram. And there are many places where this is clearly defined in the Quran.
I thought it was like the type of music. I thought it was the type of music.
Yeah, no, that's the soft view.
Okay.
See, and so that's where Muslims will argue amongst themselves. But
well, I know
the
most
tenets of the faith, right,
yeah.
do not change. Like with
Well,
Christianity,
even
you've got
in the,
ones that have a triangle, ones without, ones where Jesus will take you to a planet.
No, the reason I said the type of music, right, is because even in the most strict of Muslims, you still have like
the call to prayer and that.
Right, like the way the chanting, the musical sort of chanting and things that they do. And so like that seems to be pretty inescapable, right? But even the most strict or like music isn't bad. You can only use a specific kind of music and only to praise the Lord, right? Like
well, see, the reason that they say music in general is bad, I guess you could get away with singing, right? But it includes instruments. It's not just music. It says music and instruments are haram. So you're not even allowed to play an instrument.
Interesting. Like no drums, no harps, no nothing,
guitar,
no flute, no piano.
No.
That's awful.
And what's funny is you find this weird mix where they'll be soft in things like the beating the wife and that. And in fact, they've gone so far almost the other way where the woman is actually elevated a lot. But you'll find that those ones also are more stricter on the things like haram. So they won't do the music and stuff like that. And then you know, and they're all on those two spectrums. How strict they are with the bad stuff. As in them doing bad to others, and then how strict they are on the stuff that is bad to them. You know what I mean? So how willing are they to cop the shit for their religion as opposed to give others shit? And you've got those two competing points of view. And I don't know if that's a Sunni thing and a Shiite thing, and there's Sufis as well. I don't know enough about the individual ones to know which ones are more oriented in which directions. But what about AI generated music? See, I don't think it matters the source of the music. I think it's just music in general. But again, what Muslim are you asking? Should we get a different answer?
And as far as I understand it, real quick, the Shiites are the more fundamentalist. So the difference between the Shiites and the Sunnis is the Shiites believe that they should be ruled and governed and led by descendants of Muhammad, quote unquote, right? Like they think they should have a religious rule, basically, a theocracy.
Yeah.
And the Sunnis believe more in a democratic republic. They think their leaders should be elected by the people. Yeah, that's the big difference between those two.
But that almost, I mean, other than, yes, theocracy, but that's almost just purely political difference.
Yes and no. I mean, all the way down. It is partly political, but it's all the way down to like church things, right? Like, it's religious in the aspect that like whether or not a hijab should be forced, and whether or not that's a grave sin, and whether or not like it seems openly political, but it does go down like all the way to like the fundamentals of their church and their beliefs. And it goes down. It's like the difference between someone here. Like it's like the difference between a Christian who says you can tell that it influences a lot of their other philosophies when you hear one American Christian say, I believe this as a Christian, I wouldn't do this, but we live in a secular society and our government is secular, so to enforce that on people would be unconstitutional. And then the American Christian who says, I don't believe in this. The Bible says this is wrong. Therefore, our legislation needs to ban this, right? Like one is obviously fundamental and one is not. And does it reflect in their political stances? Sure. But I would argue that that reflects on a very personal level as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Say no to theocracy. I mean, it's one of those bizarre things that you realize as you're becoming an adult that we, especially in this Western world, have grown up so sheltered and oblivious to the fact that there are still people living how we in the Western world were living hundreds of years ago. There's such a stark chasm in between
There is a very big one.
like, and it feels like the majority of the population want to move forward, but the people that are, I'm doing air quotes, are leading us are actually behind us, pulling us back. Does that make sense?
It does.
And I guess the point of what I'm getting at is that by 2023, we should have our shit together a little bit more than we do.
But the thing is, humanity's never been anything more than a double-edged sword and anything less than one, right? Like, there's always good and there's always bad. There's always charity and there's always greed. And I don't know that we'll ever evolve past the point where greed doesn't sabotage someone. Right? The hoarding of resources, everything. Right, like it's like when you outsource a job and you don't provide safe working conditions and you don't provide very much wage because you know you can get away with it, right? At that point, you're hurting two people. You're hurting the people you took the jobs away from, and you're hurting the people you gave jobs to, because you're taking their country's resources and profiting from it elsewhere, but B, you're not giving them any better, right? You're exposing them to the worst because you can. And will we ever evolve past that kind of thing? I don't know. I mean, people say that there's going to be overpopulation and we don't have enough resources to feed people. But is that true? Or is it that we misuse our resources? Because how much do you throw away in a Western society?
Yeah. And it's a tricky one because the way I look at it is we say that we are progressing and things are better now than they were, right? Pick any time in the past, would you rather live then? And you should really say no. So, like, if we just assume that that's the trend and we'll always keep heading in that direction, we'll always, keep changing our laws to benefit people more and more and make life better and better. Like, I guess things can happen that will halt that, but if there's nothing to halt it, shouldn't that progression just keep going?
Well, I guess, okay, I agree with you. There is promise in the fact that each generation seems to be slightly more tolerant than the last generation. But I would propose that if not practically speaking, at least philosophically speaking, even too much of a good thing goes bad, right? Like there's a such thing as too much tolerance. You can tolerate behaviors that are harmful to other members of the community, right? And we can show that in the past, these kind of behaviors were tolerated. So even something good that shows promise, like the increasing amount of tolerance between generations, right? Even something good like that can very quickly go bad if you have too much of it. So philosophically speaking, even if we kept moving in that direction, would we not move too far in that direction before a collapse and then restarting again?
Yeah. So, in other words, too far in either direction and we destroy ourselves.
Exactly. And if you go too far too fast, there will always be regression, right? Like more like a, okay, I think of it like this way, a pendulum within a wheel. The wheel is slowly moving forward, tiny bits at a time. But while that's happening, right, it's also coming, like it'll go forward like an inch and back half an inch. And the reason it's doing that is because inside this wheel is this pendulum that's swinging back and forth between the extremes. And I think it's in aspects of a cycle, you can kind of see that, where you flirt with both sides of the extreme as you're slowly inching forward.
So let's zoom into America then for a minute. what's in relation to what we're talking about now? Where are yous at that moment? Like yous have swung in both
I would
directions at
say,
once.
well, okay, I would say we're at a point where we're fixing to decide where we swing. Right? We're fixing to decide
The
which side
pendulum's right at the bottom and hasn't gone.
Yeah, we're fixing to decide which way we're swinging. I think that's where we're at. I think.
How long have you been there? In that position.
Not long, because okay. So here's what I think happened. You had a lot of intolerance in American society, right? You had the abolitionists, you had the preachers, you had you like the whole institutionalizing Christianity across the indigenous people. You had women couldn't vote. You like very right. You had a very patriarchal society. Women couldn't have a credit card. They couldn't talk to their own doctor. Things like that. And I think once we broke free of that, we started swinging in the opposite direction, right? But we went so far in the opposite direction that feminism is so mutated from what it was that it's no longer recognizable, right? Like it's almost absurd at this point. And I think because we've swung that so far that way, for example, that men in the society have started responding to the absurdity rather than the equality, right? So there's going to be a balancing act there. And I think we have room to go either way right now, to carry that further or to regress and find a little bit of balance. But I think that's true of a great number of things in American society right now. Like it's almost like all these things hit at once and we have all these little choices to make. And I think all these little choices will say, are we going to keep going one way? Are we going to swing and regress the other way? Or are we just going to bounce back and forth a little bit and find a middle ground? I don't know right now. I guess it's not that the pendulum isn't swinging between the extremes. Is it slowing down or speeding up? I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's a tricky one.
Well, I think it's just I think it shows in the division, right? If we keep becoming more and more divided, then it's obviously swinging faster. But if we can balance out and find some middle ground, then I think we can slow the swing between the extremes.
Yeah, we could say it's either swinging really fast or it's just you're just stuck in that. Which way are we going to go? And I wonder if you'll ever, that is that how it's going to stay, maybe, until there's some sort of catalyst.
And that's why I say bouncing back and forth, right? That's why I say, will we keep bouncing back and forth just like a little bit, or are we going to start swinging really hard? And I don't know.
Yeah. It's interesting.
I guess that depends on. I guess it would depend on if we are in that 1 inch forward, or if we're in that half an inch back. Mm-hmm.
My opinion from the outside, yous have been in the half inch back for a while, but
I agree. But are we at the end of it?
Well, here's my take on that. I think it has been 1 inch forward, half inch back for a long time. And I think this last swing, yous have gone 1 forward and then you just went 1 back.
I agree. But like, are we going to stop there? That's what I'm saying. Like, are we going to go forward again?
So you're in a pretty bad spot now because you've already swung back.
Exactly. And so now
Are
we
you
have
going to
the
do
choices.
another swing back? Like, so now the whole paradigm shifts further back?
How much do you want to bet we've completely lost the audience and only you and I understand what we're really
I
describing
know.
here?
There's only two. Oh, and it just went to one. It's funny.
Exactly, because I understand what you're saying and you understand what I'm saying, but I don't know that anybody else is following.
No, and especially not if they just like clicked in and heard us. And then there's this weird dude on the screen, frozen in ecstasy.
That's hilarious. I forgot about that guy because I'm working.
Yeah, it's nerdy. Sounds like the Overton window. I don't
Does
know
it?
what that is.
Well, I've heard the Overton window, but I didn't know it was described that way. Well, I guess it kind of is. So the Overton window, as far as I know, and I'm sure I'm completely wrong, and I only know the very tip of the iceberg. So please do not listen to me and take this as like pure bullshit. But as far as I know, the Overton window has a lot to do with, I guess, like the way in which things are framed in society, right? Like it's kind of
Yes.
it shifts the window of the it shifts the conversation in society, like what's considered extreme and what's considered not extreme, and like how the narrative is framed, and how like you can get like society to like kind of respond in that way, right? Like to shift the public narrative. I think that's what that is.
Yeah. It's exactly what I was talking about. And because the right in America, see, that's very political, where we were sort of talking very
social, just socially, I guess. Like as a human species.
Yeah, but it does sort of work. The concept of the Overton window about what we're talking. But yeah, you've like shifted your window so right that your left center is like
considered
from an Australian perspective is right, like well and truly clearly defined on the right.
From a global perspective, America has a right and a center right.
Yes.
Right. We don't even have a left as far as the rest of the globe is concerned. Right.
Politically.
But what bothers
your population.
But that's not necessarily what bothers me. What bothers me is that the narrative has shifted so far to the right that now our left, which is center right globally, our left is considered is being talked about as radical. They're considered the radical left, and that's weird.
Well, no, it is obviously, but that's what's been happening forever in your country. That's how the right does what the right do. They shift the Overton window, and they've got the handle on how to do it. And the Democrats just they can't figure out that secret that the right does. But what it is the right mobilize and energize about things, whereas just by nature of the left, they're less likely to push.
People are going to hate me for saying this, but I'm going to go with it anyway. I'm not saying it fits everybody. I'm not saying everybody aligns with this. I know people I would say do not align with this. So, just disclaimers. But what if there's a certain susceptibility to that, depending on the side of the aisle? For example, yes, the right gets you can get more enthusiasm, I think, from the right, and probably more easily, right? From the left, you don't see that as much. It's very rare, and when you do see it, it's usually in a response to something. Like this last time, probably had a lot to do with responding to the overturning of Roe v. Wade, right? Like that's probably where a lot of the enthusiasm came from, was as a response, not as a proactive measure. But hear me out. On the right, what they seem to have rallying points like religion and tradition, right?
Yeah.
Which seem to be two things the left is not. I mean, I wouldn't say they're flippant about, but I would say they're less keen on implementing, right? Like that like they don't
It's
right, like
it's
it's
hard
like a
to
if I want to do it, I want to do it. If you don't, you don't.
yeah.
Right?
See, and that's I think the inherent problem with freedom and democracy and liberalism. It like if you're a never mind, carry on. I forgot what
Maybe I'll jog your memory.
you will.
But in that same vein, right? It may be because they have those rallying points, those things in common, where the other side seems to be more dispersed and more you do it your way, I'll do it my way, right? Perhaps it's easier to get them to rally around one person because, right, like I heard weird Republican arguments like there's no way that Biden could have won. His rallies were smaller. Everybody I know has Trump flags and Trump hats and like all this stuff, right? And I don't know. And they're like, I don't ever see any Biden merch. And that really weirds me out, right? Like that's that enthusiasm factor that people speak about. You know, the left doesn't have that. We're not, you know, like we have no desire for Biden merch. We don't want Biden merch. You know, the other side, they don't.
Because why would you treat your president like a superstar?
Exactly. Like to us, I'm like, I think the right thinks that it's like a sign of pride, right? And they don't understand why the left doesn't have pride. But on the left, they see it as like, you've got some really weird, like hero worshiping idolization of politicians over there. And as much as you accuse me of partaking in that, I don't want to. Thanks anyway.
Yeah. See, and you don't. It's almost like not a fanaticism, but on the right, you've got Trump's the greatest. Fucking, you know, Trump's the man. Trump's our president. On the left, say we will say Trump's crap, and they'll say, yeah, but Biden's crap, and we'll go, yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is. Like it's so funny because people are like, well, who is the best president? Difference? And I don't think there is one. There isn't one. I'm going to be honest. There isn't one. I can tell you which ones my favorites were. Maybe because I like bits of their philosophy. Maybe because I love their like defiance to authority, right? Like things like that. There's bits and pieces I like from different presidents. There are presidents I personally despise because they offend me. But like to say who's the greatest president, I don't fucking know. I don't know.
Oh,
when are we asking?
There's no such thing. There is no such thing as the greatest president. What's the measure? How many bills they got through? How much money they saved the American budget? Like what?
How much land they annexed to the U.S.?
Yeah.
Who knows?
How many indigenous people they displaced?
How many wars they won?
Like, it is such a stupid question.
It is. It's a dumb question.
The only question, what they're really asking is, who is your favorite president?
Exactly. Which is why I think it's equally dumb to be like, Trump is the greatest president ever. Oh, okay.
No,
Sure.
he's your most favorite president. Yay. I don't really like politicians that much. I just try and vote for the best one.
No, I don't vote for the best one because again, I don't think I just vote for the one I think will
my
cause the
best
least
one.
damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that is the best one. The best one is the one that causes
Yeah.
the least damage.
Yeah, exactly.
And preferably doesn't have a cult around their divinities. Just saying.
Yeah. But that's another aspect to it as well. Black and white thinking. And surety in your thinking. You know, when you got God on your side, you can't be wrong. Where the more honest you are, the most honest position you can possibly ever be in is unsure, you know, agnostic. Whereas they actually view being sure and knowing as something more valuable. My God is bigger than yours, right? So I'm all right, right?
I don't necessarily agree with this song lyric, but I really like this song lyric. And it says, well, if you listen to the album front to back, it's almost like a war is taking place, but on your home ground instead of overseas, right? Which is a weird concept for most Westerners. But anyway, it says and it was made, you can tell when it was made by the lyrics. I'm giving you that. Okay. But he says, does your God know my God? This is how the world will end.
Jesus. Does your God know my God?
This is how the world will end.
You're gonna have to give me more. Like,
okay, he says, you give what you get when you take nothing. And then, yeah, and then he says, does your God know my God? This is how the world will end. But it opens up like with, it's almost like military in the background, right? Like shots fired, people screaming, all that. And then it goes into,
you've talked about this to me before.
Yeah, it's just really interesting because it's like
Nerdy knows it. What is it? What am I looking up? Oops.
Oh, I know it's a Treyu. Is it can't happen here, or is it it's either that or another song, but I can't remember which one it is. It might be Can't Happen Here, but it might not be.
How do you spell the Treyu?
Atreyu.
Are they named after a Neverending Story?
I have no idea. I've wondered that.
And what did you think the song was called?
It might be Can't Happen Here. I know it's on the same album as the song Can't Happen Here if it's not that song.
They have a song called Baptize. Save that for later. I won't copyright the song. Well, I feel like I need to let this guy finish his.
My friend who is a Christian has a Buddha statue next to her Christian ones. Is that okay?
No, it's not. Take it out and break it. Break it.
Oh, good.
I feel such an anointing in the
Oh, thank God.
As a creationist, a believer in creation, the book of Genesis, I would disagree with that. But
what would you disagree with?
With the time. The time.
What we see in our health classes,
sex education,
4th grade and up,
is pornography.
Don't want to be too personal, but how do I take a leak if I have to wake up 3 million years to do that?
Wait a minute, I don't understand.
Well, if I was to go to the toilet,
Yes.
How did we evolve with the ability to release waste?
God only uses the devil. He doesn't let him hurt us. He just uses him to show us what a stupid idiot he is.
He's the son of the original G, and he was sent to Earth to elucidate the way that we should be. What? Like?
Notice how the devil always likes to take my worst facial expressions and put them on TV? Here's a nice one. Maybe they'll put that one on TV. I want you to quickly go get an envelope, go get your checkbook, and take a little bit out of your cake.
People who do not love our God have stolen our country.
Without getting too heavy about it, because some of you can't handle it, some of you can that are spiritual, and some of you aren't too spiritual. So you're not going to understand what I'm talking about. But if you're a Satanist, if you're a lover of the world, you're a Satanist.
I don't brag, I don't cuss, and my pants don't sag. I do exude a little Christian swag, and I'm proud to be an American.
Jesus Christ is on your
What did their nationality have anything to do with their religion? Why was it necessary to put that there? I don't get it.
I was in the room.
I don't get much of what they do.
When the Holy Spirit first fell on David Roos like that.
Let his light shine through you. Let his love pop a cap in your butt and say hallelujah.
Suddenly, the toes on his left foot began to wiggle. Then the whole foot began to move. Then the other one.
Mend this collarbone together in the name of Jesus. Bones, go together. Now move it around. Start moving it around. Start thanking God. Who else in severe pain? You're in severe. I mean, you're just.
Fuck you. Shit, that looked like it hurt.
It's an end day anointing, an end time anointing.
Yo no soy la evolución. Yo no soy pariente del mono. A mí me creó Dios en el vientre de mi madre. Dios creó a Abraham a su imagen y semejanza.
Do you believe in evolution? No, I don't. I believe in creation. Why? Because it says in the Bible that everything that God created everything.
There it is, 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 there it is.
Three kids. Out of that marriage?
One.
Where'd the others come from?
My twins were, I was
They were illegitimate. Have you broken the curse of illegitimacy? You didn't know that? It's okay. I'm going to get it broken tonight.
Holy fire! Holy fire! Holy fire! Holy fire! Holy fire!
Well, my mother's from Honduras, and my father is Mexican American.
So you've got both Aztec and Mayan curses. I think both ladies need to get your hands ready.
Excuse me?
What the fuck was that?
Here it is. Oh, that's real. This is real. This is real. This is real. That's it. That's it.
More than amazing. Well, good. Can you move anything that you didn't move before? Sure, I will.
Lord of the Spirit, according to Hebrews 4:12, I divide soul and spirit. I want the ancestor. I want the ancestor to look at me, the one who's so angry and bitter.
You keep in touch. Okay. Tomorrow. You never just know. You'll be here tomorrow? Oh, I'll be here all day tomorrow. Okay? Okay. And going to happen, it's a guarantee.
Did you hear me? Take it off of your neck. Can you hear me out there? Take it off of your neck.
Awesome belief is
I would not. I'd be like, no. Do you hear me up there?
To tell a child, you go to this
Fuck
church,
you.
which means you'll go to heaven.
My jaw is on the ground.
And therefore will go to hell.
I'm still
Seems to
floored
be
by
an
the you're
unpleasant
cursed because you have
But
Aztec.
maybe I'm in a minority.
Yeah.
I know what they
Oh,
ultimately
well,
want to do with
and
sacrifice.
she has
Get the
the
job
curse of illegitimacy.
Yeah, and the curse of Mayan and Aztec curse as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, how
Say,
racist.
God, I'm here to be trained.
Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me!
I would feel the same way. Get the fuck away from me.
I'm here for an education. I'm willing, God.
That could be an unpleasant thing, but how do you
That's
define
an evil thing.
Let's
you say.
let's
That's
call it
something
evil,
that's
Christopher.
something only a religious person would dream of saying.
Let's call it evil. Where does evil come from?
Religion.
Yes!
Jesus' name!
That was a great response.
I'll do what you want me to do. I'll say what you want me to say.
See? How I've always said it. Prayer is just self-hypnotism.
And we're going to pray in tongues. Hallelujah. Let's do it. Oh, we love you, Jesus. So move it, move it.
Well, if that's your definition of prayer, I mean, like, if that's what you call praying. I know some Christians who think prayer is an automatic thing you do throughout the day.
Go on, bend it! Go on!
That's their inner voice.
No, it's not. It's because it's like an expression outward, not talking to themselves.
Oh, so they don't shut their eyes and say, "Dear God."
No, it's just in those like happy moments they think, thank you and express gratitude and remind themselves to be grateful the next time they're feeling it's like that. That is prayer to them.
So they just give like substitute. They don't really.
Yeah, it's just like some thoughts of gratitude and a
See-
reminder to implement these later, and like just a natural thing. But they're also outward, like they're also expressing gratitude to their creator in their mind.
Yeah. Whereas we were like made to have
I had a
conversations.
and they fused
A lot of people were, but there were some Christians I knew. There was quite a few of them actually. Like, it was so funny because I said, he said, one of them said, "You want to go to our church?" And I was like, "Sure." He's like, "It's really, really close. You want to go to our church?" And I was like, "Sure." And we walked outside, and he was like, "We're here." And I was like, "Here?" And he's like, "Yeah. Well, sometimes it's over there." And he pointed off in the woods. It was so funny.
Take these prophecies
But
and
he
do what the
just
Apostle Paul said and make war with them.
yeah, he said that the typical Christian prayer doesn't make
Right.
any sense because why are you spouting reruns to God? I guess sometimes they would also plead in their mind, you know, like give me the strength or give me the courage, but it didn't continue.
Yeah. Like, so they obviously didn't say, in Jesus' name, amen.
No. As a matter of fact, they were very fond of the biblical scripture that said like praying outwardly and for an and in front of people was ridiculous. That the prayer wasn't for an audience and like that, you know, that scripture I'm talking about, like don't like to not be boast, like that one.
Like the Pharisees that stand on the corner and pray loudly.
Yeah, to not be like that, right? And so they were very proud of that verse. Like they really liked that verse, and so to them, like to do that was to be like a false or worldly thing. And so their dialogue with God is like very personal, and they think it's like a very natural thing that just occurs throughout the day, and it's not forced, and it's not, you know.
Yeah. Which I have a bit more respect for that.
They were lovely people.
What?
To show its falsity. The rest of the evening, I hope, can be devoted to its wickedness. But the falsity is part of the wickedness too. And thanks for hearing me out. Thank you.
Yeah. The falsity is part of the wickedness too.
I don't have a
What is this? Oh, this is a debate. It just started. I don't want to listen to a rabbi. But I'll listen to a little bit of
I'm
Hitchens.
unused to arguing in this style. I will simply point out that that's what I'm expected to do in a debate that's organized along these lines against someone who thinks that evolution by means of natural selection, which is a hypothesis, theory, which if tested always works, which allows us to sequence the DNA of the influenza virus so that the next time it comes, unlike 1919, it won't kill us all, because we know of its kinship with ourselves. We know we ourselves evolved from sightless bacteria, because we have the computer models by which the eye was evolved in 40 different ways, at least, among different species. So there's nothing left to argue with, except with people like Rabbi Batir and Governor Huckabee of Arkansas, who, head as he is of what I would describe as a non-philo-Semitic Christian organization, believes that Adam and Eve were real and indeed quite recent people. In my experience, there's nothing to be done with points like this except to underline them. Huckabee, in fact, doesn't even know what he doesn't believe when I put up his chubby hand to say he was among those in the room who didn't believe in the theory of evolution. He said, "No, I don't believe that I'm descended from a monkey." Well, as you know, the theory of evolution does not demand that you believe remotely like that. It points to a common ancestry between other primates and ourselves. If we were descended from monkeys, we'd probably look quite a lot like Governor Huckabee. Now, I just had to spend a second on the taunt about being a fundamentalist. To be a fundamentalist is to insist that something can be advanced on faith alone and without evidence. I will submit myself to your fair-mindedness, ladies and gentlemen, and ask if anything I said to you, or am saying now, requires that of you, that you take an act of faith or a leap of faith as if it were an ethical thing to do, or that you take one at all for anything I say. Of course I don't. There's nothing in common between me and any other faith-based person of any kind. It's one of the last-ditch arguments that our foes, the foes of science and science education and the theory of evolution by natural selection as the explanation for our presence here, have had to come up with in their desperation. Hatred, yes, I plead guilty to that. One of the many things I don't like about Christianity is that it tells me to love my enemies. I don't do that, and I don't want you doing it for me either. Go love your own enemies. Don't be loving mine. I'll get on with the business of destroying, isolating, and combating the enemies of civilization. I don't need any... and I don't need any sickly advice from Nazareth, from the man who, after all the Old Testament horrors that we know about, none of them included the punishment of hell. There's no hell in the Old Testament. To the credit of the Jewish people, actually, when God and Moses have done with enjoining genocide on you, which, by the way, they do, according to those books, which books the rabbi's been reading, but he might want to tell you what happened to the Amalekites. Where are the Midianites? Happened to all these people. We know what we were told to do to them. So glad to think that those books are fictional, because if they were true, we would all be bespattered with the blood of others to please a hideous authority. But no punishment once it's done with you, once the earth is closed over you, that's it. There's no torture of the dead. Not till gentle Jesus, meek and mild, you get that.
Yeah.
My same point about the overrated figures of Dr. King and Mahatma Gandhi. It's a very bad thing, it seems to me, that especially in white liberal society, the pastor saint of Martin Luther King has become iconographic. It's led to two bad consequences that I can think of. One, the great black secularists and socialists and trade union leaders, some of whom spoke at this very podium, Bayard Rustin, A. Philip Randolph, and the others, who actually organized the March on Washington, with their white friends, secular friends like Victor Reuther of the United Automobile Workers, the people who actually put this great movement of liberation onto the streets, are airbrushed from history. White people are given deliberately the impression, well, black folks sure like their preachers and their pulpit. And as a result, anyone who can claim to be a preacher, a fraud, a demagogue, a crook, like Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson, is automatically awarded the right to represent Black America. This is not progress. Well, hope you understand. It's not Dr. King's fault. That is not Dr. King's fault, but as I say in my book, but it is the fault of those who make a cult out of him and who dare to say that without religious permission, we wouldn't know how to demand equal rights for our African-American brothers and sisters. Well, excuse me, we don't need religious permission. That and the case for it had been made by the secular left long before Dr. King started preaching, and that's precisely why he was always attacked in his lifetime, for having communist and socialist and Marxist friends, which he did, who had done most of this paper. So let's again be very clear what we're talking about. I'm sorry, I do not believe the Dalai Lama's claim either to be a hereditary king or a hereditary god, and I think anyone who does believe it is a fool. And there hasn't been even the pretense of an election in the Tibetan exile community that he's now been leading for more than almost half a century in Dharamsala in India. It is still run as an absolute despotism. People who like that sort of thing, like that sort of thing. More to the purpose, and you'll let me know, Mr. Chairman, when I'm coming to... I have rather a crazy salad of slanders to respond to, and I don't want to miss any of them out. If you want to saw off the end of your penis, you're welcome. You're not to do it to a child who hasn't asked for it. Same with the genitals of a little girl. If she thinks later on she'd be better off without them, let her take, or have taken to her, a sharp instrument. If it proves that it's good for AIDS, which it might well be, I've heard it's been said that it's good for cervical cancer, let it be decided by the grown-ups. It is not right, it is not moral, it is in fact wicked to submit children to the mutilation of their genitalia, or to anyone without their consent. Do you understand that that this elementary point only needs to be made because of wickedness enjoined by religion? The rabbi here is a fairly humane guy. He wouldn't, if he didn't think God was involved, ever consider mutilating the genitals of a child. but because it's a covenant with God, anything can be done. Now, don't you see? You laugh, but you should be crying. I said crying. Okay, suit yourself. Now, I'm not here to defend Zeus or Juno or Aphrodite. I said I listed them in the list of barbaric and forgotten gods. The Jews who celebrate Hanukkah, by the way, I think you will have to agree, only became promoted in the United States. Among Jews, it's a relatively minor holiday because of its nearness to Christmas. The Jews who particularly care about the holiday are not arguing against the worship of Zeus. They're arguing against, as the rabbi perfectly well knows, the idea of the Epikuros. Of Orthodox Judaism is known as the heretic, the unbeliever. The Epikuros, the follower of Epicurus. Epicurus and Lucretius were the secular Orthodoxists, the ones who discovered that the world was made of atoms, and that the gods, if they exist, do not concern themselves in human affairs, because among other things they avoid unnecessary pain. Now there's a discovery that's worth having. And the Jews want you to turn away, the Orthodox Jews want you to turn away from the unbelievable scholarship and originality and humanism of Epicurus and Lucretius to look at a candle. Hey, look, goggle at this. It burned an extra day or two, or is it 8? This is what retards human intelligence and human civilization. Now, of course you may, I'll close on this because I don't want to trespass on your time or the rabbis. Of course you can be an atheist, and you can be a genicist, you can be a fascist, you can be a Stalinist, you can be a nihilist, you can be a saintist. Atheism, unbelief, the repudiation of the supernatural is not a necessary, it's not a sufficient condition, not a sufficient condition for wisdom or for enlightenment, but it is, and I say it joylessly, humorlessly, gloomily, pessimistically, it is necessary. Thanks.
My objection to the current religious secular debate is that for so many centuries, Christopher Hitchens is right, religion had a very closed mind. Who has the closed mind now?
Oh,
Who uses character assassination?
dude.
That was bullshit. That was
Do you
an
remember? We
absolute
just
bullshit.
talked about Jill doing it. Well, you do it.
But you know what? Knowing that he would do it, it was really brilliant of the other guy to close his argument that way.
Yeah. That was Hitchens.
Are you saying? I don't even know who that is, but it's a name that everybody throws around. So I'm sure he's supposed to be some sort of decent apologist, but that just sucked. That was.
Oh no! Wait, the first guy?
No, the second guy.
Oh, I didn't know the second guy. He's some rabbi.
Oh, okay. The first guy. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Hitchens is really good in the atheist world, right?
Yeah.
I think that was my introduction to him.
This was?
Yeah.
Oh, what an honor.
Yeah, like I've heard people talk about him, but I've never watched him or anything.
Oh, yeah. Now you see why.
He was very
he's
witty.
very
I like him.
intelligent. Yeah, and very witty. And brutal.
Yeah, he was not
With
nice.
that very classy British bluntness. That
Yeah,
if
like that-
done
yeah.
right is how you do it. Like Stephen Fry. You know?
Yeah.
Because they still have a level of humbleness. But they know that they know. Sort of level of confidence. But I can't believe he opened with that.
The second guy is awful. First guy was
Yeah.
Nation to portray anyone who has certain beliefs that they try to root in logic as close-minded, unscholarly. The gist of my argument is that Christopher Hitchens, who is one of America's most talented writers, has become so fanatical in his hatred of religion that he just invents things to decry it. For example, he can make fun of the fact that I don't believe in evolution, although I never even said that. I believe in evolutionary development, as the Torah itself says. 6 days of creation, the mineral was followed by the vegetable, then the animal, then the intellectual. Question is whether this is guided. Question is whether mathematical possibilities allows for this. But before I even get to that, here's an example of just pure invention in order to make religion, Jews, the state of Israel look bad. Listen to this. He's writing about the greatest scientists of the 20th century, saying, don't be impressed that Einstein believed in God, because he didn't believe in the God that we believe in. He was a deist, and, quote, offered the first presidency of the state of Israel. Einstein declined because of his many qualms about the way Zionism was tending. That is pure, utter fabrication. First of all, Einstein was offered the second presidency. The first president was Chaim Weizmann. He was offered it in 1952. He died 3 years later. The Princeton Review says he turned it down, quote, because he had neither the desire nor the energy to run a country. He was a scientist. New York Sun, in an essay about the subject, he politely and sensibly declined on the grounds that it would interfere with his scientific work. He loved Israel. He was one of the great...
All right. There was a terrible moment, I think it was when Lawrence Krauss was talking about the Andromeda Galaxy when it's heading towards us. When someone got up and said to him, Doctor, did you say it was going to collide with our galaxy in 5 billion years or 5 million? And Lawrence said 5 billion. The guy said, that's a huge relief. I thought you said 5 million there for a second. Now, on the fabrication point, I can't sit still or stand still if I was standing and be accused of that. The argument about Einstein and the state of Israel has nothing to do with religion at all. There may have been a religious element in his opposition to a Jewish state. He was for a state for Jews, but not for a Jewish state, a distinction that a lot of people have forgotten. The same distinction that was made by I.F. Stone, Judah Magnus, and others, often in debates under this roof, as a matter of fact. I don't know how much influence that had on his decision to reject the offer from Ben-Gurion, who at one point said to his cabinet, what are we going to do if he says yes? But I would be very surprised if there was nothing to do with it. At any rate, it has no bearing whatever on the fact that Einstein believed only in Spinoza's God. In other words, not, as Rabbi Shuli would have you believe, in God as an intervening or supervising or caring force, but as the only one Spinoza identified, the pantheistic one. These distinctions are, I think, important and worth stressing. On the claim that Stephen Jay Gould did not believe in evolution, I really do not know where to begin. I think the best thing to do would be to read any chapter of any of his books. And in fact, I think I might indeed recommend the one where he has a very famous, very celebrated disagreement with Richard Dawkins on the question not of whether evolution occurred, because nobody denies that. That it occurred, we know. It's in the record of molecular biology and it's in the fossil record. There's a lot of argument about how, and there is a certain amount of argument about the punctuations, and a lot of those gaps are only just now being filled in. Only just now we're discovering intermediate species. They're partly vertebrate, yet amphibian, and for example, a very, very important one recently in northern Canada. It's in Gould's book on the Burgess Shale that the most sobering point is made, a point that even I as a materialist find rather shaking. I don't, by the way, deny things because they don't cheer me up. It's not my attitude to evidence, but I would like to think too that I was a little bit more than the primate that I so evidently am. But in Stephen Jay Gould's account of the Burgess Shale, which I think is his best book, is the most beautiful, the most finished, and the most polished of his books, he says there's a Cambrian vertebrate, a little creature called Paculia gracilens, that has the beginnings of a backbone. It could have got washed out in one of the great subsequent dyings out. It could have done. If it had, human beings would never have appeared. This is the first we can find of a vertebrate. It could very easily have gone, but it didn't. And as a result, we're here having this conversation. You can say that's miraculous if you like. You can say that only God would have thought of such a thing. But and that's the way you'd think if that's the way you thought. Because there will always be people who will say, oh, well, we used not to think about these fossils. We thought that was all nonsense. It was argued until fairly recently by the godly. God put the bones in the rocks to test our faith. At least we don't deny they're there. They're just there as a test. Now you have animatronic dinosaurs playing with animatronic children in the Creation Museum that just opened in Ohio. And there are those who say we didn't used to think about that the Big Bang could possibly be true. In fact, the Big Bang itself is a term like Tory, like suffragette, like impressionist, and other terms originally evolved as a term of abuse, as a term of mockery, instead of adopted by its exponents. Big Bang was what Fred Hoyle used to say to try and dismiss the idea. So some people think it all began with the Big Bang. Now we know there was a time when everything was inside something about the size of space. It's now 12,000 billion galaxies. What my daughter wants to know is what was outside of it. And I don't know. But we know that much. You'll say, oh, well, nothing so amazing could have happened without God. So there's a name for this kind of argument. A very old and important name. Also comes largely from work at Oxford University, though it's actually attributable largely to Sir Karl Popper. It's called unfalsifiability. It's an argument you can't beat, because it isn't an argument. If you say, well, now I see how complex everything is, it would have to be God who was responsible. There's no way I can dispute that. There's no way I can falsify it. Unfalsifiability, counterintuitively, is quite rightly considered to be a test, not of the strength of knowledge, but of its extreme weakness. In fact, of its non-existence as an argument. Now, I left unanswered the point about social Darwinism, and it was, in fact, at the Scopes trial, the contention of William Jennings Bryan, not just that evolution had not occurred, but that it shouldn't have occurred, because it wouldn't.
All right. So there's a bit of. I forgot I was streaming. I was enjoying that so much. Hey, Odine. Good to see you.
Hey, Odine.
Although that was 6 minutes ago. Wow, have I just been sitting there listening to Hitchens for ages?
Well, I've been
Goodness.
working and just sitting here listening, so.
He's good, isn't he? On that note, I'm going to have to go and get some stuff done. I could do this all day, but
You should also probably include some rest.
I will try and include some rest in there. Thank you to the 3 people out there who are still watching. And thank you, Pitsy and Silver, if you're awake or...
Oh, I'm still here. I've just been listening the whole entire time.
Hey, Silver.
Hi, I've been working on the drawing, so...
Jody and Odine. Awesome. Alright, well, yeah. Thanks, everyone. And,
Later days, Jamie.
thank you.